stream was originally meant to show off the software, and essentially that went down the drain, and we kind of changed the stream to a Technoblade tribute stream because I was not aware at the time that he died, and a viewer, now a subscriber, requested it. And that is leading me to my next topic. If you request something, and it is a reasonable request, no, not safe for work stuff, maybe that's way ahead in the future, but no, not safe for work stuff at all on stream. We do not safe for work stuff on here. But if you are a subscriber or a follower, in this story, Echoes of Revelations, we are not limited, unless it's a not safe for work character, by requests. So if you do request something, I will consider adding it or doing it. Like, for instance, Technoblade. That was a Technoblade stream after that point. It was meant to be like a 2 little hour stream, and I did like over 9 hours of work on that Technoblade image. Which let me see if I can pull that up for you. So, yeah. That was the Technoblade image right there that I worked on. It's a good image. Good, took a lot of work. It was a custom background, had to edit that. Had to do a lot of that. But, yeah, with filter art, like, if you're not polishing it up like that, it doesn't take that long. It's mainly editing. Lots of editing. And which is why I'm working on, getting your guys' feedback, your guys' submissions, your guys' thoughts. I want to get you guys involved as much as possible. So, I did put it in the description of the YouTube video as well, just in case the post doesn't get noticed, and I'll probably post that again later. Essentially, I am making a manga / a comic, and I have gotten a part of the prologue done. There are 3 parts of the prologue. I would say this is either the biggest or the second biggest, because after this section, like, this is 18 panels, right? Some of them are just the booting up panels, like you got here. It's starting to boot up a connection. Then you've got conversational panels with images, then description panels, just defining things, and then we're getting out of that. We're at the connection loss page. We're getting out of that, and that leads up to the smallest part, but a very crucial part. So on the sides here, there'll be text bubbles, kind of like going over things that they're picking up in this kind of conversation they've connected to. Up top, there'll be a logo. There'll be some more talking. Down below, there'll be some talking about it. And then that's enough of an explanation to roll into the story with the character I selected. This, thanks to filter art, allows any character to be put into this. I'm not a very big artist. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm pretty terrible. But with filter art, you're able to create stories, even with visual stories, animated or drawn, with simply that technology and a lot of editing. You're going to have to do a lot of editing, but there's no drawing. So that means drawings like comics and manga, or animations, which also require drawings, unless it's like a 3D one, but we're not doing those, are a whole lot easier, because now you've taken out half of the equation. You've taken out editing, and now you've taken out drawing, and you've put in all your focus in the editing. So typically you have 2 halves, drawing and editing. We've completely removed drawing for the most part. Very little drawing. It's mainly editing that kind of looks like drawing, but it's not. So very minute amounts of drawing. And the majority of it is editing. Now, it does still take some time. However, the time differential is insane because you've cut out half the work. There's still work, but the amount of work has been limited. It's been condensed. And that, to me, is the biggest part. That's the most important part here. Which is why I'm hoping that we'll get some people in here who want to do the submission thing. If not, I'll just keep posting and posting it until we get something. Or, I'll just continue the story the old-fashioned way. I'm just hoping that this is a good way to get you to interact at the same time. Because right now, this is just a part that's on the codec call. Right? This part's over with. Right after this, we're going to get right back into the manga part. But this is a codec call. It's a Metal Gear Solid reference, if anybody's ever played that game. And I thought that was a good way to put out this sort of expositional period because the setting is so unique. You see, we're dealing with something that I don't think a lot of other fan fictions or whatever you want to call them can do. We've got a setting here where literally anyone can appear at any time. And I've built a setting around that, and that setting needed an explanation. Let me go back to that stream thing. Yeah, I'm on it. So, the main thing that y'all need to know is that this part's done. The really long, lanky, boring part is done, and now we will get on to the next parts here. I do have Crunchyroll up to show some of the imaging here that we can do with this. Fast forward to the right part here. There we go. Okay. So, like I was saying, the most important part of this whole thing, of the prologue, I would say, was this codec part. And if you look here, it's about 18 panels. I think I did 4 of those on stream. And then I decided, look, it's kind of boring, right? Nobody wants to watch that. So instead of, doing the whole formatting part of that on stream, instead, I decided to do that off stream, and we'll have this online here soon with the rest of the prologue. But this was a good chunk of the prologue. The prologue's 3 parts. This codec call, the people explaining what's happening, they're connecting to it, and then they're explaining a little bit after. And then there's the introduction to the setting itself, like the visual introduction of the character, where the character's going to be, etc. And that'll take some time, but it won't take as much time as this. I mean, as you can see here, there's a lot of words here, right? A lot of words. Now, this is an overview. This is just to get you into it. And then you're good, right? You're not going to be like, after you read this, you're not going to be like, where are we? What's happening? Why is this character here? Why is that character here? Well, now you have an explanation. I mean, it's a bit of a science fiction explanation, but it is a manga, right? There are science fiction manga out there. Well, I mean, it is based also on concepts of reality. And that's kind of the whole point, is that we're dealing with something that is both related to reality and fiction simultaneously inside of this manga. It's going to be a unique story which can incorporate pre-existing material. What does that mean? Pre-existing material, say Goku, say Naruto. I mean, like, you could literally put anything into this story here now. Now we've got the setup basis. Now we've got the material to make that fan fiction, or whatever you want to call it. It'll allow people to make their own unique stories. Well, in this case, it's allowing me to do whatever the hell I want. Essentially, we are making a unique thing here. If I go onto Twitter, see, I can pull up Twitter here in case anyone tweets at me. And, yeah, if somebody tweets at me, we'll check it out. Pretty sure I'll get a notification or something. Okay. Anyways, let's focus on the big part. Now we've got to quickly make a white outline, I would say, is the big thing to do right now. Yeah. A white outline. White background. And then what we're going to do essentially is we're going to stack this white background I'm making on top of each other, just over and over and over again. And that will give us, hopefully, the space we need. I didn't check the width of that codec call thing. Maybe I should have. We'll check that in a minute. But essentially, we're going to get this quickly formatted. We might get the title and logo on there, but that'll be later. Right now, I'm just going to simply use the draw mechanic here. We're going to make a big brush. I'm just going to simply paint over all this. And then we're going to save it, and then we're just going to keep merging it until we get something big. Oh, I just need to check one thing really quick. Okay. So it's long, but it's not very wide. Yeah, it'll fit in there, I think, if we just keep stacking it. So I'm just checking the page really quick, making sure it's all white, because we want a good, nice white background here. And then we're going to be layering over it. Now, it's going to be a big single image, technically. But I'm doing it kind of like those webtoons, right? Where you just simply read down. Nothing too complex. And I guess I'll resize this really quick. Put this in the corner over here. And yeah, just resizing that. And I think we're good. Let me start playing this in the background while I work on this, alright?
Hence, in each of those things.
Let's cut that down.
For example, here is what General Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, testified to this committee.
Alright, we've got this nice white background. Let's put this up. Saving that. And I'm going to call it a pure white background. Unambiguous orders. There was no question about that. And now we're simply going to take that pure white background and keep stacking it.
Very animated, very direct, very firm. And to Secretary Miller, get the military down here, get the guard down here, put down this situation.
So then we just stack again, and we keep stacking it until we get a good, decent size here. That's our goal. So here we go. Then we stack it again.
We have to kill the narrative that the vice president is making all the decisions. We need to establish the narrative.
You do 19, you do 19.
That the president is still in charge and that things are steady or stable or words that thing. I immediately interpret that as politics, politics, politics.
All right. I think that's a good size.
But I remember it distinctly.
And you will hear from witnesses how the day
All
played
right.
out inside
Image
the White
20.
House, how multiple White House staff resigned
Ooh.
and discussed.
That is actually too small. I think that is.
It was only
I
after
think that's
multiple
too
hours of
small.
violence that President Trump finally released a video
Let me just double check
instructing
here
the
real quick.
riotous mob to leave. And as he did so, he said to them, quote, "We love you, and you're very special."
14391
You will also
versus
hear that in the immediate aftermath
yeah.
of
So we're gonna need
January
like
6th,
one more of
members
those,
the president's
and I
family,
think we'll be good.
White House staff, and others tried to step in to stabilize the situation, quote, to land the plane before the presidential transition on January 20th.
Okay, we're merging up a big one
You will
here.
hear about members of the Trump cabinet discussing the possibility of invoking the 25th Amendment and replacing the President of the United States. Multiple members of President Trump's own cabinet resigned immediately after January 6th. One member of the
All right, hopefully image 21 is good
suggested that
enough.
the remaining cabinet
All right,
officers
image
needed
21 is
to
good
take a
enough.
more active role in running the White House and the
And
administration.
we will
But
do
most
that. I'll
emblematic
copy
of
this
those
over here.
days is this
I'll put it
exchange
in.
of texts between Sean Hannity and former President
Alright,
Trump's
that's
press
good.
secretary, Kayleigh McEnany.
Apply that.
Sean Hannity wrote, in part, "Key now, no more crazy
And
people,
then add
no more
images.
stolen election talk. Yes, impeachment and 25th Amendment
All
are
right.
real. Many people will quit."
So that actually
McEnany
gave us a lot
responded in
more
part,
space than I was thinking.
"Love that.
Wait a
That's the
minute.
playbook."
Hold on.
The White House staff knew
Uh-oh.
that President Trump
I
was
don't
willing
think it
to
sized
entertain
it
and
very
use
well, did it?
conspiracy theories to achieve his ends. They knew the president needed
No,
to
it did
be
not.
cut off from all of those who had
Interesting.
encouraged him. They knew
I might have to
that
do each
President
panel
Donald
individually.
Trump
I
was
hope
too
I don't have
dangerous
to.
to be left alone. At least until he left office on January 20th.
Yeah, it's not doing a very good
These
job,
are
is it,
important
of layering
facts
them
for
on top of
Congress
each
and the
other?
American people to understand fully.
All right,
When a
let's.
president fails to take the steps necessary to preserve our union, or worse, causes a constitutional crisis.
All right. Let me
we're
go
in a
delete
moment of
those other
maximum
ones really
danger
quick.
for
The
our
ones that
republic.
just kept getting spammed out.
Some in the White House took responsible steps to
16.
try to prevent January 6th.
16's different.
Others egged the president
17's
on.
the white, right?
Others
So we'll
who could have
delete
acted
from 20 to
refused to do so.
17. I'm deleting
In this
those.
case, the White House counsel was so concerned about potentially lawless
Oh, wait.
activity,
It's kind of
he
looking
threatened
readable.
to resign
Hold on, though.
multiple times. That is
Looked
exceedingly
readable for
rare
half a second.
and exceedingly serious.
I don't know if it's trying to scale it
requires
down or what,
immediate
because I really don't
attention,
want it to be scaled down.
especially when the entire team threatens to resign. However, in the Trump White House, it was not exceedingly rare, and it was not
It
treated
does look like
seriously.
it's done
This is a
something
clip
to
of
it.
Jared Kushner
I'll have to
addressing
just see
multiple
what it's done.
threats by White House counsel Pat
Oh.
Cipollone and his team
Well,
of lawyers
apparently
to
it's
resign
been
in
made
the weeks before
too
January
small.
6th.
Which doesn't make much sense to me.
Jared, are you aware of instances
I don't get it.
where
All right.
Pat Cipollone
We'll have to try another method.
I kind of, like I said, my interest at that time was on trying to get as many pardons done. And I know that, he was always, him and the team were always saying, oh,
It might have
we're not going
froze.
to be here if this happens, if that happens. So
Okay.
I kind of took it up to just be whining, to be honest with you.
whining?
Okay.
There's a reason why people serving in our government take an oath to the Constitution. As our founding fathers recognized, democracy is fragile. People in positions of
Well, I mean, like,
trust
yeah,
are
you look
duty
here,
bound
it's
to
rendering
defend
it
Step
quite
forward
beautifully.
when action is required.
So I wonder why it's not doing
In
the
our
same for
country, we
lab.
don't swear an oath to an individual or a political party. We take our
It
oath
is supposed to
defend
be
the United
bigger.
States Constitution. And that oath must mean something.
Mm.
Tonight, I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible.
This is interesting.
There will come
It
a
looks
day
fine
when
over
Donald
here.
Trump is gone.
Let me turn this fan down a little
Will
bit real
remain.
quick.
Finally, I ask all of our fellow Americans, as you watch
me
our
get
hearings
this.
over the coming weeks, please remember what's at stake.
Let me sit.
Remember the men and
And,
women who have fought and died
fan
so
down
that
a
we
bit.
can live under the rule of law, not the rule of men. I ask you to think of the scene in our Capitol
Okay.
Rotunda on the night of January 6th.
Okie dokie.
There, in a sacred space in our constitutional republic, the place where our
All
presidents
right, I'm
lie in
back.
state, watched over by statues
bit of a
of
runny
Washington
nose.
and Jefferson, Lincoln and Grant,
We got
Eisenhower,
many,
Ford, and Reagan.
tweets.
Against every wall that night encircling the room, there were SWAT teams. Men and women in tactical gear with long guns, deployed inside
Let's just
the
check over
Capitol
here
building.
too. No, not
There in
Twitch.
the
Twitter.
rotunda, these brave men and women rested beneath paintings depicting the earliest scenes of our republic,
Oh.
including one painted in 1824 depicting George Washington resigning his commission, voluntarily relinquishing power, handing control of the Continental Army back to Congress.
It was too
With
wacky.
this noble
I don't
act, Washington set the
I thought it was a good idea.
example of the peaceful
Maybe I'm just
transfer of
promoting it
power,
wrong place.
what President Reagan called nothing less than a miracle. The sacred obligation
So,
to defend this peaceful transfer of
my
power
goal is
has
to
been
hopefully
honored
get
by
this on a
every
page.
president,
Question becomes how.
except one. As Americans, we all have a duty to ensure that what happened on January 6th never happens again, to set aside partisan battles, to stand together to perpetuate and preserve our great republic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As we provide answers to American people about January 6th, it's important that we remember exactly what took place. That this was no tourist visit to the Capitol. Most of the footage we are about to play has never been seen. The Select Committee obtained it as a part of our investigation. This isn't easy to watch. I want to warn everyone that this video includes violence and strong language.
Let me download this really quick.
I include in the record a video presentation of the violence of January 6th.
It does, yes. All right, we're able to overlay it. I got it, boys.
Yeah, just for awareness, be advised, there's probably about 300 Proud Boys. They're marching eastbound in this 400 block of kind of Independence, actually on the mall towards the United States Capitol.
I mean, it's not a perfect overlay or anything, but it's a start.
Because everyone's just going to have to watch for themselves. But it's going to happen. Something's going to happen.
Actually, I could crop that in there. I got an image 21 overlay. I got a Pixar. Okay.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people. Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
So now we've got that, and then I gotta layer it in over here. And I think that's a good starting point. For our image.
There's a crowd surge heading east.
We love Trump! 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 We love Trump!
Let me see how it cropped. Alright, it cropped pretty well.
You're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good.
The bottom I wanted to be a little bit separated.
I'm going to be very disappointed in you, I will tell you right now.
Maybe this isn't the right. Let's see if I can get something like violate community guidelines. Catfishing. Catfishing sounds a little bit better.
Hi guys. Hi guys. Hi. Oh, you go. You started.
No, you.
All right. Hey guys. Welcome
back
back
to
Violating Community Guidelines with
your hosts,
Brittany
and
Sarah. And today we're going to be talking about what?
Catfishing.
Mm-hmm.
For all of you out there that have ever been lied to online.
Or for all of you who are lying to someone online.
If you're doing
that, it's my crowd.
All of Sarah's fans, you're doing a great job.
All their profile pictures don't belong to them.
It's just you or their profile picture. Oh, that's actually happened to you.
Hasn't
it?
No. I do have a friend who, like, their followers changed their profile picture to, like, her picture. And so she had, like, millions of followers with her picture as their profile image.
That's funny.
It was crazy.
Okay.
Is it Chunky's dead?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep,
but I've never had that happen to me. I've had people who, like, make accounts where they're, like, obsessed with me. And they put...
fan accounts are different than, like, impersonating you.
Yeah. You ever had, like, a fan account that was absolutely out of their gourd? Yeah.
But it's like, you can't be mad because I just love you so much.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
One of my fan accounts actually really worried me. And people would reach out to me and be like, "Hey, your fan account seems to really be going off the rails." And I'm like, "I mean,
on brand.
we're on parallel journeys, you know." But no, but there's one recently where they just like they take all my nice pictures. Like usually if there's like they take my photo, it's like a really unflattering picture of like something I did. Like I'll see like a bunch of people who follow you where they have like a still of like your face where it's distorted and
so
yeah.
now we go through the long process of organizing
Okay,
this.
yes. So we're going to talk about catfishing and what it is and how it started. I feel like it's been around forever, but we know of the show like Catfishing, like the actual Catfish show, which came out in 2010, I believe.
Was it that recent? I feel like it was.
Yeah, it says it originated. Okay, so let's just talk about catfishing. It's a slang term for all of you who live under a rock.
Welcome.
Yep. It's used to describe someone who assumes false accounts on social networking sites such as Facebook or Twitter, Instagram, Venmo, for the sake of developing online relationships with strangers or pretending to be in a relationship.
Now, the concept in general is kind of romantic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we've got a track.
I guess,
just
I mean, it's
testing
like
it
having a
really
pen
quick.
pal,
And then I
except
guess
you
we're
lie
going
about everything about
to
yourself.
Tomodachi game this. We're going to take a Tomodachi
Back in the day, if I
screenshot.
had, like,
We'll
a pen pal, I would just make so much shit up.
we'll end up
Exactly.
overlaying
Like,
this, and
Yeah, so
what
I
we're
kind
going
of
to do
understand, like,
from
why these
there
people, if you assume that you're never
is
gonna meet them,
we're going
why
to
not?
make
A whole new world
a what do
opens
you
up.
call
Yeah,
it?
it does.
Possibilities are endless.
A
So the term
silhouette
catfish
over a
originated
nice
from the 2010
background.
documentary
Then we're
film
going to
of the same
sketchify
name.
it.
It was
We'll
directed
put that
by
on
Ariel
top,
Schulman
and then I
Henry
think I
Jones-
might
Jones.
make the title card
Catfish follows
above
the story
that.
of Schulman's brother,
Call it there.
Yaniv Nev Schulman, as he develops an online relationship with Megan Pierce, a girl he meets
Move
through
it
her
as
younger
it-
sister Abby.
No,
As the
I'll do that. I think I'll do that
documentary
because the bottom
progresses, it is revealed
section's
that
exactly
Megan
when
Pierce
we're
is
going to
a
get
fake
into
identity
our
based on a
character,
woman
our
in
story
rehab
here.
and assumed by
It's going to
Megan's
start
mother,
the setup,
Angela.
and then that's when it
That
gets
is that your
really
mother
interesting.
would
And I
make a
do mean
catfish with
really
your
interesting.
photos?
It's
That's
just
like,
you need the proper setup,
What's the other one?
or you're not going to do
Munchausen's
well.
by proxy.
I'm going to be
Yeah.
honest
Where
with
it's
you.
like-
If you
Catfish by
don't
proxy?
have the proper
Well, no,
setup,
it's the same
you're not
sentiment
going to
of,
do
like,
well. You're really not.
you
You need to
need
have
attention,
a
Yeah.
so you get it
story
through
that
someone
makes
else.
sense
Yes.
in order
Like,
to get the
oh, my
characters.
kid is sick. Yeah,
And
tell me how
I'm
sorry you are
hoping
for my
through
kid.
these
It's like
screens that I'll show
is
like, hey, you can do
giving
all
a
kinds
little
of
bit
things. Hey, you could
where it's
have
like,
Overlord here. You could
make
have
something up so you can
Konosuba
hope
there.
someone
You could
else
have
Yeah, it's like
My
living
Hero
for your
Academia
kid in, like,
here.
the most
But
literal
you
way.
have to have a
Yeah.
Usually
setup,
it's just
right?
Made up kid.
Like
yeah,
you could
like,
do any
because your
story.
kid
You could
went
do a
acting or,
story
like,
specifically
work
set
80
in a
hours a week
particular
for some weird
universe.
reason.
You go on
Let's say you
college
want to
and
do a
go,
story
Yeah,
about
but no,
Spider-Man,
it's
right?
just like dating.
You can keep it
Which is really
specifically
tricky. My
in the
mom did that to me,
Spider-Man
that
universe.
It wouldn't be the weirdest
Or
thing she's ever
you
done,
could have a
but
crossover
pretty
We've seen
weird.
worse.
Yeah, yeah.
between multiple
Oh,
books.
Judy.
But you need to have the
So
story,
the documentary
right?
was
You need to have
partially
the
met by
focus. You
skepticism
need to know what you're
regarding
going
the
to do. You need
authenticity
to
of
have
the
the
film,
setup around it.
believing that the
That's at least what I believe.
are too well put
I
together to
think
have
a
taken
lot of
place in
people
real
would
life.
agree with me
However, no
when
one
it comes to
involved in the
that.
production has
And that's what we're
confirmed
going to
the
do right
notion.
now.
One thing
So
about life,
I've
was
got
like,
Tomodachi game open up
always
over
weirder
here,
than
and
fans.
now we're going to
It
go
really is.
check
Yep.
this
Like, when
out
I used to
here.
post,
We're
like,
going
vines
to take
about, like,
a
waitresses in stores,
screenshot
people are like,
from
there's no way that
Tomodachi
happened.
game.
But if you would go out in the real world, people
Alright.
are stupid.
and strange.
Yeah, someone,
very weird.
like one of my vines.
I might
was,
have
like,
to
someone
close
came
the
into
little video in
restaurant
the
and was
background
like, "What
just
is
for
in
a
a
moment
vodka
to capture a
cranberry?"
good image.
And I said Jaeger and milk, thinking that they were joking because it's
bet you it'll
vodka
be-
cranberry. And so a lot of
I'll
the
leave
comments were like, "There's no way
this.
that people are that stupid," but they are.
Then we're looking
If
for a
you've
good
never worked
shot.
a retail job
I mean,
or
we
an
could
industry
keep
job,
multiple
I
shots.
instantly,
So we need to
I
take a
think that you are less
screenshot
than.
here
Yeah.
and
You
then
have to be
analyze it.
The lights.
So you know what?
You have
Can
to
I
be
use
in
OBS?
the
Can
trenches
you use
to
OBS to
understand
record
what
and
it's
stream
like.
at the
Like
same
you
time?
see the absolute worst
Can
of humanity
you?
in a Starbucks drive-thru.
What's the stupidest thing you've ever heard, like working at, like Baskin or like where'd you work?
I worked at Baskin Robbins,
Mm.
and I was a hostess at a restaurant, and worked at the bank, and I also worked at.
Well, I don't want to stream and record at
Yeah.
the same time right now. I just want to
Um,
click the start recording
I
button,
worked at Claire's during
and
Christmas
then
break.
I'll
Yeah.
record
So, like,
that.
The lights are like.
I know they're so bright now.
I feel like I'm in a different.
So
place.
this is
Um,
what the first
I worked at
episode,
Claire's
right?
during
The
the
first
Christmas
episode.
break.
So
and
I
had
think we'll
moms
try
come
to
in
use
trying to
some
return,
images
like,
from here.
JoJo Siwa hair extensions
Hopefully
that
we'll
were
get some good ones.
$2.75.
Yeah.
Like this was.
All
You
right.
have got to
So
take us back. Like,
let
I'm
me
like, ma'am,
do OBS
I just have
really
never
quick here.
understood returning something that's that cheap.
Yeah.
Like you really really need that $3 back, girl.
And I'm going to keep the video paused just for a minute so that I'm not capturing any audio from it. So I can easily edit this in a second. I do think the image is blacked. So that does make it a bit easier for me. I don't know if that makes it easier for the recording now. We might have to do a display recording. So we'll swap to display capture. And, okay, so it's got the picture against it. Well, then I guess we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. I'm going to have to block out the screen then. Alright. Alright, folks. I'll have to keep the screen blocked out for a minute.
That, and then at Baskin Robbins, I worked. Someone came in and was like, "I'll have the usual." Yeah.
No. Okay, so that video thing's not going to pop up once I have it up. Okay. Give me a second, guys. I have to black out the screen. Because I'm going to have to record it the old-fashioned way. So you guys won't be able to see anything, unfortunately. Tomodachi game. There it is. It was like 1630 or something like
that. At 20 anyway. They were willing.
Okay. Okay. Let me get OBS out here. We'll quickly record this and then we'll get back to it. Oh, it's you. Hey, man. Hey. Oh, no, that's fine. I gotta edit that stream anyways because apparently the music is a little bit copyright, I guess. So I have to edit that stream and put it back up anyways. I already have the first stream edited. Remember that one that you did with Technoblade? Yeah, so I got that edited up. Yeah, if you want to read the description of the stream while I'm doing this real quick, you can participate. You are a subscriber. If you would like to follow me on Twitch and do stuff too, you can get more appearances. But essentially, if you want to, you can submit your own image, or an image of something you created, or like a character that's not really well known, a really unpopular character, something like that, as a background character for my manga that I'm working on. The manga comic book thing. And, yeah. So you're already subscribed, so you already got one appearance. So all you have to do is go to the description then if you want to just do that and not follow me or subscribe on anything else. All you have to do is go to Twitter and just tweet me the 2 required images, which is like a full body front image and a full body side image. That's if you want to participate. You don't have to, of course. But if you do, you will be the very first person to participate. And that means that you will have a first appearance. You'll be the first appearance from a subscriber or follower inside the manga. You'll get that special little thing. Well, you'll be a background character, obviously, because that's what the thing's about. But yeah. I'll let you go do that. I'm going to have to quickly record this. So that's where the screen's black. Okay. So, let me get that up. Start recording this. Okay. Oh, it might not be recording that. Oh, I might have to show it. I didn't think about that. I might have to show it for that thing to actually... Oh, you're down for it? You want to do it? Okay, just follow the things in the description then. Let me know if you have any issues. I can explain it to you. It should be really simple. I think I did an okay job of explaining it. And your friends or anybody else you want to get in on this, feel free. Completely free. All you got to do is subscribe or follow. If you do, since you're a subscriber, if you do hit the notification bell button, just let me know that you hit it. That little bell right next to the subscribe button. If you hit that, your character will appear twice. So the more steps you do, the more, appearances you get. Basically what I said in the description. Let me check that video real quick, because I don't think it actually did record that, did it? No, it did not. Okay, so I am going to have to show it. Alright, well, this is why 9anime is better than Crunchyroll. Okay. Oh, you don't have friends? Well, that's alright. Don't you worry, pal. I got you covered. You'll show up in here. You'll be a star eventually, if anybody ever notices this. So, let me turn the main stream back on, because I do have to record this. I am going to turn off my overlay just for a second here, because I do have to record it. Oh. I am going to keep streaming, though. I got to turn off the overlay to record it. You'll still hear me and all, but I won't hear anything else or see anything else. Let me do that recording real quick. So, and did I not turn off the chat? I did not turn off the chat. Okay, there we go. All right, just give me a minute here. I got to record this. Start recording, and go back a little bit further. Alright. I'm just gonna have to record this for a minute or two. The audio's fine, I can mute the audio, but oh shit. Let me go back. I'll need to get like a clip of it without the overlay on it. There we go. That way I have enough shots to edit it together. This is going to be the room where the overseers are at. Because it's just Tomodachi game and these are just background. Ah, damn it. It keeps doing this. Okay, hold on. I got this. So I'm not going to touch the thing so that it'll pop up over here. There we go. I just need this scene captured without the overlay over it. Okay. Alright. I'm not sure if it's gone back. Has it gone back? I think it's gone back. Okay, we're good. Alright. That's enough of a clip. Alright. Yeah, sure. I'm your friend here. I'll help you out on stream whenever I can. But I think I finally got that, so I can turn everything back on now. Alright. Alright, yep. Everything's back on. Okay. So. I think we're good there. And now I will go back over here. See, let me check this really quick. Yeah. So people are seeing, and I don't think people are participating, unfortunately. As for this, let me go check and see if I got a good recording out of it. Recording, and the overlay on it, there we go. That way I have enough shots to edit it together. This is going to be the room where the overseers are at. Because it's just Tomodachi game and these are just background. Ah, damn it. It keeps doing this. Okay, hold on. I got this. Okay. So I'm not going to touch. Alright, let me go close that door really quick. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me just double check here. Pal, this is my face. This is as far as you get for my face. This is my face, buddy. Reset position. There we go. There we go. Alright. Alright. Let's continue here. Oh. Let me know if you are doing that Twitter thing. There we go. Alright. Okay, now where was I? Just recorded that. I should probably take a look at the recording, I guess. Recording. And this is going to be the Hachi game, and these are just background. Ah, damn it. It keeps this. I got this. So I'm not going to touch. Alright. Just need to quickly edit that. It's 41 seconds. Something. Alright. Let me just upload this really quick. I could do a quick edit. Okay. Videos. Here. And I'm looking to trim off how much? Looking to trim off to the 41 second mark. Well, I'm not going to touch the thing so that it'll pop up over here. There we go. I just need this scene captured without the overlay over it. Okay. And did I ever get a shot of them looking directly at the screen here? I might need that. I'm not sure if it's going back. Has it gone back? I'm not going to touch the thing so that it'll pop up over here. There we go. Going back. Has it pop up over here? Okay. Captured. I just need this scene captured. Okay. Well then, Alright, so that's a short trim. That's only 8 seconds. So we're going to have to go to other episodes. I need one of them looking at the computer so that I can overlay this codec screen onto it. Okay. Let me check Twitch real quick. Is anybody on Twitch? Nope. Just me. Imagine if I had those numbers, eh? 73,000. I'll even the trade got like 4,000. Good grief. Alrighty. No, I don't have a very big platform, unfortunately. But I do have the power of editing. Lots and lots and lots of editing. So I guess we're going to go to episode 2. Yeah. Well, I'll check on here. So it'll make it a lot easier if I just check over here. And then I'll go over to the other site to see it. Okay. No more calls for this one. Oh, no, you don't. That's copyrighted, is it?
It's an obvious bluff.
Right, of course it is.
Interesting. Oh, you're back? Alright. Yeah, I'm just scanning through these really quickly. I'm trying to see if I can find one with the image on it. If I can't, that's fine too. I'm just gonna have to take a screenshot here. Oh, wait, their screenshots are blacked, aren't they? Oh, fuck. Alright, give me 1 second. I've got to go to the other website. It's kind of like a tug and forth game of back and forth. Okay. Oh, so that's 404. So if I go to... There it is. Okay, 2 and then 404. And I guess I'll copy this over here. Okay. No, I haven't. I saw some stuff online about it. I haven't been keeping up with it, to be honest with you. I only saw that one chapter from the thing. But here's the beauty about this. We could get to a point in the story here where I could just put in things like One Punch Man and whatnot from both the manga and the anime. It's just I needed the groundwork here. And that's the whole thing. Is that I need the groundwork to set up the thing so that I can grow here. Let me go back. We'll go back to Tomodachi game over there. So that I can get that set up. That'll be blacked. But no music. That, and I gotta go to 404. And it should still haven't captured the image yet. Okay. And there. Boom. Perfect. Alright, now we've got a captured image. Let me just double check. Alright. Alright, we got the image captured. Good. I think One Punch Saitama wins that. I'm pretty sure Saitama wins that. In that new chapter. I didn't get to see too much. We could take a quick look at Mastar Media and see what he said. Mastar Media. Yeah. So that's the one I just watched. And then I think there's like a chapter or two between.
So it turns out that Saitama is way stronger than we initially thought. Based on the last chapter of One Punch Man, we saw the serious table flip. This is something that we have been waiting for like 6-7 years. And with one hand, Saitama was able to completely dissipate the entire crust of Io, the moon of Jupiter. And this moon, just for perspective's sake, is actually very similar to the size of Earth's moon. Is an insane feat on its own. I mean, this, yes, is a serious move, but he was only using one hand here. Now, he says in this chapter that he went full power. We know that that's not 100% true because obviously he was only using one hand, right? Is it one hand at full power? And we've seen Saitama's feats before in the past, things like jumping from the moon down to Earth. His serious punch was able to part the clouds of the entire Earth. He has ridiculous speeds, and I believe there's like one part where he like punched a hole into another dimension or something like that. But I think the most important thing that happened in this chapter is that Saitama apparently does not obey the laws of any physics. We saw Garo use the hyperspace gates on Saitama, and he was able to grab them, literal black holes, with his bare hands and kick them away. Simultaneously, even though he said in the manga he couldn't breathe on the moon and he was just going to hold his breath, and you can't breathe on Io, he's able to just fight without breathing. Maybe we'll get an answer to that on the next chapter. Like perhaps he'll say, oh, I better finish this quick because I need to breathe. But so far, I mean, he's literally having a conversation without any oxygen even. So I'm not going to go into that whole power scaling argument, the laws of physics or the laws that's just not worth anatomy and physiology as well. And we got to see his new ultimate move in the most recent chapter, the omnidirectional serious punch. Now, we didn't get to see that connect, but that very easily, I believe, could have destroyed the entire galaxy. One of the most important things we can talk about here is the Serious Punch versus Serious Punch clash between Garo and Saitama. The amount of energy and force from two Serious Punches clashing could have easily have obliterated Earth, and as we saw, a blast with the help of the Galactic Cadre teleported them away, but it left a giant black like hole kind of in space. It appeared that it like wiped out millions of stars in the process, and it's tough to attribute this all to Saitama because this could easily have had something to do with Blast and the Galactic Cadre, how they created this massive gate to teleport Garo and Saitama away, as well as all of that damage from the connecting explosion of their fists. But I think it definitely does give us an indicator. I mean, if you just look at the energy coming out of that clash, I think at the very minimum, you might want to say that Saitama is solar system level. But we know that Saitama doesn't have any limits, and he's never really been pushed all the way. In fact, he may not even be going all out 110% against Garo because maybe he just simply doesn't want to kill him. But he did say in the manga, in this most recent chapter, I can go all out at full power against the guy who can take it. But granted, after everything he accomplished in this most recent chapter, the serious table flip teleporting around the planet at like faster than light speeds, shooting out these serious punches and omnidirectional serious punches, flying through hyperspace gates at like seemingly warp speed, it's very clear here that Saitama is way stronger than we even initially thought. I mean, I think most people thought he was probably planet level, but after seeing the destructive power of those serious punches clashing, I think it's pretty evident that he's way more powerful than we ever imagined, and we still haven't even scratched the surface for him, at least I don't think. Now, at the end of the chapter, it did appear that Saitama took some damage. It looked like he's spitting out blood. We're not 100% sure about that yet, if that's spit or blood, but if Saitama is actually having a struggle with Garo, like even it's not even a struggle, but like he's like having to try a little bit against Garo. What happens when Saitama fights the real god? I mean, if these truly are Saitama's full power punches, like if he's saying here in this chapter that Serious Punch is my strongest punch, which I don't think it is, then I think that Saitama might actually have some trouble against God. And it might be Saitama plus Blast and Galactic Crew against God as the finale of the series. Like, Saitama at that point might actually need help, because if a sliver of God's power is able to inflict damage on Saitama, the actual God himself could potentially be far stronger than even Saitama, which I don't even know how is possible at this point, considering that Saitama just keeps increasing his feats seemingly limitlessly. To summarize this chapter alone, like, what feats can we add for Saitama? For one, it's very evident here that he can breathe out in space, or at least he doesn't need to breathe. Like, that's pretty insane. I mean, we've seen him hold his breath on the moon, but like able to withstand nuclear explosions and black holes like they're nothing. Now, he did actually withstand Gjörgenshoop, if you remember. I think it's like episode 11 of season 1. And that guy's power is supposed to be the strength of a black hole, and Saitama was literally just standing there like it was nothing. So we have seen him encounter kind of black hole level powers before, and that's not really anything new, but we haven't seen him physically grab a black hole with his bare hands. That's something that Goku can't do, I don't think. And there's one point in the chapter where Garo says that as he's getting ping-ponged around in the serious table flip attack, that I feel so disoriented. It's like a child playing with a caged bug, right? A caged insect. And that's pretty much, I think, an analogy
kind of did a good job.
What exactly this battle actually is, where Garo is the insect and the child is Saitama. Garo, who could easily destroy the Earth, is an insect compared to Saitama. Now, could his strongest punch destroy an entire galaxy? I think it's very possible. Although we still don't know what his like true full power 100% punch actually is. It might be Serious Punch. I mean, or omnidirectional Serious Punch. That might be his strongest move ever, which is a combination of the serious table flip plus essentially serious side hops plus serious punches, right? He's creating all these after images of himself moving at light speed or far beyond light speed, and then all the after images throw a serious punch at the same time. If those fists connect, I'm pretty sure that would probably wipe out a galaxy. I mean, I feel like it's definitely possible, and considering what we saw in this chapter and considering how strong Garo is. Of course, that's all speculation. I mean, the thing is, Saitama is limitless, and we're never probably
trying
going
to
to know
think
the
here,
true
what are
extent of
the-
his 100% power until he fights against God at the end
Mask
of the
it
series.
or what?
But from the explosion
There's
from
a
the
lot of
clash
things
the
that
two
we have
serious
here as
punches generating
options
that much energy and
image
just being
part.
able to
But yeah, I'm
basically
gonna keep these
destroy
videos
a
up.
moon
I
with the
think they're
flick of his
interesting
wrist.
enough.
People are
I'll
going to start
keep them up.
arguing if Saitama is stronger than
watch a
Goku
couple more
again. In the
Saitama
next
videos
chapter,
after this.
I'm guessing it's going to be the conclusion to this fight, and I'm guessing we're going to be able to add a lot of additional feats even on top of what we got in 167. Because if it follows the continuity of kind of like how the webcomic develops, Garo's probably going to try his best to throw some serious punches, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get annihilated. And then he's either going to take the full power of God, or his body is going to start distorting, or something has to happen. Because in the webcomic, Garo keeps monsterifying more, and he turns into like this big gargoyle. But we actually got way past that already. I think Murata does have something special in store for us, and as Blast said, that Garo basically only has a sliver of the divine power. So I think it's possible Garo may take more.
So,
if he
I'm
can't
trying
beat
it again
Saitama,
here.
he very well may say, hey God, give me full power, or give me more power. It may transform him even more. They may start doing even crazier things. And I think we're going to be able to add even more to the feat sheet of Saitama, which seemingly is endless, seemingly limitless. Of course, they can't give us God versus Saitama yet, because that should be reserved for the finale of the series. I mean, God is obviously the final boss, but I could see him giving Garo even more power, potentially. And what happens then? Is Saitama gonna have to use something beyond serious? Are we gonna, is he gonna blow up Jupiter?
Yes,
or
actually,
like,
yes.
I don't know, but
I
I'm
can.
pretty
Here,
pumped.
let
and
me
I'm
show
pretty
you a
excited.
quick
These
snippet.
chapters are just 10
I
out of
can.
10.
I can, and I have proof. Let's go over there really quick. Here it is.
Version of this, you can
see where's the Saitama part. Here it is.
basically converted each and individual frames into the sketch and put them back together into a video.
Oh wait, hold on. I think I passed
it. The dark parts of an image would turn into this mush-like ink. So if your input image is too dark or has a lot of shades, then it will be very visible and look like those shading used in manga panels. Here, I just basically converted each and individual frames into the sketch and put them back together into a video. It runs pretty quickly and it's pretty satisfying to watch. Other than this, I cannot think of a way to utilize the converted sketch. Maybe practice how to color in an anime frame. I don't know. Or maybe this can turn into a sick montage edit or something, like how FPS boosting is used.
So I think you get the gist. Yes, I can. It's essentially the thing right there. Let us go back.
So it turns out that Saitama is way, because if wrist, people are going to start arguing if Saitama is stronger than Goku again. Clash of the two is limitless, and we're never probably going to know the true extent of his 100% power until he fights against God at the end of the series. But from the explosion from the clash of the two serious punches generating that much energy and just being able to basically destroy a moon with the flick of his wrist, people are going to start arguing if Saitama is stronger than Goku again. In the next chapter, I'm guessing it's going to be the conclusion to this fight, and I'm guessing we're going to be able to add a lot of additional feats even on top of what we got in 167. Because if it follows the continuity of kind of like how the webcomic develops, Garo's probably going to try his best to throw some serious punches, but pretty sure he's going to get annihilated. And then he's either going to take the full power of God, or his body is going to start distorting, or something has to happen. Because in the webcomic, Garo keeps monsterifying more, and he turns into like this big gargoyle. But we actually got way past that already. I think Murata does have something special in store for us. And as Blast said, that Garo basically only has a sliver of the divine power. So I think it's possible Garo may take more. If he can't beat Saitama, he very well may say, hey God, give me full power, or give me more power. It may transform him even more. They may start
Maybe I
doing even
should
crazier
silhouette it.
things. And I think we're going to be able to add even more to the feat sheet of Saitama, which seemingly is endless, seemingly limitless. Of course, they can't give us God versus Saitama yet, because that should be reserved for the finale of the series. I mean, God is obviously the final boss, but I could see him giving Garo even more power, potentially. And what happens then? Is Saitama going to have to use something beyond serious? Are we going to, you know, is he going to blow up Jupiter, like, or something? Like, I don't know, but I'm pretty pumped and I'm pretty excited. These chapters are just 10 out of 10 over and over for like five chapters in a row. Absolutely amazing, breathtaking stuff. And the next one, I'm assuming, is the finale, because Murata did mention something about that on Twitter.
That's not exactly
this
what I was
arc
going
is about
for.
to end. So I could expect
But it
one
does
or two
give me the
more
hair.
insane feats from Saitama
It
in
does
the
give me
next
the hair.
chapter. I hope you guys are ready. I'm Mastar. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a thumbs up, and I'll see you on the next one.
It's not exactly what I was hoping for, but it does give me the hair. Let me see. Dark. Okay. Alright, I think that video's over, so we'll go to one of his other ones here.
Saitama realized that he arrived too late to save Genos, and this causes him to go completely berserk. Saitama has finally been pushed past his limit. With the death of Genos, Saitama, for the first time in the One Punch Man universe, will show his true power. God Garo has shown to become the greatest threat that the world and Saitama have ever seen. The first true God-level threat. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that Saitama will win, but we have never seen him truly this pissed off. To see his best friend being murdered in cold blood and Garo just simply taunting it, throwing Saitama Genos' core, his heart, causes Saitama to go into a complete berserk and immediately throw a serious punch directly at Garo. But to the viewer's surprise, Garo was able to copy Saitama's serious mode and throw a serious punch back, to which Blast says that this level of power clashing could destroy the entire planet, could shatter the entire Earth. So I think it's pretty evident here that Blast will be teleporting these two either off planet or to another dimension.
Okay.
At least I hope that he can, because he said that his dimensional gates were overloading from all of the power that Garo was generating. So it is also possible that maybe Blast can't, in fact, teleport them off world or to some other dimension or something like that. And we learned a lot in this chapter. After we got the translations, I really sat down and dissected it. And I want to go over some of the really important paneling, because there was a ton of story development, lots of changes from the webcomic, and we're finally getting like seemingly an actual threat for Saitama. I mean, this was easily a 10 out of 10 chapter. Of course, there's still some webcomic elitists that are complaining on Twitter, but honestly, who cares about them? This chapter was insane. The One Punch Man for the first time was trending on Twitter, and I have just seen such an overwhelming outpour of support for this series currently. I mean, fans are really jumping on the hype train for this mega fight between Saitama and Garo, introducing a lot of new fans, and it's just amazing. I mean, this is easily my favorite chapter ever. I literally sat down and just reread it for like 4 hours, just jaw on the ground. I just can't grasp how insane it is. So there's so much to talk about. I'm going to break this whole chapter down panel by panel because there's a lot. Get your popcorn and let's dive in. So the first thing to talk about here is actually the cover page, which has Garo's colors, showing you that kind of black armor with cosmic everything inside of him. And it turns out that little formation in his chest is a nebula known as the Horsehead Nebula, which is located in the constellation of Orion the Hunter. And real quick about the radiation, so that aura that you're seeing off of Garo as he walks towards the S-Class heroes is like cosmic levels of radiation. If you weren't aware, there is a lot of radiation out there in the universe Now, I'm not 100% sure. They don't explain whether or not Garo is doing this on purpose because he has mastered the flow of all energy and all things in the universe, or is this because of his transfusion with God? In any case, it's powerful in his own right. Just simply by battling him, by being in his proximity, you'll die to critical levels of radiation. I mean, that's pretty insane. The guy's literally a walking nuclear reactor, which makes sense because he does throw these like nuclear fists. Now, Bang says that he senses something evil inside of Garo, something is controlling him, and Garo continues to tell the audience that no, it's not God, but we do learn later on from Blast that yes, God definitely has some level of influence on Garo and he's out of control. So then Blast arrives, and this is also interesting because of the chapter 164 redraw. In the initial issue, Blast came with a crew of other fighters, including Boros or a Boros lookalike. So where are they? I'm not really sure. Is this a rewrite? Is Boros and company not coming? I guess they're not. But here Blast agrees with Silverfang, saying that Garo is being controlled by God, telling Garo, couldn't you tell by the nature of this divine power that you were given? Any attack you unleash while on this planet could endanger the very existence of all living things. Does that line up with your actual goals? Two other interesting things here. Silverfang, I guess, has never met Blast. He doesn't know who this guy is until Blast says, I'm Blast. And also, Garo doesn't know that the creature that gave him this power is actually God, or at least is called God. Garo has zero understanding of what exactly this creature is that was lending him this deal. So Garo says to Blast, what should I do about it then? And Blast says, if you accept the reality of the situation and see how your cosmic radiation that you're emitting is killing all of these humans, let me take you to another dimension, which is probably why at the end of this chapter, the very next panel after this, after the next chapter, is going to be Blast teleporting Garo and Saitama to this other dimension where their serious punches should meet. And we'll talk about the cataclysmic clash of that in just a minute. On the next page, we learn even more things. For one, Blast is resistant to this cosmic radiation. Why is that? Is it part of his power? Does he have some sort of shield up? Has he also taken power from God, which I definitely think he has? And I'm going to talk about that coming up as well. But Blast acknowledges that Garo has retained some sense of his humanity, that he managed to stave off a full importation of power. To which we see this nervous face on Blast when he says to himself, what would it have been like if he allowed himself to be fully imported or imparted by the God power? And yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Is Garo as strong as God at this point? I thought Blast was out in space fighting God with a bunch of other S+ tier galactic heroes. So why is he so frightened by Garo's power? And how comes he couldn't do more to Garo? If he's out there fighting God, why is he struggling so much with one of God's avatars that only has a sliver of God's power, not even the full thing? That's a big question. Have we seen Blast full power in this chapter? I doubt it. I mean, he actually felt relatively weak in this chapter, but let's get there now. So Blast says something very interesting here. He says, I hope Garo will come along and listen, but if not, it will be a battle for supremacy between two beings who manipulate the reality of the cosmos to decide who is right and who is wrong. Meaning that Blast power seemingly is relatively similar to Garo's in the sense that you can change reality. It sounds like Blast probably has had some sort of impartation from God himself as well, probably from collecting the cubes. Maybe the first cube he ever picked up, he was zapped by some of God's power. Maybe that's what made Blast what he is and gave him all of his dimensional capabilities, which we know that God also has. Garo is extremely proud of himself for finally becoming the symbol of fear for humanity, the true disaster level god. And yes, he is far stronger than Boros at this point. I mean, his power level is like actually insane. I feel like he could destroy the earth with just a bunch of his nuclear fission attacks, and he actually ends up copying Blast's gravity knuckle as well as having the gamma ray burst. So yes, he truly is disaster level god. But if Garo is this strong, I'm just wondering, like, how strong is the actual god? And we see Garo throwing off his humanity here. I'll finish off my master. The little kid will die. This is just how it needs to be for me to become and stay absolute evil. It seems that the impartation from God just simply allowed Garo to sever his humanity completely. and he's not like fighting to protect humans anymore. He doesn't care anymore. He just wants to kill everything. And as he was just talking about Terrio, we get this image of Terrio who is passed out on the floor, blood coming out of his mouth, dying from radiation. And even this doesn't startle Garo, meaning that he's not going to simply see Terrio and regain his humanity or his sense of morality. He is pure evil, which means to me that this fight will not end with Garo snapping out of it. The only way it's going to end is for Saitama to straight up defeat Garo, who seems to be invincible in this chapter. Genos comes in with the flying headbutt that nobody saw coming, a valiant last-ditch effort to do some damage and take out Garo, but obviously that's not going to stop him. So as Garo holds up Genos' head, he says, "So that Baldy was at a high enough level to have an S-class hero like yourself as an apprentice. That makes sense." And this is because of Garo versus Genos' first altercation. When they fought, Genos mentioned his master Saitama and that Garo will never be able to catch up to him. We see Blast activate his wrists, creating the infinity symbol for like singularity and shooting out the dimension cannon, just a ball of black energy that appears to basically be like some sort of gateway blast. Garo jumps over it and we don't see the explosion, but he does get sucked into a portal. So I think this dimension cannon is more of like a utility kind of attack than an actual like destructive attack. And I'm not sure if the dimension cannon is what is creating these rifts or if Blast is just kind of activating that passively. We don't see him do any hand symbols or anything like that here. He does do one later, which leads me to question the actual strength of Blast. I mean, we know that he's very fast. He hits Garo here in the face with Gravity Knuckle, and it looks like it does damage, but it doesn't. After getting a barrage of Gravity Knuckles to the face and the whole body, Garo takes literally 0 damage. So I'm not sure, this doesn't feel strong from Blast. I mean, yes, it was a cool technique. He kind of controlled Garo for a little bit, but he didn't inflict any damage at all. So is Blast holding back because he's worried about the Earth? That's very possible. Or maybe he's just not at the level of Garo. Blast's attacks seem to be kind of underwhelming. At least the Gravity Knuckle didn't really seem to improve him that much, besides maybe just simply adding more strength, or perhaps he has to use the Gravity Knuckle in order to keep these rifts open in order to do this combination attack on Garo. But it seems what Blast was actually trying to do was just control Garo to the point where he could get these 2 rifts to close in on each other and seal, which would either one, crush Garo, or just lock him in some crazy alternate dimension. And Garo somehow is able to open up the portal and float out, also taking the Gravity Knuckle attack on his right hand and having the nuclear fission fist on his left hand, which is absolutely insane. Now, I don't know how Garo escaped here. I guess the only reasonable explanation is that if he's able to copy Blast's Gravity Knuckle, then he could perhaps also copy his dimensional capabilities and allow himself to get out. Now he's combining attacks. The Gravity Knuckle plus the nuclear fission fist.
Oh,
and
see you
this
later,
is
man.
one of the most insane attacks. Definitely could blow a huge chunk of Earth up in a second, and Blast knows this. So he creates a swarm of small dimensional portals to which all of the attacks go into, and Blast is actually going to redirect and launch those attacks out into.
Yeah. And I said, ma'am, this is my 3rd day. I don't know the usual.
You like scoop like chocolate and then slide it across the bar. The usual.
You got it, boss.
It reminds me of like SpongeBob with like his milkshake. He's just like milkshake drunk at like the table.
At the Goofy Goober candy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I never thought about that. They're drunk off of dairy.
Yes.
Off all the pus and dairy.
Dude, oh my gosh, I would love to like start saying that to like places I've never been. I'll take the usual. It's like,
what the fuck does that mean?
What does
by
that
the
mean
way?
to me? But yeah, people really are that stupid.
Yeah, walked into Baskin Robbins, said, I'll have my usual. And I said, ma'am, this is my 3rd day working here. I'm also 16.
Yes.
What the fuck is your usual? And she said, well, find someone in the back that knows it. And I'm like, just tell me what it is,
It's
ma'am. I can make
easier.
it.
You're using like way too many words.
Yeah.
Just tell me it's like Rocky Road.
It's literally a scoop of vanilla ice
Yes.
cream. What the fuck is your usual? And I ended up, it was like a caramel milkshake.
Mhm.
It was just like vanilla ice cream with a caramel drizzle.
Yeah.
She sat there and berated me. I was 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
Cried in the back. Cried in the freezer. Let myself in the freezer,
Yes.
freezing, sobbing. My tears are frozen.
Just hand in the ice cream buckets, like eating. It's your third day.
I used to steal from Baskin Robbins.
Yeah.
In
like the money or the ice cream?
No, the ice cream.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe people just won't be
Worst.
interested until
I
it's
robbed
like,
the freezer. Yeah, that was what was the question?
What's the people don't
Hey,
okay, so
like-
people in this episode or like this documentary thought it wasn't real because like it's
Oh yeah.
it was just like too perfect.
Yeah, we also had some well, we've talked about this before. I've had some like homeless people come in and piss in the bathroom and then leave.
Yeah.
And then I had to clean it. Like just piss on the wall.
Yes.
It's like you get the bowl's right there.
One time in college, I was buying Dunkin', and this guy didn't like his bagel, so I guess he came through the line again, and he just threw it against the window. And he just drove, like, slowly, like, around the Dunkin', and just, like, stuck to the window. And I was like, okay, like, just throw it away. Like, dude, or throw it.
Eat it.
I know, there's, like, trash cans literally at the end of the drive-thru. Like, what are you doing?
And it does a slow little
Yeah,
slide
it's
down because of the cream cheese. Just ruin that person's day.
So let's talk about the catfish
don't really
effect.
do
So
much,
the
do it?
title of the documentary was inspired by a trade practice among Norwegian fishermen who added a single catfish into the tank of sardines or cod in order to keep their stock physically active and fresh while in transportation. The lore is also
that's
told in the
making it a
film
lot
by
more
Vince, who
complicated.
compares Angela to the role of catfish and keeps others active in life. Furthermore,
I don't understand that science. Are they feeding off of the catfish?
I think the catfish just like chases the sardines and cod around, so it keeps them like active and healthy.
Maybe I should call it early.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're not like eating it.
I don't think so. Did you ever have like a goldfish where they ate their kids?
How long have I been
Oh, all my goldfish would eat their kids.
Well, goldfish die in like 48 hours too, right? Hey, but they remember like an elephant.
They never forget.
We've been streaming
Wait,
for
no,
an
you
hour.
were talking about earlier, like hamsters. Like
Oh my god, I found myself on that fucking side of TikTok where
apparently
people
we're
just
not
like
even on the,
brutally murdered their
Wi-Fi.
hamsters as kids.
It's crazy. Like that's like the one like pet that it's kind of okay to kill.
Okay.
Like
well,
not,
they just die so easily.
I know. Like they'll bite you and someone will throw it, or like
dead.
the hamster will fall out of the cage and it's just dead.
Yeah.
You look at it too long.
I watched.
It gets nervous. It's like, okay, I guess I'll. No, but hamsters.
Yeah, I was watching this one where she introduced another hamster into the cage, and it was
Yeah.
a lot smaller. Ate it.
No, yeah, hamsters
Ate it and died.
will eat. She's so full from eating your friend.
Ate and died.
Yes. No, but yeah, hamsters eat their babies.
Damn.
I know, it's so weird. What
Nature's beautiful.
I know, the circle of life.
The circle of life is in my hamster cage is so beautiful.
The circle of
Yeah, I
hamsters.
wasn't allowed to have a hamster as a kid. I don't know why. I probably would have killed it.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Yeah, retrospectively.
Wait, so furthermore, a method known as the catfish effect has been applied in human resources to motivate a team by optimizing the distribution of competition among colleagues.
Didn't comprehend a word that you just said.
I was thinking the catfish effect would like motivate people in different organizations because like your boss like dresses up as a pretty woman and
Yeah.
like flirts with you over Slack,
Yeah.
and then you find out later it's your boss
Oh.
again. All right. So the spread of catfishing on July 22nd, 2010, catfish, as it's used in this context, was first added to Urban Dictionary, defined as someone who pretends to be someone they're not using Facebook or other social media to create false identities, particularly to pursue deceptive online romances.
I think that there's a rush in that.
Yeah. I think it's for, I mean, yeah, because it's like, it's easier to share and connect with people online.
When you're lying.
Yeah, or like, over the internet. Like, I can go on TikTok Live and, like, describe the color of my hole.
Yeah.
But if you were to come up to me or anyone in this building were to be like, so, what's the color of your asshole? I'd be like, that's really weird, man.
I would like to say that she's lying, and I do know the color of her hole. So that's not a fair statement.
Okay, yeah. It's the Pantone color of the year. Hole. No, so, but yeah.
Hole-scented Yankee Candle.
Yes, but when you think about like sharing and being open, it's so much easier to do it online.
Yeah.
So I can
Well, that
imagine
might have
with romance,
backfired
that's
for
why
now,
this
but,
happens.
Yeah. It's also that fantasy of
Maybe I
not
can
being
describe
yourself.
Yeah.
You can be whoever you want to be.
And you could be like prettier.
Yeah.
Or more handsome.
It's a phenomenon that we actually explore a lot on this podcast, escapism. This is another form of escapism, I would argue.
The only thing that really sucks, that sucks with this one is that you're probably like swindling another person.
I feel like that's a different. Just hear my voice. I feel like that's a different type of like sugar daddy and sugar baby catfishing.
Yeah.
I did that in high school one time.
You did?
Yeah, I went on one of those sugar daddy websites and I like used some random Tumblr girl's pictures, and he was like, "How do I know that you're da-da-da, hold up 3 fingers in a picture?" And I was like, this is immediately too much effort, and I just like deleted my account.
No, she just edit 3 like fingers onto that girl's hand.
It's my meaty hand. Just like...
Clearly a different like skin tone.
Yeah.
How much money did you get?
0.
Oh.
Because we didn't even get past that stage.
He's smart.
Yeah, whatever.
So the usage of the term likely faded away after a few months, but grew in popularity slightly 2 years later with the premiere of MTV series based on the premise of the film in November of 2012. In January of 2013, the slang term was a notable resurgence in popularity due to the highly publicized scandal surrounding Notre Dame football player Manti Te'o and his catfish girlfriend. I think he just got catfished by a girl.
Famously, it sounds like.
And he was a famous guy.
Embarrassing.
So let's talk about some notable examples. Brittany, take it away.
So one of the most famous is Lene Kekwa. In January 2013, the slang term saw a notable resurgence. Oh.
He just copied and pasted that part.
And he did. Stanley.
So then it all began in October.
Good work. Okay, so this is that story.
Yeah.
It all began in October 2012 when Te'o appeared in a YouTube video to speak about the recent losses of his grandmother and his girlfriend, Lene Kekwa, both of whom had passed away from illnesses only 6 hours apart on September 21st. Then, months later, on January 16th, 2013, Timothy Burke and Jack Dickey of Deadspin published an investigative report surrounding Kekwa's identity, after discovering there was no official record of her existence.
Damn.
They also found that the photographs used to identify Kekwa in the media belonged to a 22-year-old Californian woman who did not know Te'o. That's like almost like true crime scary.
I know, and why do you think that she decided to die 6 hours after his grandmother?
You know what? I don't want to let my mind explore that his grandmother was catfishing him and they were dating.
Oh, wait, no, I wasn't suggesting that
That's where my brain went.
Oh, that's, no, I meant like, did he go online and tell her that like his grandmother passed? And
She said,
she
I'm
was
gonna
like,
die too.
you know, speaking of which, terminally ill,
Yeah.
you know, and then 6 hours later.
I don't know. That just feels like not a coincidence.
Yeah, I wonder like how she passed, like how, like was she hit by a car? Like, did she make a fake friend post on her wall, like, hey, sorry that you died?
Yeah, she got logged out of her account.
Yeah, like, how did he immediately know that she died?
That's a good question because, like, who would have, if she didn't exist, who would have reported to him that she had passed?
I imagine she created a burner to be like, RIP. But the thing is only if one person is posting RIP on your wall, like, that's suspicious too.
Yeah.
Like, usually when a friend passes, this is sad. Like, on Facebook, it's like, you know, a lot of people are tagging.
A bunch of people, yeah, even if you didn't know them.
Just, could you imagine if you died and only one person was like, RIP?
Oh, that'd be embarrassing.
And then the next year, there's a happy birthday post.
Yeah.
Haven't seen you in forever. Let's hang out.
Miss you, girl.
Yes.
Hey, girlie, are you looking to work on you looking to make your own schedule?
Are you feeling a little anxious and overwhelmed? These feelings can make it hard to shift gears and get in the mood. With Dipsy, you can like reverse image search. You know, I mean, you could probably do it back then, but not as easily. But yeah, I mean, if someone is like catfishing me, I feel like they're a catfish, I would just look up their picture beforehand.
My mom got catfished on an online dating. I think it was on Christian Mingle, to be honest. And it was this guy who claimed that he was a millionaire from selling from what?
The second coming of Christ.
Yes. He claimed that he was a prophet. And that would be so crazy. Yeah, I'm dating the second coming.
Yes.
It was this guy who claimed that he like sold fruit. But it was like, I don't know. He was like had the monopoly on like international fruit sales or something like that, like imports and exports of some fruit. And on his profile, he had because you know how men on dating profiles will put like a picture of their motorcycle or of their car, like they're trying to prove their worth and their material objects because they're usually ugly or you know have a terrible personality. He put a picture of his house because it was like this big mansion log cabin, and he was like, you know, I live here, you can come visit me, whatever, I'm a millionaire. And my mom was like, reverse image search the picture. He Googled it.
Yeah.
He Googled rich log cabin.
I thought you were gonna say like he put a picture of like a fruit stand, and it was just like
one of those rainbow umbrellas,
or it was like a Michael Bluth's like banana stand from like Arrested Development, and your mom's like, "Hey, I've seen this show."
You're like, well, wait a second,
I'm not an idiot.
Yeah, and that like she literally clocked him.
Yeah,
she was like, "You're lying." He unmatched her.
Yeah, but what a crazy like you could spin any tale, and you chose I'm a fruit I have a fruit monopoly.
Yeah, what's something vague enough to be believable?
Yeah.
She was like, really? Tell me more. He's like, I would rather not. I am lying, by the way.
I'd catfish and I'd tell people I play like Hermione Granger and Harry Potter, and they're like, no, you're not.
Sorry.
Emma Watson? What?
Sorry.
But yeah, there are more notable stories like Kate Brianna Fulton in July of 2013. The U.S. federal agents, and Bulgarian police began searching for an American teenager named Kate Brianna Fulton after someone claiming to be her boyfriend called the U.S. embassy in Moldova report that she had been kidnapped in Bulgaria for a ransom of $50,000.
Oh my God.
Which was further backed by a call for help allegedly sent from Fulton's Twitter account a few days before her disappearance. However, after engaging in an extensive regional search for the woman without any results, the investigators soon determined that Fulton was a fictitious entity created by New Jersey teenager. This is a Russian name.
That is a Russian name.
Andriy Myhaky-Livsky. And that the student whose photographs were misappropriated as pictures of the missing girl was safe in the United States.
Holy shit!
And then he was taken into custody. That was crazy. But
wait, once taken into custody, he confessed that he had been posing as Kate Fulton in order to play a joke on one of his classmates.
It's a prank video where you just get $50,000 out of your friend.
I catfished as an American in Bulgaria and contacted the U.S. Embassy.
This is like, okay, so I don't understand why a lot of these people, like, to get out of the catfish, they go to such extremes. Like, I died or I was kidnapped by the Bulgarian government.
There's no other way to end it. I mean, think about it. There's no, like, logical ending to, like, you can't just break up with your catfish girlfriend.
You can just, yeah, you can. You'd be like, hey, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling this anymore, and then just cut it off.
I just think it has to end in extremes like this.
I mean, maybe. It just seems like a little bit too much.
I think the mental state of someone who's willing to do this.
Yeah.
You are willing to take it there. Because there's no repercussions.
Yeah. I mean, you're already catfishing and lying about who you are.
Might as well involve the embassy.
Why not call the government?
Why not put some U.S. dollars? Some taxpayer money.
So there's also another one from an Army Staff Sergeant Matthew A. Puccino.
Ooh.
On January 24th, 2014, the Buffalo News reported that Cheektowaga, a New York resident, Brandon Ashraf, had made fake profiles on Facebook and dating websites for deceased Army Staff Sergeant Matthew A. Puccino, who was killed in 2009 by a roadside explosive in Afghanistan. Ashraf was charged with misdemeanor criminal impersonation after Puccino's sister Melissa discovered the fake profiles and notified the police.
That's just disrespectful.
Yeah, it's stolen valor to some degree.
It is.
You post Actually, is that stolen valor if you like pretend to be someone in the military online?
That died, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, is stolen valor just like wearing military clothes?
Yeah.
So then how do military surplus stores work? If a civilian can buy like fatigues, why is it considered stolen valor if it's legal?
It's drag.
Oh, it can't be. Yes.
That is kind of wild.
I know. Yeah.
You're like, well, what the hell do we do with it? Sell it.
Yeah, I mean, you can buy like Purple Hearts and like different badges.
We should.
Yeah, we should just create like an entire.
We come in here in full military regalia. Start addressing each other as sergeant.
We like salute before every like episode.
That's the next step for Broski Nation. I'm gonna start shipping out fucking military uniforms.
We have to pause the podcast recording because Brittany's getting deployed. Wait, no, we do a coming home video where I'm like recording and you're
a German Shepherd.
Wait, no, I'm like recording and you're like on the TV, and then it's just like you show up behind me and like put your hand on my shoulder.
I come to your high school football game.
Yes.
What are these grown people doing?
I don't know. I'm on a homecoming court and you just walk me across the field.
Oh, some of those I've seen are like really fucking jarring.
I know.
Where they like rip a bag off someone's head and it's like, surprise, your brother's home from Afghanistan. That's wild. Disoriented.
My mom was deployed 5 times, and every single time she came home, she just didn't want to speak to anyone.
And I get that.
For days. Like, she would just fall asleep. So every time I see a coming home video, I'm like, my mom just ignored me.
My mom did not like me.
Yes.
So, did anyone else have that experience? I'd like to see those videos. Coming home and ignoring your kids.
Turns out war did not soften her heart. Do you want to talk about Trey, Top Dog,
Yeah,
Ellis?
let's do it. You know, my dad was never deployed.
Your dad was in the Army, right?
The Air Force.
Oh, because
he did everything when I was really young.
How was your dad not deployed?
He had a family.
How long? My mom had a family. How long was your dad in the military?
22 years.
And he was never deployed?
He was He was like in the Gulf War in like early 2000s. So I was a baby and he was going through a divorce with my mom. So that probably had something to do with it.
Wait, actually, that's another coincidence. My mom was Operation Desert Storm, Desert Shield in the early 90s, and she got divorced around that time as well.
Hey, tearing families apart, the U.S. government.
But bringing us together.
Oh, cousins.
Yes.
All right, anyway.
Trey
Top Dog Ellis. On June 10th, 2014, Alabama.com. So what the fuck is that?
Travel Alabama.
Travel Alabama or don't. Alabama.com reported that 19-year-old Marissa Williams was being held in a jail in Tuscaloosa, Alabama for asking a fictional Facebook friend to shoot and kill several members of her family. Court documents revealed that Williams' aunt had posed as a man named Trey Top Dog Ellis on Facebook to spy on her niece's social media activities. After Williams began chatting with the fake account, she asked Ellis to pay for her cell phone bill in exchange for sex? They're related?
Wait, I'm trying to figure this out.
This is not making sense.
So Williams' aunt posed as a man to spy on her niece's social media. Just create a burner. What are you doing?
And Williams Marissa asked a fictional Facebook friend to shoot and kill members of her family.
Uh-huh.
After Williams began chatting with the fake account, she asked Ellis to pay for her cell phone bill in exchange for sex. Days later, Williams revealed that she did not wish to live with her family anymore and asked Ellis to murder her aunt's fiance, and the family dog before fleeing with her. Williams' aunt subsequently contacted the police, who came to the house and arrested Williams on charges of solicitation of murder.
You know, usually I don't like when a family member, oversteps online, but I feel like
a little warranted.
Yeah, if your daughter or your niece you're like, they might murder someone someday.
Or me.
Yeah, I would understand, creating a fake account to, watch what they do.
Yeah.
You know?
This is very complicated.
Yeah. So this girl basically asked her aunt, who was catfishing as a man, to
kill her aunt.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be a movie.
That really could be. And why the family dog, though? Just open the backyard.
Do?
Like the back door.
Yeah, just let him go.
Yeah.
And cell phone bill in exchange for sex?
What?
Just layers and layers to it. Really, really, this is a Netflix series.
It really is.
If you could pick something that's happened in our lifetime for a Netflix series to be made on it, what would you pick?
With us or me individually or you individually?
Anything. You individually.
Me individually, I have a lot of fun, horrible moments in my life that I guess could be spun to be exciting.
So it would be about you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A movie about me would be about me.
Oh no, I mean in your lifetime, the things we've endured, in pop culture and whatever. What do you think is deserving of a Netflix show?
Oh my god, dude, you're asking a very loaded question. I'm trying to think. I have stories, but I don't know what's long enough. I guess my transformation from closeted Christian to lesbian podcast host, because I have hit a lot of weird milestones, being in a sorority, eating disorder stuff.
You've lived a life.
Vine, military, moving around.
Yeah.
It's pretty much you could break my life into chapters by places I've moved.
I would watch the Sarah Shower show.
Yeah, but then it would just end with the camera just in this room, and I'm like, all right, the end.
Thanks for coming and watching my show.
This is how far I've gotten. And then they're just it fades to black, and it's Sarah died 6 hours after I was finished rapping.
You went to meet a catfish for a hookup, they killed you.
What would yours be about?
Great question.
Well, I was talking, you should have thought of something.
Mine would be a spotlight on Disney adults.
Mm-hmm.
And I would narrate it.
Okay, so would you be a subject in it, or are you just the narrator?
I would be a foot half in, half out sort of thing, where it's I get it, but here are the real fucking weirdos.
Yeah, what's those that guy during Christmas movies where he begins or the Twilight Zone host?
Oh yeah, I would be the Rod Serling of my own life.
Yeah, and then it goes to the story, and then it wraps up with you with some life lesson. Disney adults, weird but good,
but unhealed childhood trauma, but really aiming for just to relive it. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Is that Disney adults are so nostalgic for their childhood and the false sense of security that Disney creates as a cinematic universe, that it's a form of comfort because the world is so overwhelming. Yeah. Just like anything else. Anything that we explore in this fucking podcast is adults trying to self-soothe.
To cope, yeah. I mean, I understand that. Whenever I'm like really depressed, I'll watch like Sleeping Beauty or something, or like Mulan, and it just makes me feel so young.
Exactly.
And like my brain is squeaky clean.
Yeah.
Like there hasn't been like shit in the fucking creases
Yeah.
for years now.
I watch The Mandalorian
Over and over again.
and Rick and Morty.
Yes.
Over and over and over.
So there is the like the sociology behind catfishing. It's been thought to have grown in popularity as it allows participants to disassociate from one's everyday identity, shielding them from moral obligations or responsibility. This is attributed to the online disinhibition effect, due to which online users feel more comfortable sharing information, some of which may be untrue, on an online forum than through in-person communication. Which, yeah.
I totally get that.
Yeah, I love lying online.
I do too.
And it's so much easier than in person.
Yeah. And there's no consequences.
Mm-hmm.
When you're anonymous, when you're using someone else's pictures, I mean, sure, that person could, like, get mad.
Mm-hmm.
But still, it's like, I don't... I've never had someone steal my pictures on a dating app, but I have been catfished.
Yeah.
But not in this way.
Wait, what happened?
I matched with someone when I was in college, and I showed up to this like sketchy neighborhood in my college town. And I come in, and I've only seen his photos like on the app, and he's like, "Yo, come over, let's watch a movie." And I was 19, and I was like, "What movie?" Just so innocent. He was about 60 pounds heavier than his pictures, and it's one of those where you show up, and it's like, immediately I'm not as attracted to you.
Yeah.
And it was also sketch because he was like 21 and I was 19. And I know that doesn't feel like a lot, but in college it is, because it's like you're graduating and I'm a freshman.
Yeah.
And so I showed up and I was like, how? It was like a scared for my life thing. Like, how do I get out of this? Because obviously he's expecting sex.
Yeah.
And I am not into it. And so I finally was like, oh my God, I forgot I have an assignment due at 11:59.
Yeah.
And I like left.
Yeah.
And then he kept hitting me up like, yo, you still owe me. You owe.
Oh, you
what?
Ew.
Oh, you what? Men are so scary.
Dude.
That was one of the 2 times I've been catfished. And it has both been for the same
Wait,
reason.
2 times?
2 times. It's been for the same reason, where they just don't fucking look like their pictures. It's them.
Yeah.
But they look so different.
Oh my gosh.
Because men never have pictures taken of themselves.
Only at weddings. The only decent photos men have is at weddings.
Or holding fish.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like showing what they can do.
Yeah.
I'm a provider, can hold big tuna.
Yeah, I think those are like the only socially quote unquote acceptable places for men to take pictures of themselves.
Lex is gay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wing. I'd love to watch some Shark Tank, but the music.
Bail. We're so used to it, it has become a fixture of American life.
Down here at the shore, 1 minute you got 3 girls in the jacuzzi, next minute somebody's in jail, and you have to bail them out. That's what happens down at the shore.
The other thing that happens down at the shore, chlamydia. Just a medically astounding rate of chlamydia. At its heart, America's bail system sounds pretty simple. If you're charged with a crime, the court might ask for an amount of money as bond and then return it to you once you show up for trial. And if you have that money, it's no big deal. But if you don't, you can be in big trouble. Just look at one example, a man called Miguel. He was arrested for driving with a suspended license. The court set bail at $1,000 and he had a choice, pay it or await a trial in Rikers Island. And I'll let Miguel and his wife take the story from there.
I wouldn't wish Rikers on my worst enemy, because it's rough.
It was hard because I had to try to borrow money from this person and this person and this person to try to get him out. He told the judge, I can't afford a $1,000 bail. So he really didn't have a choice but to plead guilty.
Now, whether he was guilty or not, the fact is a non-violent offender spent time in Rikers because he didn't have $1,000. And this is a systemic problem. Increasingly, bail has become a way to lock up the poor regardless of guilt, because Miguel was a family man who posed no danger to society whatsoever, and he was stuck in Rikers, whereas millionaire Robert Durst, who'd been accused of murder in Texas, had a completely different experience of the bail system.
I had been told by the detective that you've been charged with murder. Bail has been set at $250,000.
But was your intention when you put up the $250,000 to run away?
Oh, goodbye, $250,000. Goodbye, jail. I'm out.
I'm out! That, of course, is an excerpt from Robert Durst's children's books, Goodbye Jail. Goodbye money, goodbye bail. I killed them all, but goodbye jail. Of course, of course. The problem is, the frequency and cost of bail have risen dramatically, and it is disproportionately hurting the poor. In fact, in 2013, an analysis of New Jersey's jail population found that nearly 40% were being held solely because they couldn't meet the terms of their bail, which is crazy. Jail is supposed to be for dangerous criminals. If 40% of a group don't meet the basic criteria to be there, that should change your perception of what that group is. If 40% of the Girl Scouts were grown men, you'd feel weird about buying cookies from them. So what happens if you can't make bail? Well, much like a game of fuck, marry, kill with Crosby, Stills and Nash, there are a few terrible scenarios. Option 1, you sit in jail. And again, if you're poor, as this defense attorney explains, that has immediate consequences.
Our clients work at jobs where if you're absent, you're fired. Our clients live in shelters or in transitional housing, places where if you're not there for the night, your place is gone. So there are a lot of different ways in which incarceration, even for a short period of time, can really destroy someone's life.
Exactly. Jail can do for your actual life what being in a marching band can do for your social life. Even if you're just in for a little while, it can destroy you. Destroy you. But that means it's no wonder that many defendants who can't afford bail favour option number 2, simply pleading guilty even if you're not, as a former public defender explains.
You sit in jail because you can't afford to pay your way to freedom, and you're often confronted with a deal that goes like this. Plead guilty, get out. Maintain your innocence and go to trial, stay in.
And poor people are regularly choosing to admit guilt just to get out of there, which isn't good. The only time that's appropriate is in a Catholic confessional. What do you mean, is there anything else? I don't know, I masturbated into a kiwi fruit. Is that what you want to hear? Just let me leave. I have stuff to do. And the problem is, if you do plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit, that has its own downsides. Because unfortunately, on a job application, next to the question, have you ever been convicted of a crime, check yes or no, most don't then leave 4 pages of blank space to explain the social and economic inequalities inherent in the legal system. And that brings us to your final option, commercial bail bondsmen. You know, the people who make amazing ads like these.
Grumpy's bail bond has busted out all over Middle Tennessee.
I ain't going out like that. I'ma call for bail bonds cause they got my back. They got me out in no time. Now I'm back on track.
Jesus Christ, bail bonds.
Let God release you on a payment plan by calling me. I'm Bishop Murray of Jesus Christ Bail Bonds. 410-292-3029. You're locked up and afraid.
Bail out.
Bail out.
Bail out.
Bail out.
Bail out.
Bail out. Jesus Christ Bail Bonds.
Yes, Jesus Christ bail bonds. Amazing. Well, I will say, it is a little weird given that Jesus, pretty memorably, I think, was not bailed out. I mean, he did eventually escape custody, but it was a real workaround of the system. Now, here is how that system works, though. Bail bondsmen promise the court to pay your bail if you fail to show up for a trial. In exchange, you pay them 20% of the bail amount, which they then keep regardless of how your trial goes. So if your bail is $5,000 and you're found innocent, then you've basically just paid a $750 fee to a bondsman for doing absolutely nothing wrong. And paying $750 for absolutely nothing should be reserved for one thing and one thing only, 6-month gym memberships. That's it. You're not going to use it, Gerald. You're going to use the treadmill twice and that's it. This is learning to speak Korean all over again, Gerald. And if you don't show up for your trial, bail bondsmen routinely hire bounty hunters to track you down, and they have a frightening amount of power.
In all but 4 states, the companies are legally allowed to take almost any measure necessary to capture a client. including crossing state lines and breaking into homes. It's a dangerous business for everyone involved, with few rules and little oversight.
Oh, they're not kidding. In 18 states, anyone can become a bounty hunter regardless of education, training, or prior criminal history. Becoming a bounty hunter is basically a lot like becoming a social media expert. All it takes is one to get bad enough and not caring about whether strangers hate you or not. But then, the news that any idiot can be a bounty hunter shouldn't really be that surprising to you if you've ever turned on A&E and stumbled across this.
I am a lawman on a mission from God. When I say, freeze, they know what I'm saying.
How's it going, man?
The only way this guy will get away from us is if he kills himself right now and jumps into a pool of sharks.
Okay. I hate to be a stickler over chronology, Dog, but how do you kill yourself and then jump into a pool of sharks? That's the kind of attention to detail, Dog, that makes me worry about you operating as an unregulated vigilante. Now, that show was so popular, it inspired pretty much every other bail business to pitch themselves as a reality show. Just click around online and you will find sizzle reels for a veritable smorgasbord of similar shows.
Bottom line is, while you're on bond, we own your ass.
Dear idiot, we're coming to get you.
Bounty hunting is a natural high. You gotta think like them, be like them, and react quicker than them. Put your hands up.
You want tough. You want action. Meet Big Penny. They call him Teddy Bear. Denise, the Huntress.
It doesn't stop there. There's also Richard, the screwdriver. Richard L., the other Richard. Alison, the Greco-Roman wrestler. Caroline, the one who took up archery after watching the Hunger Games. And don't forget Jennifer, the arthritic alpaca in a bowler hat. Actually, you know what? I now regret making fun of that. Now that I'm seeing the cast, I get the appeal. I want to see those characters grow. Clearly, these shows are in a competitive marketplace. And the problem is, when people try to stick out, ideas like this happen.
So what do we do differently? We don't just bounty hunt, we bounty race.
Each week, 2 new teams of bounty hunters go head-to-head. Welcome to the most dangerous competition on television, Bail Chasers.
Okay, first of all, the most dangerous competition on television is The Bachelorette. Those women have loved and they've lost. Love is a reward, but it's also a risk, goddammit. It's a risk. She's putting herself on the line. She's there for the right reasons. She sees her husband in that room. And second, it says something about how comfortable we all are with how our bail system works, that a TV show where people with guns hunt humans for sport seems legitimate because we just think, well, they're just doing their actual job. And when you give bounty hunters this kind of power, bad things happen.
Veteran Gene Travis says he was sitting with his wife on his Bethpage front porch. Next thing he knows, his barn is being searched, and Travis has a stun gun pointed at his back. The intruders, Mark Brummett and his wife, Angela, bounty hunters who police say had the wrong home.
Clay was shot by one of the bondsmen. He was then transported to Ermac, where he died.
Was a bounty hunter justified in tasing a Midwest City homeowner last Saturday? Was another justified in shooting his dog? Police say the videotape they took says no.
Yeah, the video says no, basic human decency says no. Even a magic 8-ball having seen that would say, holy shit, I can't believe you're even asking me. No! Look, our current bail system makes no sense and it does a lot of harm. And the frustrating thing is, we've known this for a long time. Just watch this TV news special from 1964.
Yes, the jails are bursting at the seams. A problem of great concern to New York City Commissioner of Correction Anna Cross.
Remaining in jail because you can't get bail is really being punished before you're even found guilty. As far as I was concerned, that was not just. That was destroying our concept of justice.
That's right. This problem has been obvious since it was considered okay to wear a wastebasket on your head. But look, here's the good news. There is a better way, and it's already in use in our federal courts and in Washington, D.C.
Judges in Washington are allowed to set money bail only if the defendant can afford it. The results have been far fewer people spending time behind bars.
We are the only city in America where tonight, at our jail, there is not a single man or woman who is sitting because they don't have the money to meet their money bond.
And it's a testament to the state of our justice system that qualifies as bragging, because that should be the norm. He's like a bus driver showing up at school saying, 23 kids picked up, 23 kids dropped off, I pitched a perfect game. Pre-trial services works like this. After you're arrested, specialists assess if you're dangerous or a flight risk. If a judge decides that you're not, you can go home, and they may monitor you with things like drug tests or ankle monitors. They even call you to remind you of your court dates. It's a system built on interviews, pre-arranged appearances, and trust. Much like Scientology marriages, only in this case, much more effective. And pre-trial service programs have succeeded around the country in places ranging from Oregon to Florida. And it is a truly frightening state of affairs when Florida is a model for progressive change. It shouldn't be a judicial example for anything. Did you know, by the way, that under Florida law, if you possess over 5 grams of meth, you can marry it? That's a fact. That's a legal fact. That's an actual photo that ran in a newspaper's wedding section in Florida. And yet, even counties in Florida recognised our money bail system is broken. And not only is pre-trial services better, it's cheaper. A recent assessment of one system showed it costing only 1/10 as much as keeping someone locked up, which makes sense because calling someone to check in costs virtually nothing. This message brought to you by your mother. Your mother, she brought you into this world and would like to hear your f***ing voice once in a while. So if pre-trial services are fairer, better and cheaper, why aren't we all using it? Well, maybe because thanks to reality shows, we think that this is what justice looks like.
We're gonna hunt this scum down.
Now! Bad dog. So maybe we just need a new kind of reality show to get us used to the alternative.
You want tough? You want action? Meet Steve Karp. He's one of the most respected pre-trial services caseworkers in the United States.
So, let's see. Okay, looks like you were ticketed with public urination. No priors. Seems like a one-off sort of thing. Can we count on you to be back here in 6 weeks for your trial? Of course. Great. We're done here. Anything we can talk about? I mean, no. This is a routine thing. Statistically, he's virtually guaranteed to turn up. We're done here. We're done here.
They call Steve the hand grenade. And he works with a crack team of legal enforcers. Meet Deborah.
Oh, hello, this is Deborah from Pretrial Services. I'm just calling to remind you about your upcoming court date this Thursday. Well, you're welcome.
They call her the Viper.
I feel like a cat, you know? All right, back to work.
And then there's Brett.
So all these are risk assessments? This is all computerized, but, you know, I keep a hard copy, just in case.
That's why they call him the Annihilator. And finally, Gerald, the guy in charge of urine tests.
Clear? If there's something in there that's illegal, I'm gonna sniff it out, because that's what I do. I'm a piss sniffer. We got one.
They call him the Nose.
You really gonna make a TV show out of this? Who's gonna watch it?
You will. Because this fall, we'll be bringing you all the thrills and excitement of pre-trial supervision as this elite team brings people to justice.
Well, we don't bring them to justice. It's more like we make arrangements for them to bring themselves to justice.
Ignore that. This show is full of high-stakes drama.
You better pray I don't get you for Secret Santa this year.
You don't want to f with Deborah.
An interoffice romance.
Gerald is a bloodhound.
Oh, yeah, she wants me. And if it wasn't for all them cats, I would hit that. I would knock the bottom out of it.
But most
Well, it depends on how we're gonna
we
film.
take you closer to the action.
Filling out forms and filing them in triplicate. We won't lock you up if your crime's not significant. If you get a ticket for a public urination, we won't lock you up so you lose your occupation. We ain't kicking in doors, screaming dead or alive. This is an office job. We on the whole Nat 5. The system works well, so there's no need for nervousness. It's all in the game at Pre-Trial Services.
Pre-trial services coming this fall to A&E. It's cost effective, motherfucker.
Our main story tonight concerns law enforcement, and specifically the job of sheriff. That's not to be confused with sheriff, the proper way to describe Cher dressed like a cowgirl. That's a sheriff, this is a sheriff. It's a key difference you need to learn. Now, when you hear the word sheriff, most of us have two immediate associations. One, Western lawmen who handle cattle rustling and other livestock-related crimes. And two, Joe Arpaio, the infamously anti-immigrant sheriff. And this next clip actually includes both, as Sheriff Joe gives an update on a suspect nabbed through an interesting investigation.
Finally, he decided that he wanted to travel to Phoenix to meet our undercover agent and to have sex with his horse.
Yeah, now, that sounds truly bizarre until you realise that the horse in question was this one. So, you get it, right? I mean, I'm not saying I want to fuck a horse or anything, but if you are gonna fuck a horse, it should definitely be this one. Now, would I travel to Phoenix to fuck that horse? Well, it depends, doesn't it? How much are flights? If it's a $300 round trip, of course not. But if it's $170 or something like that and the hot daddy horse seemed open to it, well, definitely. My wife and I have a list of 5 people that we're allowed to have sex with. Hers are all completely understandable, handsome, kind men, and mine are that horse 5 times. So it seems kind of ideal as a situation. Anyway, sheriffs. There are actually more than 3,000 of them around the country, and generally speaking, they run law enforcement at a county level. Cities or towns might have their own police departments as well, but in many areas, sheriffs are the only law enforcement around, and they oversee a lot of officers. Around 25% of local law enforcement officers work for sheriffs. That's 1 in 4 cops. And depending on where you live, your sheriff might be good, bad, or a total weirdo. And I will not say which ones are the weirdos, because that would be unfair to Kenny Boone, who, until recently, was sheriff in Florence County, South Carolina, where he made this incredible PSA.
They said 1 hit wouldn't hurt.
Okay.
They said 1 hit wouldn't hurt.
Well, they're getting somewhere.
They lied. I'm Sheriff Kenny Boone. Please, please talk to your kids about drugs. Talk to your kids about drugs.
What are you doing? That is so magnificently weird. I want 900 more versions of that PSA where Kenny Boone implores us to talk to our kids about other things. Talk to your kids about slugs. Please, talk to your kids about rugs. People, I'm begging you, talk to your kids about pugs. They said 1 lick wouldn't hurt. They lied. Now, the role of sheriff is a unique position because sheriffs are actually elected, which means they often produce campaign ads. In fact, last year, a candidate in South Carolina produced a frankly unforgettable ad. Now, you're about to think that you know where this is going, but you're actually going to need to brace yourself for a hard turn.
I want to tell you at the start of my campaign some things that politicians would try to hide.
things my opponents may try to use to tarnish my integrity. As a 16-year-old, I received a ticket for not having my driver's license in my possession. I've been in fender benders that were my fault. And about 10 years ago, as a young police officer, I attended a law enforcement Halloween party dressed as ruthless drug kingpin Big Meech Flannery. I did it to disparage a criminal whose actions hurt our community and country. That was a different time.
Wow! For the record as well, the different time he's talking about was 10 years ago when blackface was still widely considered, and this is true, bad. And once in office, sheriffs hold much more power than you may realise. So with over 1,000 sheriff elections this year, possibly where you live, we thought tonight might be a good time to take a look at this job. And let's start with the fact that in most states, sheriff's duties are enshrined in the state constitution, meaning that their job description can have a certain old-timey flavour. For instance, in many places, sheriffs can still technically form a posse, meaning that they can enlist volunteers to help with tasks ranging from providing security to pursuing fugitives. And those posse members can be basically anyone, which is how this actual school shooting drill came to include an arguably famous face.
This is every parent's worst nightmare.
Face down, get on the ground!
These men are learning how to fight the next school shooter.
You can't wait that long.
And oddly enough, their coach is 1990s action film legend Steven Seagal.
For every second that goes by, I told you this, you could have dead children.
Yeah, that's Deputy Steven Seagal. And watching Steven Seagal conduct an active shooter drill while discussing dead children is a lot like looking at a picture of Steven Seagal's current hair. You immediately think to yourself, this is highly unusual and upsettingly dark. Still, one of the greatest powers that sheriffs have is to set law enforcement priorities in their county, and that in and of itself is not entirely a bad thing. Some sheriffs have advanced genuinely progressive ideas, like deprioritising low-level drug offences, or, in the case of one Texas sheriff, fighting hard for bail reform.
75% of our population on average of the 8,300 that we have is there simply because they're pretrial detainees, and many are just simply too poor to pay. Many nonviolent offenders, I think we need to find a way to make sure that they could stay with their families, be held accountable still, but no one can be held in jail simply because they're too poor to pay.
He's right. That's fantastic. He's absolutely right. And hearing someone in uniform say that is genuinely weird, but, you know, a good weird. Like eating a bacon donut or seeing how dogs walk when they wear shoes for the first time.
Who get the ball? Well, come on.
Yeah, exactly. Weird, but good. And by the way, that sheriff is not just talk. He implemented a cite and release program for low-level offences rather than booking people into jails, which is great. But, obviously, sheriffs can also go hard the other way. Sheriff Joe, famously, prioritised immigration enforcement to the detriment of other concerns like investigating sexual assault. And Sheriff Richard Jones in Butler County, Ohio, has refused to allow his deputies to carry Narcan to rescue people mid-overdose, which is an incredible policy to adopt in a place where, at one point, overdoses were killing more people than all other causes of death combined. Jones has argued that it is unsafe for his officers to help revive people, but the more he talks, the less it seems that he thinks those people are actually worth reviving at all.
I'm not advocating that people die, but I'm not advocating that the police, this is their job. And I understand people that say it's a disease. I don't know that I believe it's a disease. Some people will equate it to people that have cancer. And I say it's not. People don't choose to have cancer. And the people with cancer aren't stealing my air conditions and aren't stealing the copper out of people's houses and ripping the wires out.
Look, that is clearly offensive, and not just to those dealing with addiction, but to people with cancer. You think that they don't have the ability to steal copper? People with cancer can grip it, rip it, and strip it with the best metal thieves out there. In fact, cancer patients have been some of the best five-finger copper shoppers that I personally know. But perhaps the most significant duty of a sheriff is that in most places, they are the ones operating the local jail. And they can have a ton of leeway over how to do that. Up until just last year, in Alabama, sheriffs were legally allowed to personally pocket any leftover money designated to feed prisoners, giving them a pretty strong incentive to skimp on inmate food, which happened. The most spectacular example of this was Sheriff Todd Entrikin of Etowah County. Over the years, there have been accusations of problems with the quality and quantity of food in his jails. And while he denied those allegations, 2 years ago, it emerged that he bought a $740,000 beach house. And if that seems like a suspiciously large purchase for someone with his salary, this probably won't surprise you.
Over the last 3 years, the sheriff's food program has run under budget, letting him pocket the leftovers. $750,000, all of it taxpayer money.
Do you agree that the optics of this are terrible?
The optics, yes, but I can't change the optics.
Oh, yeah. I'd love for the optics to change here. I mean, I want to keep doing what I'm doing, though. I just wish it would look better when I did it. Try and picture me with sunglasses and a cool jacket. Are the optics better now? I like these better. And bad jail conditions obviously don't stop at food. Take Sheriff Greg Ahern of Alameda County, California. More than 40 inmates have died in his jails in the past 5 years. And at least 29 female inmates have sued Ahern over conditions and treatment, with allegations ranging from being put in a cell with feces and blood on the walls to a woman who says she screamed for hours as she gave birth alone in an isolation cell. Now, the sheriff has defended his facilities and disputed those allegations, though not in a particularly convincing way.
When you hear people say there was feces on the wall, blood everywhere, and tampons stuck everywhere, does that make you angry?
You mean the people that are in custody for murder, rape, robbery, who have lied their entire life and they make things up habitually?
Okay, hold on. First, the two women who made those claims were not murderers or robbers. They were actually in there on minor charges, all of which were dropped. Second, even if they were murderers, they should still be treated humanely. And third, how do you whiff on the question, there was feces on the wall, blood everywhere, does that make you angry? That is one of the easier questions to answer well, like, is cake good, or is this a fuckable horse? The answer is yes. It's obviously yes, right?
Oh, I have to take it together.
And at this point, you may be wondering, how can sheriffs be reined in? Well, the problem there is that is actually very difficult. While police chiefs can be hired or fired, removing a sheriff between elections is almost impossible. It generally requires a criminal conviction, intervention from state government, or a recall vote, and those are very rarely successful. So sheriffs operate with a lot of impunity.
I wanted to test some things here just real quick.
Remember Kenny Boone, the sheriff who hated drugs but loved yelling at fake child funerals? Well, when the county finance director started asking questions about his spending, Boone did not take it well.
Kevin, Kenny Boone again. I don't know what your deal is, put your nose in people's business. Now all of a sudden you want to question things that I do, you little nerdy, intelligent bastard. I'm telling you, payback's going to be hell. I promise you. Thank you.
Yes! Yes, Kenny, that's fantastic! I would give anything to hear the next voicemail he left for that guy. Hey, Kenny again, ignore that last message. I just wanted to say you're a bastard. I don't think you're intelligent. I think you're a nerdy, dorky, insightful individual. Damn it, I blew it again! Ignore this call too. Speak to you soon. Talk to your kids about drugs. Love you, bye. God damn it, Kenny! Now you should know, we reached out to Kenny Boone's lawyer last week, and they said that they dispute the authenticity of that voicemail. You know, the one where he says he's Kenny Boone, while sounding exactly like Kenny Boone. Now, ideally, we'd have discussed this difference of opinion with Kenny Boone himself, but he wasn't available because, fun fact, he's in jail right now. He recently pleaded guilty to felony embezzlement, which actually reminds me, talk to your kids about felony embezzlement. The point here is, too often, sheriffs are the law wherever they live. And if you're wondering, well, I don't even know who my sheriff is, do I have a bad one? The very fact that you're asking that is kind of the problem here. Because sheriff elections, like most down-ballot elections, do not receive nearly enough attention, and often they aren't even competitive. In 2018, 59% of all sheriff races were unopposed. In fact, remember Sheriff Ahern with the nightmarish-sounding jail? He's been unopposed for the last 4 election cycles. As for Sheriff No Narcan, unless someone steps up to challenge him, he will be unopposed when he runs for re-election later this year. And look, running against an incumbent sheriff is not easy. Their own employees are often loath to take them on, fearing retributions, because, as you have seen tonight, they're very powerful. But that cannot be allowed to continue. Thankfully, the same criminal justice reform movement that's been putting a spotlight on district attorneys' races is now increasingly focusing on sheriffs' races too. And that is not a moment too soon, because right now we have a position that has a tremendous amount of authority with low accountability.
I'm getting pretty hungry here, honestly.
An inevitable recipe for disaster. So if there is a sheriff's race in your area this year, now would be an excellent time to start Googling who the fuck is my sheriff.
We had that background. Yeah, I think we'll take a break here then. Let me just check the time. I think it's fair to take a break here. It really depends on what we're planning to do. Maybe overlaying it and making it transparent could save it. I'm not really sure myself, though. Alright. Well, that's what we'll do for now. We're going to take a quick break here, folks. Okay.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and you might be like, whoa, what's up with the title of the video? Is piracy morally okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start this video off by saying I do not support piracy. Piracy is illegal. Downloading games that you haven't paid for is wrong. Would you download a car? Would you download a handbag? Would you download a spaceship? Honest to God, I actually would download a spaceship if I could. But point is, you should not download movies, music, video games illegally. You should always pay for this kind of software. That is, of course, the legal part of it. But, of course, laws are not necessarily tied to ethics or morals, okay? There's a bit of a distinction between the two. So when it comes to piracy, I've kind of been leaning to a situation where I just don't care anymore. Now, recently, I've been playing a lot of different games, a lot of indie games. Literally the entire night, I was playing games like Factorio. Have you ever played that game, Factorio? It is an absolutely addictive game for $30, okay? If you're ever a fan of management simulators, that's it. The indie community makes some amazing titles. And amazing titles they are indeed. Games that you can play for thousands of hours. When it comes to AAA games, I really find that most of the day, I'm playing Skinner box titles that I'm dumping 80 to 100 hours, literally doing the same Game Fest content in order to achieve some sort of credit screen. Now, of course, that's not all AAA game. Some of them are really great, like Elden Ring, okay? That was an amazing AAA game that came out. Ghostwire Tokyo was a pretty fun game that came out, if it wasn't, you know, basically just Japanese ghosts and Far Cry. Look, at the end of the day, I'm not somebody that destroys AAA gaming or anything. I'm not somebody that actively
I think we've got a deal
if I enjoy
here.
a game, I'll enjoy the game, okay? Simple as that. Now, when it comes to game preservation, to take a little pivot, game preservation is actually one of the hardest things that I've ever seen been done. Look, when it comes to video games, we're absolutely shot in the dark. Now, when it comes to movies and music, it's not hard to preserve movies that haven't been edited. The original form of movies are very much available on most platforms all around the internet, okay? When it comes to music, a lot of original pieces are still available. When it comes to video games, we are marred with anti-DRM. We are marred with so many forms of copyright protection that trying to preserve the games that we love is sometimes straight up impossible. There are plenty of games that come out with online-only requirements that never get patched out or are basically hanging on a fulcrum point, and we have no idea if the company even gives a crap about patching it out at some point. I don't like Metal Gear Survive. Okay, I think it's a pretty shit Metal Gear game, but there's no reason Metal Gear Survive should be tied to an online-only server. I don't know if Konami, the devil itself, would actually patch the game for offline play when they're done with it, when they shut down the servers, but that's a single-player game, basically, that's hanging on a thread, okay? Who knows? When it comes to most games, I don't buy them digitally. Because when it comes to digital purchases, who knows when a company yoinks it away? Who knows when a company takes it out? Remember when GTA Definitive Edition launched and all of a sudden Rockstar was like, yeah, let's just pare back people from buying the original versions of the game so you buy the dog shit definitive version. Of course, why is it that any company thinks that they can just take away older versions of titles? Why isn't it that we can have both titles available? Is it because they want to sell you a more expensive remastered version versus original titles that with a few patches, community fixes, work just as well and you can save like 80% of the cost? I don't know. But of course, when it comes to PC titles, it's all up in the air. Now, of course, recently, Ubisoft got into the entire mix, and this is something that I've been wanting to talk about, but yesterday was something I saw over the edge. But one account basically said, Ubisoft is making a precedent on Steam as Assassin's Creed Liberation HD will not be available following September 1st, 2022. Preloaded shit. Apparently on the Steam page, they said, please note, this title will not be accessible following September 1st, 2022. Now, obviously, when you buy a game, you think, maybe I have the license forever. Even if they delist the game so nobody else can buy it, because I bought it, I should still be able to download the game. Well, Ubisoft thankfully came in and basically said, no, guys. Guys, if you own it, you'll still be able to play the game. And of course, the Steam page has been changed to actually reflect that, where they actually took away that special little piece. Now, of course, Assassin's Creed Liberation is not an amazing game. I wouldn't even recommend you play it, but that's my subjective opinion. If this was true, if this was actually how Ubisoft had originally planned it out, somebody who actually really enjoys this game could actually have it taken away. This is why I buy all the games I have basically on a physical disc. And you know why? It's because even though Assassin's Creed Liberation sucks ass cheeks, I can still play the remastered version of that game on this disc without any patches. Ubisoft cannot take this away from me. And before anybody goes, but Nuda, the discs are just software keys. Shut up, okay? I'm gonna dispel that goddamn rumor right here. Every time I talk to some dipshit online about that, they always have to, no, let me dispel it. When it comes to physical discs, 95% of them are complete out of the box, okay? Unless you're trying to play something like Destiny 2, which is an online-only game, yeah, no shit, the disc isn't gonna work for that, okay? It's an online-only game. You might as well have bought that digitally. But every time you buy a single-player game, and provided on the box, it doesn't say internet required anywhere on it, you can put the disc in, and you can try this for yourself if you have a PlayStation. Disconnect your system from the internet, put the disc in, watch it install all the way through without an internet connection, then launch it. Yes, you will not have the day one patches. Yes, the game may be jankier than you remember, but you can play it from start to finish without any patches, without any internet. Games are designed to be like that when they go gold. So let's dispel it right there. Of course, there are some consoles, like the Xbox, where Microsoft doesn't give a shit about game preservation. They will sell you Halo Infinite on a disc, and the single-player component has to be downloaded even if you own the disc, okay? So again, your mileage may vary, but when it comes to Nintendo games, Sony games, they're all usually on the disc and the cart if they're offline games. 95% of them, okay? You can go out, buy a single-player game, turn off the internet, and I shit you not, you can play it start to finish. I've done that with plenty of games, just to see how far it goes without any day one patch. Again, though, to understand, that's a physical disc. When it comes to buying games for $60, $70, in my opinion, I buy the physical disc. Because in my opinion, I'm not going to pay the same price for a digital license that at any moment could be changed, modified, or possibly revoked. Now, of course, Ubisoft, when it comes to this, is decommissioning online services. So again, because certain games are getting old, they're taking away their online features. And one of the saddest, shittiest sides of this is you won't be able to play some of the multiplayer, which for some of those older Assassin's Creed games like Brotherhood, Revelations, the multiplayer banged, even if the community wasn't just jumping on it. But beyond the multiplayer, you may actually lose access to some of the DLC, some of the single-player DLC, because it requires online servers to activate. Lord knows, Ubisoft makes billions of euros a fucking year, and they could actually go out of their way to patch some of this and make sure that the people who have the original PC versions can actually keep some of the DLC for those games. Because some of the DLC for single player is actually pretty good. It's a shame it's being taken away. But again, if you have the physical disc like I do for the PS3, Xbox 360, you can get away without Ubisoft ever taking away anything. Because once you buy it on disc, it's yours. Okay, the license and everything. So, of course, inside the decommissioning, they had Anno 2070. You'll be unable to play multiplayer, okay? AC2, you'll be unable to play multiplayer, which Assassin's Creed 2 did not have multiplayer, thank you. Assassin's Creed 3, the original 2012 release, not the remaster, you'll be unable to play multiplayer. They even took out the multiplayer from the remaster. So even when it comes to these companies remastering games so they can preserve them for later, tons of content can be removed. Multiplayer features entirely cut out. In fact, when it comes to
I want to open up
games
Styles
like Metal
Paint.
Gear Solid HD Collection, great HD remaster, but if you played Metal Gear Solid 3, surprise, surprise, they took out a fair bit of content. The entire multiplayer feature for that game was taken out. Hey, there are games so old like Metal Gear Solid 4 that Konami, PlayStation do not care about, that frankly had their entire multiplayer components preserved and ready to be emulated even on the PC so you can play online with friends. Yes, the community cares more about preserving these games than these game companies ever will. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, you'll be unable to play multiplayer. Liberation, unable to link Ubisoft accounts.
Oh, when
or
they
use
start
online
inking it.
features. You get the point, okay? If you're an old Ubisoft game, you're on the chopping block. Now, at this point, I think when you buy a game for $60, I understand games get so old that terminating online services makes sense, okay? It costs money to keep servers up. They can't be up forever. Where I don't get down to it is, why isn't this company that makes billions of euros a year again putting in just the minimal amount of effort to make some level of playing these games or their single-player DLCs possible, okay? Why is it that you have to go buy remasters to suddenly play the DLC again, okay? Why? Why is that a thing? And you know what's fucking wild is people who have pirated this game, people who have illegally pirated the game, are now able to get a better experience than those people that have put their hard-earned money on the line. All this does is actually screw over the people that play by the system, people that purchase video games, versus pirates that actually are able to download these games, strip them of their dog shit copyright protections, and get away with it. Which is another thing about PC games that gets me, okay? It's another reason why I play on consoles a lot. It's because when I buy a PC game, I don't like to be treated like a fucking criminal, okay? I don't like to sit there, go through activations and DRM passes, and God forbid the game trips up and suddenly it thinks I'm a dirty pirate, so it suddenly bans me or trips something up. I don't like that, okay? I don't like being treated in that fashion. And so I don't even like to support some of these companies as much as it happens. So yeah, when it comes to the beginning of this video, is piracy morally okay? You know what, guys? Piracy is illegal. I think everyone can agree on that. But when it comes to these AAA gaming companies like Ubisoft, which have turned some of these great franchises like Assassin's Creed, by the way, I recently played Valhalla, finished it after 90 hours of playing, can tell you God how many times it felt like a fucking Skinner box, how many times it felt like I was doing the same meandering shit over again. Let me tell you something, how far the quality drop has happened. You can load up Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, finish all those games and their DLC in less time than your Valhalla playthrough, and have a far better experience from a story, gameplay, technical perspective, whatever, okay? But of course, when it comes to, you know, that original question, is piracy morally okay? I genuinely feel when it comes to a company that will outright reject access to certain services and then outright reject you to content that you basically own simply because they don't feel that they want to spend the time in trying to fix or mitigate things like this, yeah, at this point, you know what? If you're getting a better experience by pirating the game, I can't blame anybody for doing it. I don't support it, I don't endorse it, but goddamn, does it seem like a more alluring thing to do every single day. Ladies and gentlemen, AAA gaming has its moments, okay? It really does. But when it comes to stuff like this and it comes to game preservation, it's honestly a losing fight. And it's something that I wish more people actually cared about, you know? A lot of people play a video game for a few hours, they get their fix. But for people that genuinely care about the hobby as much as I do, you know, to the point where I've been playing a game since I was a kid. And, you know, I go back to playing some of those older games. Literally, you know, one of the games that I've been playing recently on my cell phone is not something new. It is literally Chrono Trigger. I am literally playing Chrono Trigger on my cell phone. A game from the SNES era. Yes, I go back and play older games all the time. So I wish, you know, these games that we're getting nowadays were preserved a little bit better for future generations and for me if I want to go back and play them from time to time. You shouldn't have to buy remasters or remakes just to keep content that you've already paid for. It's a wild day indeed, ladies and gentlemen. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. Let me know if you even care about this. I am out.
Okay.
I've always said that the most important factor to finding success online is luck. It's like a Roomba. You can't control it, you just have to pray for the best. You have to hope that you get lucky. You could make the single best piece of content the cyberspace has ever known, but there's a chance that nobody ever finds it. The people that do find it, maybe they don't spread it and it doesn't take off. That's just the nature of it. You are constantly competing with billions of other pieces of content at every second of every day that you're trying to make a name for yourself online. So I've always preached that luck is going to be one of the biggest driving factors in success. Of course, there are things that are important that you can control, like consistency, but overall, you're still going to need a healthy dollop of luck. That's going to be a necessary ingredient in the recipe for success online.
Some luck.
Or at least that's what I've always believed. However, I'd like to provide an example that goes against what I say. Because I'm not infallible. Unlike Brendan Fraser's The Mummy movie, I'm not perfect. And I'd like to provide an example that is contrary to what I usually say here. This week, a small channel that you'd probably never heard of posted perhaps the best 2D fan animation YouTube has ever seen. And I don't say that lightly. It is absolutely outstanding. It's called Legend: A Dragon Ball Tale, and it comes from the channel Agent Mystery Meat. This was 4 years in the making, and it is absolutely breathtaking. And this came from a channel that not many people were familiar with. When this was posted, the channel had 11.3 thousand subs. I know that because this video got linked to me only an hour after it was uploaded, so I was there from the get-go. And I've checked in on it every single day since. The channel has now gone from 11.3 thousand subs as of the time it was uploaded to 181,000 subs and 4 million views on the video. I saw this when it was sub 10,000 views. I'm not saying that as a flex. I'm not trying to be a hipster here smoking on my pipe talking about how I knew about it before it was cool. The reason I'm mentioning that is because I saw it when it was still just this primordial ooze, you know, just starting to get little legs there and start taking off for itself. And this grew completely organically just because it was so good. There wasn't marketing dollars put behind it. There wasn't a huge social media push from the creators for it. They posted about it, but it wasn't like they, started trying to trend hashtags or pay creators to talk about it. This gained so much traction just because of how good it was. 4 years were committed to this project. All a complete passion project, not even monetized to my understanding, and it blew up for them. So this completely runs against what I usually say about just getting lucky, because this had nothing to do with luck. They created a product that was so good that it was destined for success. I'd like to show you a little bit of it. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend watching it. I'm of course going to link it in the description, but let me just show you the level of quality they were able to capture here.
Yeah, I saw this a bit earlier myself.
This is only a small segment of this action sequence, by the way. It still continues for like another 2 minutes of just non-stop pedal to the metal, blow your fucking tits off action. And it is so smooth. If you had told me this was an official release from Dragon Ball Universe, I would have 100% believed you. I would have no way of knowing this was made by a small team as just a passion project, as fans of the property. It is so incredible, and it doesn't like take breaks in its action like most modern anime still do. It is always fighting and moving in this short here. Now, of course, I understand why they do it in modern anime because, I mean, it's more than just an 11-minute short. It's a full season, so they can't dedicate the resources to do what they did here. But even still, I can't help but commend the team here for really committing to going for all-out action. You know, there's not a moment here where they do standard anime trope where they'll throw 2 punches and then separate and have some kind of dialogue like, oh, I see. So this is the power of the dark shadow kidneys that you possess. The other character wipes his chin off and then stands there static and just says, yes, the dark shadow kidneys that I stole from the sacred treasure of Gilgamesh's vault. You know, like there's no moments where they just exchange words to fill time. They're just going at it, and it's so fucking cool.
It is all just side.
Everything here is just beautiful. That transformation is super unique. Like, they didn't just take the characters from Dragon Ball and emulate them in their fan project. They reimagined them while still being faithful to the source. This is a fucking awesome Saiyan transformation here. The savior mode of Goku or whatever. It's so fucking badass. And even outside of the fighting, like, they set up an interesting premise for Dragon Ball. They have, in the beginning, Planet Vegeta, and Planet Vegeta is a really interesting setting that looks great for, like, the 30 seconds it's on screen. Vegeta and Goku's relationship is very different in here than it is in the show, while still also paying a bit of homage to it. It's just, everything here is great. Everything they did here is fucking wonderful. I'm sure by now most of you have already seen this, but if you haven't, I highly recommend watching the whole thing. And the reason I'm talking about this here is because this is probably one of the best examples I've ever seen of finding success online without really needing to get lucky. This proves to me that maybe you don't need luck every time if you're extremely talented like this team was. Studio Stray Dog absolutely crushed this here, to the point where even if the channel that posted it had 0 subscribers, I'm confident it still would have blown up all the same. They said, fuck luck, we're just gonna throw that in the dumpster, wipe our ass with it, and just make something that we know is going to blow up because it's so good. That's exactly what they did. 4 years spent on this project, and I would say it absolutely paid off. This team has made something extremely special that a lot of people around the world now are talking about and enjoying. I'm just super happy to see the team receive so much attention for this, and the response has just been super positive. I think that's great. So I'm happy that I was proven wrong here on the internet here. This is just a really wholesome story that I wanted to share because, like I've always said, a lot of internet success boils down to luck, and I still truly do believe that, but there are exceptions. You know, I'm not speaking in absolutes here. I'm not a Sith Lord. So there are obviously exceptions to that, but I still do believe a massive amount of luck is required for 99% of anyone that tries to make a career online. But when you're this committed to a great project, a great vision, and have a great team, you maybe don't need a big amount of luck because you've got the talent and you're making something special that's going to naturally take off regardless. I just wanted to share this, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah.
Okay. Oh, this is a good one. Alright.
Welcome back, everybody, to Violating Community Guidelines. Together, holding hands.
We are holding feet and hands.
Intertwined in all senses of the word.
Mm-hmm.
Today, what are we talking about, Bestie?
We're talking about fan fiction, and where it originated from, what it is, and Brittany is an expert in fan fiction, right?
I have read many a fan fiction and written many a fan fiction in my life.
I've written a fair amount of, I
Alright,
guess
so
we
we've
call
been
it
going
Chris
for a
Angel fan fiction.
You wrote it?
Yeah, it's just sex dreams between me and Chris Angel.
I just texted you about Dr. Phil one time.
Really?
I don't want to disclose.
You should. Why would you mention it then?
I'm feeling really pressured in this one.
Okay.
All right, yeah, so fan fiction. Listen, this is one of the things I've been waiting for. One of the absolute pillars of growing up online. To me, because I know we had different experiences, I have always been a part of stan culture. And with stan culture, no matter what it is, people are fantasizing about those characters. Whether they're real people, made up, animated, it doesn't matter. And one of the ways that I guess the human psyche says to show how much you love that person is to fantasize you in a situation with them or them with another person.
Yeah.
And the earliest I remember seeing about this was probably the Harry Potter characters.
Yeah.
Everyone's seen them sucking and fucking each other for fun. But where it really got, like, okay, if anyone remembers the Tumblr era of like 2012 to 2015, this was, if you weren't on Tumblr in that era, it determines whether or not you have severe issues today.
Yeah.
In that time period, it was like Sherlock, the TV show with Benedict
but I wouldn't
Cumberbatch
do
was
that.
popular.
That one's already
Supernatural, and what was the third one? Doctor Who.
Okay.
And if you were part of the trifecta, it was called Super Wholock. And that could be a triggering term for a lot of people listening. So if you felt triggered by that, I am sorry. I was on
All right.
Tumblr during this period.
Yeah.
I have seen the worst of the worst when it comes to fan fiction. Those poor, poor white men.
Thankfully, I was not on Tumblr during that time. I mean, like for like work, I used to write for like brands on Tumblr, but I
I
was never
think we're
actually,
doing
like,
all right
on
now.
Tumblr stuff.
Where were you from on January 6th? Sorry.
Wait, is that a One Direction thing?
No, it's the insurrection at the Capitol.
Oh, I thought it was the day that One Direction broke up.
Well, that too. On from 2012 to 2015, where were
I
you
don't know
online?
about
I was
BS.
on Twitter.
Yeah, you've always been a little Twitter.
I'm gonna open up
Yeah,
Styles to
it's
Paint
fun.
here.
I don't know. Twitter's just like,
And,
it's like unfaithful, you know.
It is.
And Tumblr was too hard to navigate. Like, what is the reblogging thing? I literally.
It's a retweet.
I did it. No, I know. I did it like professionally, but I still didn't like understand it. I was just like post and go.
No,
you know?
that's me on Reddit. I'm like, I'm acting like I know what's going on, but I have no fucking idea what an upvote is. But okay, yeah. So Tumblr was, it was the segue into what we see today with Twitter, like stands on Twitter.
Yeah.
That tenacious, out for blood mentality. Started on Tumblr.
The only
So-
time I've ever been doxxed is I think a couple of years
Jesus.
ago. A couple of years ago, I insulted Shawn Mendes's haircut or something, and then people like
Number one, no.
sent mail to my work.
Holy shit!
Like how they hated me. I was like, it was Shawn Mendes.
Doesn't
I didn't even say anything like bad, you know. And so yeah, they're very scary. We should do an episode on stans.
On Shawn Mendes.
Shawn Mendes.
Oh, I would love to do one on stan culture.
Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, so anyway, all that to say, fan fiction is what it sounds like. It is literature, it's novels sometimes, screenplays written by fans. It's usually about characters in a book, characters in a TV show, in a movie, or sometimes they create their own.
Yeah.
And they weave in canonical characters, which canon is, oh my god, this is all very triggering.
Yes.
Canon means written by the original author. So Dan Harmon invented Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty. If I write a fan fiction about me and Rick Sanchez, that's not canon.
Okay. So I understand. Yes, that makes sense. So is there any like ethical dilemmas with fan fiction?
Oh yeah.
Because I when I got like 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, I wanted to pay people to write fan fiction about me and like make it weird.
Yeah.
And so like a couple of like the writers on like Fiverr and stuff were like, I don't feel comfortable writing about a real person. And I was like,
Styles to Paint might not open
like,
up.
Is that like a weird thing to write? I mean, I guess like I heard about like Larry or something like that, or
Yeah, Larry Stylinson was people took this friendship between Harry Styles and Louis Tomlinson to this level that is like actually delusional and invasive and like very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And that like fan fictions from that time literally were like some of the most gory, brutal sex fantasies I've ever fucking read in my whole life. But you raise a good point. About
Okay.
Oh my god! So for example, I could talk about.
I think we're getting somewhere.
There was a fan fiction on Wattpad. Which
Let me see if I can fix this up.
About Harry Styles.
I hope so.
This author, her name's Anna Todd, wrote this about this like dark, tattooed Harry, like this dark brooding whatever. This got so many reads. It's like 50, 60 million. I think it's like 100 million at this point. Got made into a movie franchise.
Double check. Oh no, I put up Google. What the hell have I done?
She changed the name for the movie. Literally like millions of dollars that this woman made. Yeah. It's a rumor.
人類は使用するエネルギーとともに進化を遂げました。
Oh wow. But this movie is like popular.
Yeah.
So to your question of like, is it ethical? No. This was about a real person.
Yeah.
Okay.
They changed it from Harry to Harden.
Oh.
Harden Styles or something like that. And it's just like, at what point is it
Yeah.
enough? I don't know.
Well, Styles to Paint. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let me open up Styles to Paint on the screen here.
But then it had to be well
How do
written,
I
but
do
you
that?
can't like choose that. A
I
fan
need
fiction
to
is
open
not
up
like,
a window.
I don't know. I was gonna say Oscar winning, but it's not like
No,
award winning
honestly.
like writing. So I would want it to be like flattering.
Yeah.
You know, like the way they describe me.
You're like, describe me in a flattering way.
Styles to
I was
Paint.
gonna read like the origins of.
Oh wait, hold on. It's the same issue. Give me 1 second.
Right.
Remove. We're just gonna have to do good old fashioned display capture. All right.
Fans of Sherlock Holmes series begin to write stories using.
Let's open that up. Is that working? That is working.
Where?
All right.
It's the Tumblr of the 1980s.
Well, it's probably like, I mean, imagine, what's that song? It's like,
Not techno
I like
references
pina coladas
here
getting
this
caught in
time
the rain.
around.
That's like an ad in the newspaper.
Shrek wrote that, by the way.
So I imagine beneath the fold is, Sherlock Holmes fan fiction. Some old woman is taking it as news.
Yeah.
She's like, they did what? They fucked where?
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
This is global news.
But it says in 1983 they wrote this story. So how did they disperse?
Oh, hopefully it'll just
Happening,
ink
like,
it.
Martin
That's what I'm
Luther who
shooting
nailed
for.
the 12 whatever on the like wooden door at the church. That's like me with Star Trek fan fiction.
Right beneath the letter to the church is just some Trekkie fan fiction.
Okay.
I would say, yeah, and then it says like in 1983 they started to use the term canon with like Sherlock Holmes and stuff.
It's processing
Jane
it.
Austen's novels Pride and Prejudice, Emma and Sense and Sensibility.
Listen, Mr. Darcy, Pride and Prejudice.
Yeah.
Hot.
Well, I've only seen the movie from like 2004.
Yeah, hot.
Is that Keira Knightley?
Yeah.
Keira Knightley.
Yeah. She does don't like this.
Yeah, with a chin out.
Hopefully you can make a good ink out
I
of it.
do too. But then it said, I'm sorry, going back to the Star Trek, because everyone loves Star Trek. Actually,
do they?
I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I'm some Trekkies are like, wow, they took it there.
The erasure happening in this podcast.
Zines. There's like this term called zines, most
Or
commonly
zines. Because they're magazines.
Oh,
Slay.
Oh my gosh, most commonly a small circulation publication of original. Oh yeah, so it did make sense. Like it's like
Oh,
fan fiction
wait,
magazines.
hold on.
Okay, so I was trying to like.
That
figure
one
out
doesn't
how
make any sense to
That
have.
makes more sense than nailing it to a church wall.
Yeah.
I'll admit.
It's you're nailing a magazine.
I'm paper macheing my fanfiction onto the stone of the church.
So there's also like a breakdown of demographics. Our research assistant was very thorough. 50% are female or femme-leaning, and then 13.4% are masculine. 11% don't disclose that they are transgender, and then 3.9% are agender. That is very, very thorough.
It is.
I wonder how many people they surveyed.
Can I get anyone on Twitter? Probably not.
I am a
I'm gonna be honest with you.
37-year-old man reading Star Trek fanfiction. And yes, I will admit that. Like, no.
Wait, no,
Nope.
they surveyed Harry Potter fanfiction writers. So it's
Ooh.
fanfiction writers of. I mean, yeah, I would lie if like I was embarrassed that I'm writing fanfiction.
Yeah.
I'm actually the CEO at Google. But I
George
was
never
gonna
got
say
back
I'm
to me
Beth
either,
from
did he?
Oklahoma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of fucked
And
up.
Also, just like I don't. Okay, so what's interesting, well, not really surprising, but interesting, is that a lot of the authors are
Too good for me
university
now,
students.
George.
These are college-age, college-educated.
Too good for me now.
Of all different backgrounds.
All right.
But it like makes me think like they should be like studying for something or writing something else, or they're like typing away furiously in like the library.
As possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is really crazy that you.
Come
would
on, give it a good
write
ink, please.
I don't know. it's a type of fan fiction that I had no idea was fitting into a statistic.
Wait, yeah, like where you like write someone who's like sick or like dying.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like a hurt comfort fan fiction. Like usually it's there's this phenomenon.
Oh, there's a simple background this time around. I will admit.
And being like,
it is supposed to be just a single panel.
/in instead, and you're supposed to put Sarah, Brittany, whatever.
Wait, but do you enter your name in at the top and then it fills it in on the page?
No, you gotta do it in your head.
Why? Oh, that seems like I feel like someone should come up with that technology.
Yeah, I'm like, your name is a hot bitch. I'm like, oh, that's me.
Pussy Slayer 420. It's a really beautiful name.
Yeah. Is that a family name?
It's actually my grandmother's middle name. And
we dropped in front of it because we Americanized our Irish name.
Oh, pussy.
Oh, pussy.
I think there's some noise being picked up by that thing in the background. I guess I can go check it out once this is done. I mean, it's at 98%.
You were part of the Ronald McDonald family.
It's just inking the rest of it.
Employee.
You are an employee. Is that what it means? You're a bastard child?
Yeah, bastard son of is like the preface and like it's like Mick. What is that called? MC.
What does Mick mean in names? In Irish names?
Yep.
Oh my God,
Get
so right.
2 streams, and
So
just like he said, no one to watch it.
I guess, son. So
Oh
if you have,
well.
like, a
It'll get good eventually. It'll just
The name of the
take a
original
lot
British
of
father. The
bloody
surname
time.
MacDougall literally means son of Dougal. If your last name's Dougal, make it not be.
I thought it was Dougal.
Dougal?
Or Douglas.
That's even worse. McDougal?
Someone with your last name McDougal is like, this is my fucking nightmare.
What the fuck, you guys?
It's a family name. I can't change it.
Change it.
So there are, you were talking about the genres of fan fiction.
Yeah.
There's one that says alternative.
We've got 1% to
yeah.
go.
Just like-
Yes.
AU is
Yes.
like-
One more percentage.
It's like the Harry Potter characters.
Just leaning back
but
in my
Lord of the
comfy
Rings.
chair, you know.
Or it's like Sherlock, but in the modern day. It's like you keep the kind of same dynamic and timeline, but it's in a different
now it's painting.
universe.
I was thinking of like Shrek and
I
Lord
wonder
of the
what
Rings,
we'll
they
come
just
up
killed
with.
him.
Oh, he's dead.
I'm not expecting much. I'm
He's an
just
orc.
trying to get it
Or would they
inked,
fit
to
him
be
in?
quite honest
He
with
would
you.
become part of the squad.
It's the inking
takes
that's
over
the
for
biggest
Gimli.
deal for this. So once you have the frame
Shrek and
inked,
Legolas
you can do a lot more with it.
And then
Pay to see that.
make love. There's is crossover the same thing?
And I thought,
Crossover is like Jimmy
ooh, a
Neutron
black
and,
and white kind
what
of
was that?
sort
Further
of
up, further
manga
up.
panel would be
So it's
actually
like,
okay in
Wait,
this
so then
instance.
alternative
It
universe
depends,
is just
though.
like Shrek in the Lord of the Rings universe. They don't mention any of the Lord of the Rings character. It's only about Shrek now.
Because I wasn't expecting it to capture that much detail, even with the silhouette. Because this is a silhouette overlay.
And so then there's soulmates, a genre
Captured
that
a lot
involves
more
characters
detail
in a
than I
world
was
often very similar to canon, where soulmates are demonstratively real. Common mechanics for soulmates include each person having the name of their soulmate written on their skin at birth.
Well, that is.
on TikTok.
No.
Those dramatic, like 18-year-olds. Like, first of all, you're too old. Second
Yeah.
of all, they'll be like, POV, you have 17 days to find your soulmate that has your same marking on your wrist.
73%.
So much schoolwork to be
Hip,
doing
hip,
right now.
hooray.
You're making this TikTok like in your parents' bathroom.
But the thing is it like their full name? Like, would it be their last name as well?
Sometimes it's a number.
Give me 1 second,
Okay,
I gotta
but I
check
imagine
something.
like finding a John wouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, or it's a symbol. It's just like a penis.
Yeah.
Fuck, like a dick on my wrist? You kidding?
Gosh, just like laughing at you in heaven. Fucking idiot. Good luck finding dick in this town.
Okay,
That's
we're good.
Mary.
We're golden.
Sir, pull down your pants. A common trope in this genre is one character being convinced they don't have one deserve a soulmate.
Ooh, broken.
They're depressed.
Yes.
Only to be proven wrong as they fall in love over the course of the fic. The impact this has had on TikTok.
Yeah.
That's a funny note.
Literally. Okay, so, fuck, what was I just gonna say? You know what a great trope is enemies to lovers.
Yeah.
Chris Angel.
Who's his enemy? Just the common man.
I'm sure Chris Angel's made a couple enemies.
Oh, so it's made of
He's probably like freaked out a lot.
a couple of
people.
unique
I
colors,
used to watch a lot of his
actually.
stuff, but I wouldn't say that anyone like.
I was not
no
expecting
one really
that.
hates Chris Angel.
No.
It's like he's like Bobby Flay. Well,
Yeah.
no, he's very hateable.
Is he?
What Guy Fieri? It's like saying you hate Guy Fieri.
Sure.
Like no one really hates him.
Pitbull.
I think a lot of people.
People hate Pitbull?
Some people probably.
What did Pitbull do?
I don't know.
He's worldwide.
But who would be Pitbull's enemy?
Who's another bald man?
Mr. Clean.
They're fighting to the death. Oh my god.
So they would be enemies to lovers.
They would. I would write that fanfiction.
And then their heads combined just to make one big bald head.
They blind each other from the sheen off their bald heads, and then they fall in love.
All right.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Brittany Broski, coming to you for a quick second to tell you about my new favourite game. Go! It's so much fun. Okay.
And there's also like time travel. AU. I keep thinking augmented reality when I see AU.
Yeah.
So I assume that's where you go back in time or forward in time.
Yeah, this is like right, Sherlock Holmes in the modern day.
Yeah.
The whole TV show, literally.
Okay.
But I feel like it would really speed up like his.
Well, it doesn't seem
work,
as
because all
though
he
it
just
ain't
needs is a cell
too
phone.
much,
Yeah,
so
like,
we
yeah, you
are
gotta make
going to
a phone
have to
call on a mobile
colorize it.
phone. Sherlock.
That is
Really?
unfortunate.
Stop writing in that dumbass journal. Loser.
He's actually writing fan fiction.
He
Throughout the
is.
entirety of the show.
Holy shit, the fan fiction between Sherlock and John Watson is like so graphic.
Give me 1 second, I gotta check something again.
They're like hooking up, I assume.
Yes. Sucking fucking holes I've never even knew existed. It's wild.
Do they like pause to solve
Oh, no, wait.
mysteries?
Hold on.
You know, like when you're texting someone in the middle of like hooking up, and instead they're like, writing in their journals and like solving crime.
It's like, come on, that can't wait.
No.
15 minutes.
It's about me right now.
You know, like those moments in a TV
Okay,
show.
so she
where
had blue eyes.
They'll be like,
Okay.
the wall. That's it. And then they run
Well,
off.
then if I
Like,
change
what
it to
about the wall?
green,
Just
maybe
told
it'll
you
work
like that
out.
was the solution to whatever. A lot of that happened in Sherlock and Watson fanfiction.
That's me whenever I watch House.
Yeah.
And he like solves like a he's like, she can't eat coconuts, and then he like hobbles off. I'm like, exactly, she can't.
Yes, and that was very clear from the beginning. I'm surprised it took him that long.
She has a concussion in her knees.
Stream Coconuts by Kim Petras.
Okay.
Oh my god, I can't even.
I do like the color
dark
and
thing?
blush
What is that?
that
Yeah,
it got. I'll
all
show
of this
that
is
once
already
again.
so dark.
Oh yeah, you know the dark fiction. Okay, so
Oh,
I
wait, that's
will.
mainstream.
I will admit.
We go.
I read Mandalorian fan fiction as well.
What
you
is
know
a
the
Mandalorian?
So I do like the
Mandalorian is a
color and
character from the
blush
Star
that
Wars
it
universe.
is
Okay.
And that he
showing.
got his own spin-off show.
Yeah.
And it slays. That's where Baby Yoda's from.
Okay.
That show.
Yes.
I used to read some Mandalorian fan fiction, and like in this whole realm of dark fic, it literally they'd be like, he picks me up and like has sex with me and then leaves me on a planet, and I never saw him again. Like, that's so sad.
How do they like tie Jedis in? Is it like Jedis that are having sex with you?
No, there's no Jedis. No, he literally is just like a war. There's nothing special about him. He's just like a warrior.
Wait, is Mandalorian a guy?
Yeah, he's a guy.
Oh, Mandalorian. It sounds like a ship or like a type of
No,
shoe.
he's the Mandalorian.
It sounds like a lesbian shoe.
It does, yeah. The Mandalorian
I'm
Mach
wearing
5.
the Mandalorians.
The Mandalorian X Jordan X Kanye collab.
Super strappy.
Velcro. Lesbians love a Velcro shoe, huh?
I don't know. Actually, no. What?
Me trying to create stereotypes.
Okay, man, it did a good color
I've
there.
never seen a lesbian with Velcro shoes. I mean, like.
Damn, we should start it.
Yeah, I should start it.
You should. Sorry. Me
Your own
inserting
fic.
myself. Me writing a fanfiction about you wearing Velcro shoes.
They're called Mandalorians. Okay, so that means dark fiction. And I assume it just has to be super, super, super dark. Because, I mean,
Yeah,
that,
there's
like,
no happy ending.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, so it's just the lack of a happy ending.
Yeah, it's just like super dark.
I thought it's like, you know, like you skin Baby Yoda alive.
Well, see, yeah. That would be, what's the word? Thrasher.
All right. I am gonna have
Which
to
actually
be
goes along
right
with the
back.
rest
This
of the plot,
is gonna take a while.
They track out like the Star Wars like plot.
Skin blanket's gone.
It's gone forever.
You took off my hair layer. Literally, my human
My hair.
No, give it. My peach fuzz. The thought of being skinned alive and saying, no, give it back.
Come on.
Guys, that was mine.
They like throw it over you and you're like jumping up and down between like two bullies trying to get your skin. Guys, this isn't funny.
My mom gave me that.
My mom made that for me.
Come on.
It has my lover's name on it.
It's got a big sloppy dick on the left wrist.
There's also more categories. Fluff. What is fluff? Just feel good?
Yeah, fluff is like if it's a really sad like storyline in general or just whatever and you just want to make it happier.
Yeah.
That's what, yeah, you just make it happy. Yeah. You want to know something too about Wattpad and another platform is called AO3, Archive of Our Own.
Yeah.
That's for like the 20 to 35-year-olds that are serious.
You really buckle down.
You buckle down. It's like I learned so much about sex from fan fiction, and that's not a joke.
Really?
Like the anatomical correct, like how sex works, I learned from fan fiction.
Yeah.
More so than porn ever, because porn isn't accurate.
It's kind of violent.
It is. Fan fiction, I was like, I didn't know I had inner walls that could clutch onto something. Yes. I literally learned so much. A lot of the stuff on Wattpad is written by children, like teenagers, middle schoolers. So it'll be like, he took a long breathe.
Yeah.
And said. And it's like so grammatically incorrect and just the vocabulary is terrible. And then when you get into AO3 and like these kind of more serious or Tumblr fanfiction, holy fuck.
Yeah.
It's like, I didn't even know. I'm like on dictionary.com looking up what these words mean. Like it is beautifully written fiction.
I just imagine like Wattpad is like his fingers glide over my epiglottis. It's like, what is that? What are you talking about?
And then like on Wattpad, it's like, and he kissed my pussy. And I'm like, you're 11. You're 11. You want to know what sex is so bad.
He Frenched my asshole.
He did.
There's also hurt and comfort. It's just you.
Alright, give me 1 second. I gotta close the door.
Yeah. That's literally me with Cole Sprouse. I was like, I will fix you. It's okay.
Self-insert. I imagine this is all self-insert.
Yeah, self-insert is your name.
Oh.
Because people write a fiction about like The Mandalorian and like Stacy.
Yeah.
And then you kind of live vicariously through Stacy versus a self-insert is more like it's a your name fan fiction.
Okay. Song fiction. Oh my god, features of fictional work interspersed with the lyrics of a relevant song. Mm-hmm. It's like, I love you, Sarah Shower. Baby.
No, that would be like they write it about like Sarah Smile by Hall & Oates would be the song, and then it's like, and then I said to her, Sarah Smile.
Well, I mean, that song is like what my dad plays when I'm sad.
Oh.
So
I love that song.
That is my song. Thank you.
I can't believe it was written about you in the 70s.
All right, I'm back.
And then there's Vent and a lot more. That is so...
Fuck.
Yeah.
It's like, I didn't even know. I'm like on dictionary.com looking up what these words mean. Like it is beautifully written fiction.
I just imagine like Wattpad is like his fingers glide over my epiglottis. It's like, what is that? What are you talking about?
And then like on Wattpad, it's like, and he kissed my pussy. And I'm like, you're 11. You're 11. You want to know what sex is so bad.
He Frenched my asshole.
He did.
There's also hurt and comfort. It's just I imagine you're being hurt and then comforted.
Yeah. That's literally me with Cole Sprouse. I was like, I will fix you. It's okay.
Self-insert. I imagine this is all self-insert.
Yeah, self-insert is your name.
Oh.
Because people write a fiction about like The Mandalorian and like Stacy.
What is orange color?
And then you kind of live vicariously through Stacy versus a self-insert is more like it's a your name fan fiction.
Okay. Song fiction. Oh my god, features of fictional work interspersed with the lyrics of a relevant song. Mm-hmm. It's like, I love you, Sarah Shower. Baby.
No, that would be like they write it about like Sarah Smile by Hall & Oates would be the song, and then it's like, and then I said to her, Sarah Smile.
Well, I mean, that song is like what my dad plays when I'm sad.
Oh.
So
I love that song.
That is my song. Thank you.
I can't believe it was written about you in the 70s.
I'm so old. And then there's Vent and a lot more. That is so crazy. I mean, I guess like every type of literature has like different categories, like sci-fi and stuff like that.
There used to be One Direction one-shots. You know what a one-shot is?
Like with the camera?
No. A one-shot is it's like 100 words or something like that. It's just like a quick little imagine. Like imagine you and Liam or whatever. And there were like joke ones that went viral on Tumblr and Twitter way back when. And it was like, imagine you need a kidney transplant and Niall is missing. And you wake up from the surgery and Niall is dead. And there's a note that says, who do you think gave you the kidney? It's like, who the fuck is sitting down writing this?
Niall is missing. You wake up. Who do you think gave you the pussy?
Who do you think gave you your top transplant? Oh my God. Literally, like, there were so many of those, and then they just got stupid. It's like, Niall is the worm that lives in your ear. He is your pet. You love him. It's like, what are we doing, guys?
It's just like fan fiction about how you have worms.
Yeah. A tapeworm named Niall Horan. It's your pet. Stupid.
Do you have any pets in the house? It's a tapeworm named Niall Horan.
He's with me always. Tapeworm named Niall
You
Horan.
have to pay a pet deposit for your tapeworm.
There's something so funny about naming a pet a full human name.
Yeah. I like naming birds dog names. Like a bird named Matilda.
Max.
Matilda? Yes. Like a goose named Matilda.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, or like a chicken named Elizabeth.
Yeah. If you name Dopey Dwayne The Rock Johnson, oh, that's just Dwayne The Rock Johnson. You have to say it with the full name every time.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson is here? Yeah, come in.
Yeah, he's in my bedroom.
So I'm also looking over this list. Have you heard of Yuletide?
No.
It says it's a fan fiction gift exchange.
I have not heard of that.
You just send each other horribly written essays.
Yeah.
You get to know your friend's horniest thoughts.
What could be a fan fiction gift exchange?
Don't know. Well, I mean, I assume it's like
Scared.
based around like it's like themed, like Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, and you sent like scarves or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
I get that.
A lock of Niall's hair.
Right. I bought this on eBay and I'm gifting it to you.
My mom rushed to the stage. There's notable works. You did say, what was it called?
After.
After. Do you want to read some of it?
Not really. You want to know? Okay, well, I was going to ruin it. I was going to ruin the plot.
Do it.
Should I?
Spoilers.
All right, spoilers. If you don't want to hear the spoilers of After, fast forward. The whole kicker of After is it's a joke, like it's a prank.
Yeah.
All of Harry's friends said, I bet you can't take her virginity. And he was like, challenge accepted. He didn't even like her at first. It was like a game. And then he fucks her and keeps the bloody sheets and shows his friends.
Oh.
And they fall in love through the whole process. And then she finds the sheets.
Yeah.
And she's like, what the fuck? And he's like, no. And it's too
It's
late.
not like that.
It's not like that. And then, of course, she goes back to him because manipulation.
Yeah.
But it's like a fucked up plot.
Why would that was made into a movie?
A movie. A movie.
And you're telling me that has a 13% on Rotten Tomatoes?
Surprise.
That is so gross. Who wrote this? Was like this an adult?
Yeah, she was an adult at the time. Anna Todd is her name.
Oh, I thought she was a Todd. I was like, a Todd what?
Anna, a toddler.
Tessa Young is an 18-year-old college
Okay.
student with a simple life, excellent grades, and a sweet boyfriend.
Okay. I mean,
And then she leaves her boyfriend for Harden.
Harden
Okay.
Styles.
Harden Styles.
okay. I can work with this. I can work with
Changing
this.
the characters' names. Do you think that Harry Styles has seen that?
There's no way he didn't. Like, I'm sure he has a restraining order against her.
Yeah.
That is literally at what point, like, imagine being this teeny bopper, like, object of affection for
Yeah.
so many young pubescent women.
Yeah.
To have that shit written about you is so probably objectifying and demeaning. Like, I know.
Yeah, and have like be portrayed so negatively, like you took someone's
Yeah.
virginity and then like kept the sheets, which is a biohazard, I think.
It definitely. I'm like,
Yeah.
that's not safe in COVID Toms or any Toms.
Do not use it to cover your mouth.
Do not. Making a mask out of. Sorry. All right.
Sorry. These are my after sheets.
Yeah.
There's also other notable works like Agony and Pink, a story featuring several characters from the television series Mighty Morphin Power Rangers that became notorious for its detailed, bad scene and torture. Oh, so we don't want to read this.
No.
And then
Skipping.
there's My Immortal, known as the worst fan fiction ever, due to its absurd storyline and spelling grammar errors.
This was a meme for a while.
Okay.
If you want to go watch it on YouTube, just look up My Immortal fanfiction. It's so fucking stupid.
It says it was intended as Harry Potter fan fiction. It heavily incorporated references to the bands My Chemical Romance and Evanescence, often depicting the young wizards as gothic. Are
Yeah.
they not gothic?
I don't know.
That church is very, very gothic. Or
Yeah.
am I out of it? Like, is that like an art thing?
Who?
Is the church like gothic style? Because isn't that like an art
You mean like the architecture?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
a gothic cathedral?
I don't know why it's so defensive. Is the church in Harry Potter like gothic? Because I thought it was. We are going to read some one-shots.
Yeah, some Harry Potter Imagine.
Just already did the blush
Some
pretty
short
well.
little funsies.
To get
I have
yourself
to-
imagine that you're in Harry Potter. You're your own
the
character.
color.
You're a wizard.
You're in a long cape.
Mm-hmm. And
Cloak.
robes.
Yes.
Yeah. You
robes.
have a tie. And what Harry Potter house are you?
I would like to think I'm Ravenclaw, but everyone says that I'm Hufflepuff.
I say Hufflepuff.
I
For
think
me.
You're Raven. No, I think you're Ravenclaw.
You think I'm more smart than weird?
You're very smart.
Oh, I always thought that the Hufflepuffs were like gay weird kids.
Oh, well, yeah.
Art kids that run in the hallway. They're cloaked, just like
Yeah, Naruto running.
Yes. All right, so this is an Imagine off of Google. Imagine you're sitting on your house table with some of your friends having breakfast, like always. You feel observed, but it's always happens to you on the Great Hall. What you didn't know is that someone is always looking at you. You didn't until now.
It's Hagrid.
It's George. You just have like a sty.
There's toilet paper on your shoe. Got a big fucking zit in the middle of your eyes. Like, God damn, she's ugly.
So there's another one. Do you have any that you like to read?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
Imagine Draco freezing up in the hallway when he sees you, stuttering as he tries to talk to you because he has a huge crush on you.
And now,
isn't that cute?
we shall swap
Draco
over to
Malfoy
intro.
fanfiction, by the way,
Sick.
huge everywhere.
Really?
Draco, it started on TikTok. Well, it had a resurgence on TikTok because it was huge on Tumblr too.
Yeah.
People fucking gag for Draco Malfoy.
Is Draco Malfoy hot?
To me, no.
I just genuinely don't know if like people find him attractive.
Apparently, yeah.
I thought the gingers were cute. All the redheads. What's
Yeah,
that family
the
called? The
Weasleys.
Weasleys.
Yeah.
It's the main group of redheads.
Yeah.
Hagrid the redhead.
Hagrid.
Let's do another Imagine. Imagine the Yule Ball will be next week, and you still don't have a partner.
Oh my God.
Even though 2 people asked you out, you rejected them both. You are waiting for someone to ask you because you aren't brave enough to ask him out. What you don't know is that he's been staring at you while you studied at the library.
Oh my God.
It's fucking George!
Wait, is it really?
Yeah, it's George.
Oh my God, a George Weasley fanfiction.
Who would have you like gone to the Yule Ball with? Do you even care much about Harry Potter?
I have not seen Harry Potter in so long.
Mm-hmm.
I would have gone with, who's fun?
I would have gone with that really tall woman who was like Queen of the Beauxbatons or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
The one that like, imagine her and Hagrid having sex. Now that is fan fiction I'd love to read.
Yeah, you should write it.
It's thunderous.
No one knows about it other than you.
Oh my God, actually I'm gonna write that when I get home.
Hey, we gotta wrap this up.
You hear like furious clicking and it's only Brittany for the rest of the podcast.
Suddenly I'm very busy.
All right, so did you want to read some of My Immortal? It's 22 chapters, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but they're so bad.
All right, so My Immortal, once again, is Harry Potter fan fiction
mixed with
My Chemical Romance and
Slay.
Evanescence.
Trisha Paytas core.
Is Trisha Paytas in Harry Potter?
Written by what is it? Blonde Sundoll?
Yes.
34? What's her?
A blonde Sundoll, yeah. Okay, so chapter 1. Oh fuck, this is so long. No,
it's not that bad.
I hate this. Hi, my name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Way. Is that her address? And I have long ebony black hair. That's how I got my name. With purple streaks and red tips that reaches my mid back and icy blue eyes like limpid tears. And a lot of people tell me I look like Amy Lee.
The way that is all one sentence.
There's no commas.
There is no punctuation in this paragraph.
I'm not related to Gerard Way, but I wish I was because he's a fucking major hottie. I'm a vampire, but my teeth are straight and white. I have pale white skin. I'm also a witch, and I have to go to magic school called Hogwarts in England.
In England.
I'm in my 7th year, parentheses, I'm 17.
Slay.
I'm a goth,
Slay.
in case you couldn't tell, and I wear mostly black. I love Hot Topic, and I buy all my clothes
They
from
have
there.
Hot Topic at Hogwarts?
It's
Hog
like
Topic.
Hot Topic. And I buy all my clothes from there. For example, today I was wearing a black corset with matching lace around it and a black leather mini skirt, pink fishnets, and black combat boots. I was wearing black lipstick, white foundation, black eyeliner, and red eyeshadow.
Oh my God, she is a vampire.
She is. At Hogwarts?
I bet people are looking at her crazy.
Yeah, you know, like how they judge the divination teacher?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh, like it's kind of crazy how they can do magic, but like as soon as someone sees into the future, they're like, this fucking weirdo.
They're like, you're lying and you're weird.
You can see into the future? Okay. So, she's also a vampire. I was walking outside Hogwarts. It was snowing and raining, so there was no sun, which I was very happy about. A lot of preps stared at me. I put my middle finger up at them.
Slay.
Flipped them off.
Oh my God.
Hey, Ebony, shouted a voice. I looked up. It was Draco Malfoy.
Yes.
What's up, Draco? I asked. Nothing, he said shyly. But then I heard my friends call me and I had to go away.
It's just like the most terrible writing
Yeah.
you can ever imagine.
The middle where she's like describing herself, she's like, I'm a vampire. Like there's so many periods, but the first sentence is just so there's no commas and it's just like 5 lines long.
I love it.
I like how before she described her like physical appearance, she's like, I'm not related to Gerard Way or
Yeah.
whatever. Like Gerard. Is it Gerard?
Gerard, yeah.
Jesus, someone's gonna roast me
Oh,
alive.
they're coming for you later.
Is that My Chemical Romance?
Yeah.
What was that one band with the really long titles? Like Fall Out Boy?
Panic at the Disco.
Oh yeah, like my cat can't come in, so I closed the back door and it got hot.
That's good. Wait, I think they're touring actually.
Panic at the Disco?
No, my cat got locked in the back door.
They're at Warped Tour.
Jeffree Star's there. All right, here's the next chapter.
Okay.
The next day, I woke up in my bedroom. It was snowing and raining again. I opened the door of my coffin and drank some blood from a bottle I had. My coffin was black ebony, and inside it was hot pink velvet with black lace on the ends.
There's
Slay.
velvet? Oh, I thought it said, never mind, keep going.
I got out of my coffin and took off my giant MCR t-shirt, which I used for pajamas. Instead, I put on a black leather dress, a pentagram necklace, combat boots, and black fishnets. I put on 4 pairs of earrings in my pierced ears and put my hair in a kind of messy bun. Slay! My friend Willow woke up then and grinned at me. She flipped her long waist-length raven black hair with pink streaks and opened her forest green eyes. I mean, it's like literally...
She smiled at you before she opened her eyes. She turns...
She put on her Marilyn Manson t-shirt with a black mini, fishnets, and pointy high-heeled boots. We put on our makeup, parentheses, black lipstick, white foundation, and black eyeliner, in case you forgot from the previous chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my fucking god, I saw you talking to Draco Malfoy yesterday, she said excitedly. Yeah, so? I said, blushing. Do you like Draco? She asked as we went out of the Slytherin common room into the Great Hall. She's a Slytherin.
She is.
No, I so fucking don't, I shouted. Yeah, right, she exclaimed. Just then, Draco walked up to me. Hi, he said. Hi, I replied flirtily.
How do you... Hi.
Hello. Hi. Guess what?
Salute.
I salute Draco Malfoy in the common hall.
Salute him. I salute flirtily.
I stand at attention before Draco Malfoy flirtily. Guess what, he said. What, I asked. Well, Good Charlotte are having a concert in Hogsmeade. Oh my fucking god, I screamed. I love GC. They're my favorite band, besides MCR.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to go with me, he asked. I gasped. Chapter 3.
Okay.
This is, honestly, like, this is the epitome of create your own world.
Yeah.
This was her world.
I don't think she edited this at all. It's just like free thought.
Yeah.
Just completely. But I want to keep reading though.
It's kind of good.
I was thinking, yeah, it is actually kind of enjoyable. So chapter 3, on the night of the concert, I put on my black lace-up boots with high heels.
Ooh.
Underneath them were ripped red fishnets. Then I put on a black leather mini dress with all this corset stuff on the back and front. With all this corset stuff on the back and front.
Imagine
it's a corset.
If J.K. Rowling wrote like this. And then I put on like my Converse whatever with like some laces on. It was kind of cute.
Harry did a spell or something.
Yeah, he was like fucking dead at.
I put on matching fishnets on my arms. I straightened my hair and made it look all spiky. I felt a little depressed then, so oh my god. So she self-harms. What is up with that?
What the fuck?
That was out of nowhere.
I feel whiplash.
She's about to have the best night of her life. Fuck!
Shit. Fuck off.
I read a depressing book while I waited for it to stop. And I listened to some GC. I painted my nails black and put on tons of black eyeliner. Then I put on some black lipstick. I didn't put on foundation because I was pale anyway. I drank some human blood, so I was ready to go to the concert. She's pre-gaming. I went outside. Draco was waiting there in front of his flying car. He was wearing a simple plain.
How I'm
t-shirt.
not
Simple
gonna write
Plan?
my story.
Simple Plan t-shirt. They would play at the show too.
Oh, work.
Baggy black skater pants, black nail polish, and a little eyeliner. Hi, Draco, I said in a depressed voice. There's an exclamation point. Hi, Draco.
Hi, Draco, I yelled depressedly.
Hi, Ebony, he said back. We walked into his flying car. We walked into his flying black Mercedes-Benz. The license plate said 666.
Did Hogwarts become a devil satanic? Like,
he's a bad boy.
He is. He slays.
And flew to the place with the concert.
And flew to the place where, like,
they're hosting the concert with the band people.
Or whatever.
On the way, we listened excitedly to Good Charlotte and Marilyn Manson. We both smoked cigarettes and drugs. I just imagine them with, like, weed and meth.
Fucking God. We both smoked cigarettes and drugs. Slay.
When we got there, we both hopped out of the car. We went to the mosh pit at the front of the stage and jumped up and down as we listened to Good Charlotte. You come in cold. You're covered in blood. They're all so happy you've arrived.
Oh.
The doctor cuts your cord, hands you to your mom, and sets you free into this life, saying, Joel, I don't own the lyrics to that song. That's a note that she read.
Yeah, that's an author's note.
I'm supposed to read that in her voice?
Yeah.
I don't own the lyrics to that song. Okay. Joel is so fucking hot, I said to Draco, pointing to him as he sung, filling the club with his amazing voice. Suddenly, Draco looked sad. Oh, what's wrong? I asked as we moshed to the music. What's wrong? Throwing your body around. Then I caught on. Hey, it's okay. I don't like him better than you, I said. Really? That's actually...
Oh my God.
Really? Asked Draco sensitively, and he put his arm around me all protective. He put his arm around me.
He put his arm around me all protective.
He was like so sweet. Really, I said. Besides, I don't even know Joel, and he's going out with Hillary fucking Duff. I fucking hate that little bitch, I said disgustedly, thinking of her ugly blonde face.
Hillary Duff exists in the Harry Potter cinematic universe. Holy shit. And Good Charlotte and Simple Plan and MCR.
Yes. That night went on. Did they actually date in real life?
I think so.
Oh, wait. Yeah, they did.
Isn't she married to him?
Is that wait. Am I thinking about that guy who has that twin who looks like old? Wait, no.
The Property Brothers.
Hillary Duff is married to both of the Property Brothers.
She dated, or she was...
Wait, this is that pastor guy.
She's married to Matthew Coma.
Wait.
He's a singer-songwriter and DJ.
Joel, isn't that pastor?
Joel Osteen? No, Joel's the lead singer of Good Charlotte, bitch.
I was thinking that mega church guy is married to Hillary Duff.
Joel Osteen and Hillary Duff have a beautiful family.
Joel Osteen is in the Harry Potter universe.
Joel Osteen's mega church is in Hogsmeade.
The night went on really well, and they had a great time. So did Draco. After the concert, we drank some beer and asked Benji and Joel for their autographs and photos with them. We got GC concert tickets. Draco and I crawled back into the Mercedes-Benz. Why did they crawl? But Draco didn't go back to Hogwarts. Instead, he drove the car into the Forbidden Forest.
Oh my God.
They're gonna have some sex.
No, she's giving like cliffhanger.
I know. But I'm also thinking, like, I feel like a lot of the Harry Potter students probably have hooked up in the Forbidden Forest.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah.
That's like, what's it called? Make Out Cliff or whatever in like every teen movie.
Like Fuck Forest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to read chapter 4?
No.
Okay.
I think enough is enough. I think that it's an interesting thing. I mean, like, that's hilarious, obviously, but it's an interesting thing for the authors of the original work to see that this is the, you know, like, here is my body of work that I've spent years creating, and this is what you bitches do with it.
I mean, I imagine, like, J.K. Rowling, like, I don't know. Do you think that she's seen this?
Probably. She has to know.
She's like, that's a good idea.
She's like, oh my God, sequel.
My Chemical Romance. I mean, I don't think it's like that insulting. I think it's like obviously kids who just want to like, this is what they'd like to add to the story. Mm-hmm. Is there anything that you'd like to add to like any like popular movie or like TV show? Like if you had to?
My PC answer is a lot of these works need a lot more diversity in them.
Yeah.
Across all spectrums.
Mm-hmm.
But personally, I'm trying to think of like a story that I've Honestly, I can't think of one.
Wait.
I wish there was more romance in the Star Wars universe. They kind of gloss over it.
Well, I mean, like, wasn't there that one where, like, they're brother and sister?
Yeah, I mean...
I don't know anything about Star Wars.
They, like, in the Star Wars universe, they'll be like, and then they got married. Or, like, we'll see a kissing scene and that's it. 'Cause
Yeah.
They keep it PG. And I'm like,
You want penetration.
I want to see something. Show me something good.
I want to see a dick come out like a lightsaber.
Yeah, I want to see a Jedi dick.
I'm trying to think. I looked up like the most popular fandoms, like Game of Thrones. Did you like that?
I love Game of Thrones.
They're called Thronies.
Oh, I'll adopt that title.
I would assume like wait, no, Gamers doesn't.
Thronies and gamers.
Thronies. My Little Pony. That one is a sick world.
You want to talk about sick motherfuckers?
My Little Pony.
Bronies? What do you mean you're 37 writing fan fiction about two animated ponies?
I'm trying to okay, I think Spirit the horse is hot.
Yeah, he's sexy.
But I can understand how horses can be hot.
Mm-hmm.
But like I don't understand.
BoJack Horseman?
I mean I like Will Arnett.
I do too.
But My Little Pony, what is the draw? Like what about, is it just like the childness of like child?
I honestly yeah, maybe it's the inner child, it's age regressing, it's something like that.
Yeah.
Because if I think about it for too long and that isn't the answer, I'm just gonna get really fucking weirded out. What if they're like, no, I just like how they're sparkly.
I just love how they're sparkly.
I love how they're glittery.
There's Star Wars, Doctor Who. I actually like Doctor Who a lot.
Yeah? Did you watch it?
Yeah. I dated a guy who loved Doctor Who, and so I've watched a lot of. I love Donna Noble, and I love.
Who was do you like David Tennant?
No,
as Doctor?
I like the old one. Fuck, what's that old doctor?
Peter.
Everyone.
Whatever his name is.
Oh, Peter Capaldi.
Yeah.
I love Peter Capaldi and Donna Noble, and everyone's like, that doesn't make any sense. But imagine them together. Have you ever seen it?
I watched Matt, whatever his name was.
Matt.
He was my favorite doctor.
I just like the old one. I hated that I want the doctor and the partner, the companion, to not fuck. This is actually like a series where I'd like it if there's no sexual tension.
You want an asexual fan fiction.
Yeah, I would love that.
Yeah.
Because I'm sick of it's like Matt, what is his name?
Matt Smith.
Matt Smith and then David Tennant. It's like everyone like wants to fuck him.
Yeah.
I want the unfuckables to be navigating this universe.
That's a different franchise. That's a show you're about to create.
That sounds like the Uncrustables. The Unfuckables. They're my fandom. Oh, the MCU fandom. That's Marvel. Do you like Marvel stuff?
I love Marvel.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Who's your favorite?
Iron Man.
Iron Man. Why?
I'm a Robert Downey Jr. fan.
But he's not even he doesn't have a superpower. He's just smart.
Yeah, he's just hot and rich. He's rich and smart, and that's all you need in this lifetime. Batman, hot and rich.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Batman's not Marvel. He is.
No, he's DC. But still, this idea of like a rich billionaire superhero that you can save the world simply because you're rich. Wild.
I'm trying to think of who I relate to the most when it comes to superheroes. I like the useless ones that you can't like take out of their specific environment, like Aquaman. Take him out of the water.
Yeah.
I mean, it's completely useless.
You bring him too far inland, and he's just like, "I'm sorry, guys."
Dude, my hands are tied.
Yeah.
Do you guys need someone to drive the car?
I got cotton mouth really bad right here, guys.
Actually, can't breathe. Anyway, I got a dolphin.
But he has like a bottle of water.
He's like in his spare time, he like hosts children's parties at SeaWorld. Supernatural, never seen it.
I never was into Supernatural.
I'm trying to like look at the most popular. There's also Dan and Phil, but I don't want to talk about that at all.
I was not into that at all. I remember seeing it on my Tumblr like homepage, but I was never.
Aren't they real people?
Yeah,
yeah,
they're YouTubers.
So I mean that like kind of feels weird.
Oh, for sure.
I'm probably like they probably like said like don't make this about us anymore.
Yeah. It was a whole, oh my fucking god. That brings me back. Do you remember the British YouTuber explosion?
Oh, yeah, with Zoella and stuff?
Yes, Zoella and Alfie and all that fanfiction. So much sexual fanfiction.
Aren't they dating?
I don't know if they're engaged yet. They've been together for a long time.
I could have sworn they had like a baby or something.
Did they? I have not kept up with them. What a nostalgic time.
I know.
I miss all the British YouTubers. It was so pure.
There was that one guy from South Africa.
Casper Lee.
Yeah. Whatever happened to him?
Nor ID.
Nor. Is that Australian or South African?
No ID.
All right. I'm going to say tracking the world's biggest fandoms. Minecraft. Jeez. Do you think there's Minecraft fanfiction?
Do you think?
I mean, what would you write about? Like blogs?
Who's the main guy? Kyle? Kevin?
Mine?
Me Googling right now, who's the Minecraft guy?
A lot of these are like Dungeons and Dragons. I feel like that makes the most sense for fan fiction because isn't it like a fantasy world? Like I mean, like fantasy world, but this is like where you come up with your own.
Yeah, I think usually, well, personally, when I think of fan fiction, I think of me as the reader being inserted into the story.
Yeah.
But sometimes people just want a it's like when you finish Game of Thrones, when you finish Harry Potter, it's like, I want more.
Yeah.
And J.K. Rowling didn't provide more, so you have to go find it elsewhere. And I think that that's the beautiful thing is you can find things that are very closely related and a continuation of the original plot line.
Yeah.
Or it's just batshit. Just whatever you want. Shrek, fucking Legolas, in the fucking Sherlock universe. It's like whatever you want.
I would love to pay. Like, I wonder, there probably is like a service for this, but like if you went on like Fiverr and like you've just finished Game of Thrones and you want them to like finish it the right way, you pay someone to finish writing Game of Thrones, and then it's just for you.
Yeah.
That would actually be pretty cool.
That slays.
There's Rick and Morty is a popular one.
Oh yeah, slays.
Do they fuck?
Are
they? Wait, are they related?
Yeah.
Oh.
Grandson, grandfather.
Taboo.
Very taboo.
Yes.
In the taboo section on Pornhub.
It's just all Rick and Morty. I love that as a category, taboo.
It's officially from Adult Swim.
They
uploaded it.
I would love a miscellaneous category on Pornhub. It's like, what could that mean?
You don't want to know. You do not want to know.
Breaking Bad. I never watched that. And then like Attack on Call of Duty, Skyrim. These are all just like video games.
Yeah, I've never heard of like usually the fan fictions that I see are like, I don't want to say feminine, but involve romance.
Well, I mean, they said that 50% of writers for Harry Potter exclusively are women or feminine leaning.
I don't know who's writing like a love story involving the Call of Duty universe. Like, I really don't know. Don't know if that's like a thing.
It's like me in my spare time.
So, all in all, what are your thoughts on fan fiction?
I think it sounds kind of fun. I mean, aside from like real people, I think it's totally fine to like add, My Chemical Romance to the Harry Potter universe.
Yeah.
It's not that far-fetched.
Yeah.
They do magic and they fly around.
Yeah, create your own fantasy world.
Exactly. Add some Fall Out Boy, some
Good Charlotte.
Yeah, secondhand serenade.
Terrible. All right, guys.
This has been Violating Community Guide.
Mr. Trump today blasting the committee as the, quote, same lunatics who drove the country crazy with their lies and made up stories like Russia, Russia, Russia. Though airs today saying he no longer believes Mr. Trump's claims of election fraud.
Do you still believe the election was stolen?
Not so much now, with all the, all the lawsuits being shot down one after another. That was mainly what convinced me.
Afterwards, airs hugging a member of the Capitol Police, saying he was sorry.
Quite a moment there. Kristen Welker joins us now live in studio. Kristen, there have been a lot of allegations of witness tampering, but it sort of went to the next level today, correct?
It really did. This was a bombshell that Vice Chair Liz Cheney essentially dropped at the end of the hearing. She said that former President Trump called one of their witnesses. She wouldn't identify that witness, and she said that it's not someone that we have heard from yet. She said the witness didn't take the call, but did alert the committee. The committee has now alerted DOJ. But taking a step back, it goes to the point that you're making, Tom, that this is a part of a broader pattern of potential witness tampering by the former president and those in his orbit. A spokesperson is responding tonight for former President Trump, saying that Cheney is basically traffics and innuendos and lies that go unchallenged and unconfirmed. But you can expect at the next hearing, which could be next week, that we will hear a lot more about this, Tom.
Yeah, I hope to get some new information. All right, Kristen Welker, great to have you in studio on Top Story. Thank you. Okay, sticking with politics now to a new poll from the New York Times and Siena College. The poll out today showing Republican voter support for a 2024 run from Donald Trump is below 50%. The poll also showing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is the most popular alternative. Vaughn Hilliard has more.
Former President Donald Trump is now eyeing his path back into the White House, a 2024 run.
And in 2024, most importantly, we are going to take back our magnificent White House. We're going to take...
All right. Ugh. Actually, I don't know if this is copyrighted or not.
So I've been recently looking at a lot of mech manga, and specifically Gundam manga. There's just something about the manga art style when it's applied to mechs that is so appealing to me. Stuff like Gundam, Macross, and basically every other mech manga out there. There's a certain style to it that is unique to manga. I just found out about this pen nib that apparently a lot of manga artists use. It's called the G pen nib. So I bought myself one to try it out. So the one that I got was the Tachikawa G pen nib. And I think a couple of other brands make G nibs as well. I think Zebra makes one, Tachikawa of course, and maybe Kuretake. So it's brand new, and you can see it's not really expensive. It's like $2. So let's just take it out of the bag. Okay, so the reason it's called the G nib is because of its shape here, which looks like the letter G. I guess what I really want to know is what the hype is about with this pen nib, you know? I see it everywhere touted as the manga pen nib, and I don't know why. What specifically about this is made for drawing manga? I did some research online, of course, and all I got were these vague descriptions like, oh, it's got just the right flexibility,
well, maybe a pen
and
and
the right
tablet
stiffness for drawing manga, which really means nothing at all to me until I actually try this out for myself. So I'm gonna do a little bit of drawing with this today, but this is brand new and we can't just draw with it yet. There's a little bit of prep work to be done. So all pen nibs come packaged with a coating of oil over it. It's used to prevent rusting, so scrubbing it with a little bit of dish soap and warm water will remove that coating, and your pen nib is now ready to use. Okay, so my sketch is done, and before I even jump straight into the drawing with the ink and everything, I think I really should test it out and see what the nib is about. So let me just do that right now. Alright, so I'm just gonna test out some strokes on another piece of paper and see what the deal is with this nib. So I've got myself here a spare piece of paper, and let me just use this okay here. Okay, and I'm just gonna try it out and see what. Immediately it feels a lot different from the Steno that I have. It's a lot stiffer, I think. Okay, I think that's enough ink. Try it out and see. Hopefully I prepped it correctly. Okay. So it's not super stiff. It's not, I don't think, it doesn't feel as flexible as the Steno that I usually use. But I think you can get thinner lines. It's very nice and scratchy. It's also brand new, so I'm definitely getting finer lines, and it feels a lot stiffer than this one.
Okay, so we're getting a lot of color out of it. I wanted to see that.
Yeah,
the lines are a lot more defined. Oh yes, actually,
a bit harder just to get
legitimately, that is
a thicker line.
One that I did want.
Holds ink relatively well, but I shouldn't press too hard, otherwise, too much ink comes out and it starts to bleed. So I just have to be careful of that. So I can press down about 80% of the way, but not 100%, because then you get a lot of bloom here. It's nice. I think we're ready to just jump right into it. So going back to the initial sketch, it was a really quick one that I did in about 5 minutes. So Gundam are usually very proportioned like a human person. So I initially started the sketch based off of a human proportion, a human frame, and just posed it that way. But along there, I started to alter it a little bit to fit the proportions of a Sazabi. So the Gundam I'm drawing is the Sazabi Gundam, and I have a soft spot for this Gundam. But it does have a really exaggerated proportion in the sense that it has a really small head, really big body, and really oversized legs. So it was a bit of a challenge trying to get it to be posed a little bit more dynamically. So usually when you see Sazabis as a model kit or even a drawing, it's posed usually very statically and very, stiff, because the design is rather unwieldy in the sense that, you can't really move it around too much because, it's really big and things just collide if you try to pose it to a too extreme of a pose. So that was a challenge for me, and I did size it a bit more proportionately according to like the older versions of a Sazabi. So if you see the newer iterations of a Sazabi, like the newer it gets, the smaller the head gets. So it's not
so it does a good job outlining
accurate to the real version of the Sazabi. So, but I just altered it to fit my pose a bit better. Moving on to the pen nib, the G pen nib, which is what the topic of this video is about. I went into this thinking that it would alter my line quality a lot, and that whatever I drew automatically come out looking like some sort of manga panel. But ultimately, I don't think it looks that different compared to my drawings with the Steno, which is my usual pen nib. I think that I kind of got sucked into the hype of the G pen based on what I've read on the internet. And I was a little bit underwhelmed, I'm gonna be honest. And it really isn't some sort of magical silver bullet that is going to make you draw like a manga artist. I'm sure if you gave Murata like a random pen nib, he would still be able to draw like Murata. And I was drawing this, I couldn't help but think every stroke I made, I was like, I could have done this with the Steno. Like I could have probably done a better job if I just used my usual one. Like this isn't that much better. And it sort of goes to show that no matter how quote-unquote inferior your tool is, and if that's your only tool and you're really familiar and really comfortable with it, you will be able to make good art regardless of how crappy your drawing materials are. And look, I'm not trying to say that the G pen nib is a crappy piece of equipment. All I'm trying to say is that it's not inherently better for drawing manga than any other nib. And I think that if you really wanted to draw in that style, it would be more productive to just pick one nib. It could be the G pen, it could be something else, and just stick to it and try and capture the style that is inherent to manga, and try and look beyond the surface of, oh, this pen nib is going to automatically make you a manga artist, and just spend time trying to chase that magical piece of stationery that will make you better.
Okay, so that does a good job. Does a good job of outlining that.
So I scanned the drawing and brought it into Photoshop. And first of all, I did some color correction and just adjusted the contrast a little bit. Then I adjusted the proportions of the legs just to fit, so it looks more like a Sazabi basically. I felt like the lower portion of the body was a little bit too small, and it didn't really fit the chunky feel that a Sazabi has. And then up next, I put in some manga screen tones, and now what would be a manga drawing without these very iconic dotted screen tones? At first I wanted to do it physically, like traditionally, with a real screen tone sheet, but my god, they're really expensive. Like I saw some on Deleter and they were like $5-6 for a sheet, and that's not even including shipping from Japan. So I went online and found these screen tone textures, and I just decided to do it digitally instead. And I bet that a lot of manga artists or manga studios do that nowadays, just because of how expensive screen tone is and how unforgiving the process is, traditionally speaking. Like in Photoshop, I could just mask it out and erase and paint it back in as I see fit. But like if you were to do this like physically, if you cut the wrong shape, that's it. You gotta open up a new sheet, and that's another $6 down the drain. So I decided to experiment with different types of screen tones. So some of them are darker than others, based on how close the dots are together and how small they are. You can definitely affect the darkness of some certain areas, and I'll use like a darker screen tone for the darker parts of the Sazabi. And I noticed that in mangas lately, you know, the newer ones, they have a finer screen tone pattern just because I think they're doing it digitally now. You know, they might not even be using screen tone patterns. It might just be flat gray in digital, and the dots are an artifact of, you know, the physical printing process. So you don't see those dots as prominently as you did for like older stuff. And I decided to stick to like the older style, that, you know, the stuff that I grew up reading, you know, stuff like Doraemon or Slam Dunk or Dragon Ball. I decided to make the dots a lot more prominent, a lot bigger, and it just has this very lo-fi aesthetic to it that I like. I do think that the screen tone contributes a lot more to the manga style than I would say the pen nib itself. You know, maybe you could use a regular brush pen or even like a ballpoint pen drawing, and if you put a black and white screen tone over it like this, you would get really close to looking like a manga panel. So here I added in the background, which is what all that masking was all about, and then just adjusting some values just to make the line art a little bit more prominent. I think the line art, the background was a bit too dark to see.
Okay, so now I'm getting an idea of what it would look like.
There you go. If you like this video, like it, comment, subscribe.
Okay.
You know what to do. Bye. Thanks for watching.
This is the sketchbook that got me rejected from art school. In 2000, I was graduating high school, applying to colleges, and I wanted to go to Sheridan College, which at the time had a really renowned animation program. They required a portfolio, though, and I couldn't really draw. This was about the level of my drawing at 19 years old. That's my name. I think you can tell by the way I drew that I was trying to copy other art. You know, I didn't really understand it yet. Now look, I don't want to laugh at my 19-year-old self. This kid had hope. He just didn't have skill. Part of Sheridan's portfolio was a life drawing assignment. This is probably my first ever life drawing. Oh yes, Sheridan wanted us to draw a room in perspective. I had no idea how to draw perspective. The other assignment was they gave us a character design and had us draw expressions. This here is a tracing of the character they provided, and then that's my expression sheet around it. I was trying. I really tried. I sent them scanned copies of this portfolio, and of course you know you don't get into a school when the envelope you get back is this thin. So yeah, I didn't get into Sheridan College. So that was 2000. Fast forward now 17 years, and Disney asked me to paint the book version of their Nutcracker film, and they wanted me to do it in my own painting style. I got to be brushy and expressive and do everything I love. I had so much fun working on these illustrations. The room is in perspective. Here's one of my favorite paintings from the book. This page here was more refined, more of a standard portrait. I had to use 17 years of art experience to get these poses just right. And of course, make them look like they had form and light and texture. Obviously, I learned a lot of lessons between this and this. And in this video, I want to account for them. Where I learned things, when I learned things, and how I apply them to my work as a professional. This is some of my early CG work. It got me accepted into Ryerson University in Toronto. I did their film studies program. There was no drawing though. So my university was here, and as luck would have it, I discovered that just up the street was a life drawing studio. Now, when I was younger, I did not know that it was possible to learn how to draw. I thought you had to be born with it, a talent, and I didn't have the talent. That's why I was doing all the CG stuff in the first place. I figured I can't draw, maybe I could do art on the computer. Does anyone remember this viral animation from 1999? This piece landed Victor Navone his job at Pixar. When I went to his website, I was kind of dismayed to see that he could draw. But he also recommended taking life drawing classes, which he was doing to help with his animation. Now, when I went for my first life drawing session, nude model posing, I approached the drawings like this. You know, trying to get a finished contour right off the bat. My drawings were failures. I wish I still had some of them to show you, but I mean, you've seen this. Anyway, the guy who owned the life drawing studio was Nick Kalislian, a fantastic artist. Go check him out. After seeing some of Nick's 3 to 5 minute life drawings, it became clear that my approach to drawing had to fundamentally change. Nick showed me how his teacher, Glenn Vilpu, would draw these things called gestures. And a gesture drawing wasn't supposed to look finished or pretty. It's a method of drawing designed to quickly capture the feel of a pose, and that's it. A gesture drawing can very quickly indicate things like weight, balance, and movement. Very important features of any style of drawing. You can play with exaggerating it too, in this case to really feel, say, the thrust of her hips, the outstretched elbow, the weight on her left leg. There are no rules to drawing a gesture, but one piece of advice I do have: when you draw a gesture, be gestural. Doing this will help you find the larger relationships within a pose. For example, the counterbalanced shoulders and hips here, and the graceful arc that connects them. Also, the related circular rhythm for the legs. And by the way, I am using the Wacom Cintiq Pro 32. What a piece of machinery. However, I only got this machine last week. For the past 20 years, I've been doing my art with this Wacom Intuos 3. Look how worn down it is. I'll talk about these tools a little more later in the video. So back to gesture. The shoulders and hips are giving me a bit of drama in this pose, but there's a lot of drama in that outstretched arm. I'll use a straight for that. Another straight to show the weight on this leg. Straights tend to portray speed or strength.
We are beginning to say goodbye. Now reacting to last night's announcement from Tsukumo Sana, who had stated she will be graduating from Hall Live English on July 31st, further confirmed by the Cover Corporation directly. And today we also received this updated announcement confirming that yes, the Tsukumo Sana birthday celebration 2022 merchandise is now back and available for pre-order, with all goods once again listed as in stock, including a blanket, glass, and very popular Let's Get This Bread plushie. Many, of course, now are asking why. Just what is the exact reason as to why Sana is now leaving Hololive? And while no direct reasoning has been given, we are, of course, aware of the many challenges that Sana has had over the last year, with those challenges beginning even before her debut. This as YouTube had apparently rolled out anti-bot measures, initially taking down Sana's sub count from 108,000 down to 44,000 in only 2 days, and then from her debut number of 170,000 to the next day 105,000, the hardest subcuts we have seen for any VTuber ever. And then a very short time after her debut, Sana then went on an extended hiatus, this doing in part due to her longtime pet dog having passed away, with this hiatus hitting at a very crucial moment in most any VTuber's career. And then further hiatuses followed as Sana encountered a very severe back problem, this immediately halting her streaming, and then upon her returning, only allowing her to stream for very short periods of time. This issue being so severe that she was not even able to walk or go outside. This all in addition to Sana being a commercial illustrator, with one of her first works seen here at the time of the Hollow Council debut, leading to this talent to balance her job duties with Hololive along with illustrator tasks. Which of course now brings us to Hololive English's Ninamai Inanis, a very close friend of Sana, who also from time to time balances her duties with Hololive English and other illustration jobs. This relationship between the two, of course, is not lost on the fan base, as Hachi brought us this You're My Ball of Sunshine work, while we also have the two embracing here by Wishbone, that along with this very traditional work, as Telderu was doodling them. And yesterday, upon the announcement from Sana, Ina would go on to end her stream early, saying, "We love you and want you to be the happiest. My ball of sunshine. I'll miss you a lot. Your place with us is eternal." The two also shared a very popular Tanabata stream together recently, with this being Sana's wish, saying, "I wish all the talents and fans can find happiness." Yes, it's time for a big hug, as Dino is giving us this galactic embrace. While we now turn to reactions from other Hololive members. Firstly today, with Takanashi Kiara taking to stream, saying she was made aware of this situation upon her trip to the United States. tweets, and also posting up this before the announcement, specifically pointing out the Saturday entry for her upcoming schedule, saying something special coming up on Saturday, and finally realizing the Aussie collab, as both Kiara and Sana will be joined by both Hachima and Bae for an Aussie Mario Party stream. We also had words on stream from Amelia Watson last night, letting us know of the upcoming bread review. This taking place on July 13th at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, saying Sana and I will be trying some tasty bread, or as Ami clarified on the stream, Sana will be eating the bread, and Ame will not be, with Amelia asking to submit some bread PNGs for us to taste, using hashtag SanaPanAme. We also have Hololive Indonesia's Anya Melfisa, earlier replying, I'll always support and love you as far as the universe goes, and revealing her own collaboration with Sana on the 13th, saying we gaming. All while Sana's collab cram extends out to another Hololive Indonesia member, that being Favolia Rainey, sharing here on the 14th she will be playing retro games with Sana, and this being her first retro game experience. Then as Tsunamaki Watame with Hololive Japan also took to stream to talk about the graduation and announcing she has an upcoming stream with Sana on Friday, all while replying in English to Sana, I love you forever. Last night, Nanashi Mume would take to stream, this after tweeting out these colored hearts representing all the members of Hollow Council, and addressing one very specific point during this stream, that in regards to an earlier stream that morning, wherein Mume had leaned into singing sad songs, with Moomers clarifying this was not at all in relation or done in regards to Sana's graduation, and that she instead just thought it would be funny to take that angle with sad songs. And yes, with Hollow Council, we also have Odo Crony saying last night, I'm sorry guys, I'll be canceling tonight's stream after all. I don't want my mood to rub off on others. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. And as Iris earlier this morning asked, if I were to play a Mega Man game again in the future, which one would you recommend? Crony seems to have bounced back a bit, saying Mega Man D's nuts. Jokes aside, maybe the Mega Man X series. And oh yes, the fan artwork is only becoming bigger, as here we have this massive display, that by way of Alice Magic. And with Sana posting this to Twitter saying thank you, I love you too, an absolutely wild amount of reactions flowed in, such as from Hollow Council's Haycos Bells, stating you are one of a kind, will always be supporting you, and will always love you. Crony replying, shoot for the stars, no matter what you do, we'll always be here, we love you. And also with Hololive English, we have Mori Calliope, stating what a bright and beautiful star Sana is, has been, and always will be no matter where she goes. We love you forever, no matter what. This along with Hololive English's V-singer Iris, promptly stating, we all love you, Sana. And here we have this Always Idols work from Magui, who clarified, I was planning on posting this today, but was hesitant, but I feel like we should still be happy for everything these girls give us. And of course, more love was given, as here we have Hololive Indonesia, personally with Ayunda Risu, saying, I love you too, Sana. Irani EO15, replying, love you lots too. Muna Hoshinova with, I love you, Sana. Crazy Ali saying, biggest love. Povolia Rainey giving us a love you. And Kayla Kowalskia, separately saying, Sana Senpai, you will always be the biggest. Good luck, we love you.
Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah.
You. And adding, hello is always easier than goodbye because we never planned for the goodbye. Further replying, we love you, Sana Senpai. That being echoed by Vestia Zeta, offering up her own we love you, Sana Senpai. And the love kept pouring in, as Keen Biscuit was quickly on hand with this hug, as it didn't stop there. With Hololive Japan's Tokina Sora giving I love you, the elite Sakura Miko dropping on us an elite English of I love Big Sana, big love, let's chill, and Aki Rosenthal tweeting at length in English, I have very fond memories of you talking so energetically when we met at Minecraft. I wish we could have talked and laughed a lot more. My regret is that I could not do that. I love you, Sana. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best. We also have Ozora Subaru, who'd recently stated that Sana is her type, firstly making this tweet and replying to Sana's I love you too, with Shuba Shuba saying me too. The time we spent together talking about fairy bread with you was a wonderful dream come true for for me. I will miss you, but wish Sana well. I love you forever. Thanks, Sana. Natsuhiro Matsuri gave a Sana, I love you, while Inugami Korone would firmly state, Sana has always been my friend. Love you. This as Tokigami Toa was here with Love You, Sana, along with Shirogane Noel, stating in English, I love Sana, and also saying, I'm sad to see you graduate, but I'll be rooting for you in the shadows of your life, Sana. Thank you so much for all the wonderful work you did at Hall Live. I will always remember you. This as Mamazuzu Neneshi tweeted, I will always wish you happiness and good health. Nene Cross Sana, big love. And Shishiro Botan saying, I had a lot of fun when I first went to visit the EN server in Minecraft. Sana showed me around a lot. I love Sana. That's further along with Hall Live Gen 6, we have Takane Rui stating, love you forever. Thank you for everything. Akui Koyori replying, Sana Senpai, sorry I didn't have a chance to talk to you. I will always love you. This while we had multiple statements from Harasaki Nadoka, staff member of Hall Live Japan, saying, I was really happy to have Sana read my Tanzaku at the Tanabata project. I am very sad, but I will support you as much as I can until your graduation. I'll be very happy to see you again. Going further to reply, thank you too. I hope your future will be happy and wonderful. Sana, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I will support you all the way to the end. Bringing us now to Hall Live director A-chan, stating Sana's graduation was announced this morning. We are sad to see you go, but happy that you were active in Hall Live. May many memories remain with you until your graduation day. And adding, thank you so much. I'm so happy to see you. We'll never forget your big love. Thank you very much. Let's make memories until the end. This as Cover Corporation CEO Yago would respond, thanks for everything. And Hall Live Japan's Amado Polka had gone on to add Sana's Oshi mark to her own title, leading us now also to Hall Live Japan's Shirokami Fubuki. Seen here in this illustrative piece. Interesting. This artwork looks familiar. Having earlier stated this morning I received some unfortunate news, not just in the VTuber world, but let's keep in mind, as we go about our everyday lives, support your Oshi while you can. And then dropping on us this illustration saying, love Sana. This all while we received this big love offered up by Wigido, and more reactions to Hall Live adjacent figures, such as that as Pochi Sensei, the character illustrator for Pavolia Rainy, applying in English, we will never forget our days with you and wish you a wonderful future. Love you. As the lyricist on Astro Girl, Tsukumo Sana's original song, Wonder Riku would say, oh Sana, it was such an honor to have had the opportunity to make music for you. Best of luck in finding your path in life. You will always be our Astro Girl. This while Wada Arko, character illustrator for Oro Crony, also replied, I miss you so much and I feel so precious to have met you, Sana. May all your future be glorious. Thank you. V Shoujo's Silver Veil also stated, thank you for your streams and having such a big heart. You're loved by so many and I wish you the best in your future adventures. We'll support you forever no matter where you're at in the stars. This along with V Shoujo's Iron Mouse saying, we have never interacted at all, but I want to say I have enjoyed your content since your debut. I wish you nothing but the best on your next journey. I am afraid of space, but you made it so much less scary to me. Thank you for being Sana, and thank you for being big. This while WhaleTuber Bao stated, take care, Sana. Thank you for all the memories and giving us a galaxy of love. We'll miss you so much. Of course, we have a whole galaxy of artwork still to show off, as Jazz Jack is here with Someday in the Sea of Stars. With us now turning to Ni, tweeting out, I'm really honored that I got to work on the first and probably only Ina Sana collab cover song. That Sana wanted to work with me before she goes. I'm going to treasure this forever and ever. Adding, even if it's going to be tinged with a little bit of sadness from now on whenever I listen to it. The song already makes me so emotional, I'm just going to cry 10 times more. And here now we have Paco, Tsukumo Sana's character illustrator, and arguably the most supportive illustrator in all of Hololive, with Paco Papa saying, I support your chosen path, as I said when you first kissed nature's feet. I'm referring to this illustration that came out before Sana's debut, and as referenced here by 0130, went very deep into Sana's lore. And that's not all, as we also have Bay's character illustrator, Mika Picasso, stating in both Japanese and English, it's really sad that Sana will be gone, but I think it's thanks to her that everyone at the EN was in a brighter and more joyful mood. Thank you. Also making this shout out, just like Sana's bright and innocent personality, her creator, Paco, has been supporting Sana, everyone in the EN Council, Hall Live, and VTubers as a whole with great love, and I love being able to see that on a daily basis. I think he is the best dad ever. Paco Papa is Big Papa. And next we have Sana's modeler, Toeli, stating, thank you so much for everything. I wish you happiness in the path you have chosen, Sana-chan, with love. And this now leads to other updates. A Sydney manga and anime show coming this weekend on the 16th and 17th 17th, set to be attended by Bae and yes, Sana. With Smash stating, "We're sad to hear Sana is graduating. Make sure to join her at her Smash 2022 events and panels and enjoy some precious time with her." Oh, well, we also have Hollow Crumb, a very dedicated clipper for Sana, tweeting, "Waking up to Sana's graduation announcement just hurts, especially after my birthday. I didn't wish for this." And adding, "If this is what she really wants, then I respect it. We will always remember Sana in our hearts. We love you, Sana." And the global love continued, with Nami at Nami Ori saying, "Keep being big and strong." As here now we have Kevin Cow, the indie game developer of the Small Ame fan game, having along with Fee releasing this fan game on Sana's birthday, that being Big Sana, personally reacting with, "I'm devastated," and elaborating, "I didn't really get the whole concept of having an Oshi at first, but at some point I was watching Sana and suddenly realized I think I have an Oshi. She's so sweet and playful and pretty and big, and her voice tickles the happiness part of my brain. I'll miss her. I'm glad I at least got to see her play a game I made about her. Thanks to Fee for suggesting we make a game for her birthday, or I'd be kicking myself for not getting around to it." This while Mark at Mark Mock stating, "I hope that I can finish this small game before her graduation," and showing off this prototype demo. As we also have the lead game developer for Hollow Cure, the runaway success fan game of Hololive, KU, having just the day before sharing these screenshots of an upcoming build that relating to Iris's and Sana's mascots, saying, "As the girls make official mascots, I'm just going to replace whatever I made up with theirs." And we're going in for one last world hug, with Nashien tweeting out love. This while we're soaking in the view, as fan artist Viragami would state, "Goodbye Earth," along with this back view coming again from Nami. And of course there was a meme or two. So here we have Comrade at Coomrad giving us one last pun, "Farewell Sana," with Sana answering the question, "Why are you leaving?" with, "I just need some space." Hey! And while Sana may be leaving, we can't forget these two critters who are sticking around. That represented it here in this work from Jazz Jack. Yes, it's Bloom and Gloom. That being Iris's new mascots that she created alongside Sana, with the stream recreated here by Dust Doctor, entitled "Hope and Sana Give Birth," and the wonderful 3D artist Vinji, posting just the day before, "Fly Together." In other news, we have this from NASA. It's here, the deepest, sharpest infrared view of the universe to date. Webb's first deep field, leading to Sam Lies to comment, "Ironic that Sana announces her graduation at the same time as NASA reveals our biggest, best image of space ever taken. Remember, team, space is big, space is vast, and space is beautiful to always be out there somewhere." This all while Space Fever Iron Mouse still replied, "This is truly terrifying, OMG." This while Mouse also joined Project Melody on her Lewdcast podcast last night, and then revealing this new form.
Suck my wiener.
That new form coming by way of our co-host Lady, whose commissions through her Curwo account are now open. And a quick shout out to Davidia Storm for this, showing off this showcase of small ID. Thank you so much for allowing me to increase my gremlin energy. And that is all for this episode. As always, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe below. Send your VTuber news to our Discord. We record live on Twitch, and we'll have more things VTubers say for you soon.
Alright. We are actually getting somewhere here.
Tonight, inside the Uvalde massacre, the disturbing footage just released from inside the hallway of Robb Elementary.
Time when you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back. The January 6th committee is planning at least 2 more hearings this week. On Friday, former White House counsel Pat Cipollone testified before the committee for 7 hours on President Trump's efforts to overturn the election. This week's first hearing will focus on Mr. Trump's connections to various extremist groups that were involved in the attack, and it's being led by Democrats Jamie Raskin and Stephanie Murphy. And Congresswoman Murphy, a Democrat from Florida, joins me now. Congresswoman, welcome to Meet the Press.
Great to be with you.
Let me start with Pat Cipollone's testimony. Was it as critical as you thought it would be?
Of course it was. He had relevant information about what was happening in the White House, and we are really grateful to him that he was willing to come before the committee and share that with us. You know, of course, there were areas in which he claimed privilege, but it was important for us to understand what the president's top legal advisor thought about the activities that were happening post-election and in the run-up to January 6th.
Can you give me an idea of what he would not touch?
He claimed privilege on conversations that related to the advice he provided directly to the president or conversations with the president. But I think we still got a lot of relevant information from him, and it provides us another perspective on what was happening in the White House in those weeks running up to January 6th that were so critically important.
I've seen some reports, other fellow committee members said Mr. Cipollone did not contradict previous witnesses. Did he confirm testimony that Cassidy Hutchinson gave?
I think there was a lot of information that fit into this bigger puzzle that we're putting together, and we have different voices telling about the same meeting and more or less telling the same narrative. Of course, you have to understand these are all folks who have had a year plus since the events, and so everybody has a different level of memory or recall on specific details. But the overall message that we have been gathering out of all of these witnesses is that the president knew he had lost the election, or that his advisors had told him he had lost the election. And that he was casting about for ways in which he could retain power and remain the president, despite the fact that the democratic will of the American people was to have President Biden be the next elected.
Was it clear that the president was told his actions that he wanted to take were illegal?
I think he was given the best possible advice by very talented legal folks, both from Barr at the Department of Justice as well as within the White House in legal counsel. And they gave him very strong advice. What we were able to ascertain from those folks is what their activities were, what they said. And as you have seen in some of the hearings, they said in no unclear terms that these were lines that could not be crossed for the sake of democracy.
Can you confirm if he said, we're going to get charged with every crime imaginable? I mean, that was a big, important moment in Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony. Were you able to have him confirm that that is a concern he had?
We were able to get him to confirm the concerns that he did have, his reservations about some of the things that were happening, his desire not to be affiliated with, some of the things, his desire to be on the record, have
not
the
affiliated
legal...
with what? When you say some of the things, the
well,
speech,
like
the ellipse?
the speech at the ellipse.
Okay.
He didn't attend the speech at the ellipse.
Did he try to get language struck out of it?
He, not to get too much in the details, I think for legal counsel, they participated
I think that's
and they can
good for now.
perform the role that they have when speeches do come to them.
Now we just need to do the background paneling.
Jeffrey Clark scheme. It was referred to that he called that a murder-suicide pact. Were you able to get that confirmed out of him?
He made very clear that he thought the Eastman theory, which was
We might
this
need some
idea
more
that the
shading,
vice
honestly.
president could somehow unilaterally declare the president-elect, or that the pressure on the Department of Justice, he sided with the Department of Justice on their findings of no fraud in the election. He made very clear that he took the side of many of the folks that you've already seen come before the committee, and was asserting that there wasn't enough evidence to prove that the election was not free and fair, and that, the right thing to do, I think, for a democracy is to have a peaceful transfer of power, especially after December 14th, when the states have certified their electors.
One of the more striking responses to supposedly things that Mr. Cipollone said was from Jared Kushner. It's a clip we've seen a lot. I want to play it.
I know that, he was always, him and the team were always saying, oh, we're going to resign. We're not going to be here if this happens, if that happens. So I kind of took it up to just be whining, to be honest with you.
Number one, did Mr. Cipollone have any reaction to this idea that his threats for resignation were just simply chalked up to whining?
I think when you look at legal advice that's given, because you have to understand, Mr. Cipollone wanted to see President Trump succeed. And so he was giving him the best legal advice he could to ensure his success. And if he got to a place where he felt like he couldn't morally stand by some sort of action, resigning isn't an act of whining. It is a ultimate protest that his advice was being ignored, and what the president moved forward with was something he didn't want to be associated with. So I'm not sure that I would have characterized it as whining.
Let's go to your hearing on Tuesday. Number one, are we going to see much of Mr. Cipollone's testimony on Tuesday? Or then the first hearing this week?
We are always receiving new information from a lot of different sources, and we
Oh,
are
I
trying
get
to
it.
pull the
cheating
information
there.
that the American people most need to hear. And I imagine that you will be hearing things from Mr. Cipollone, but also from others that were in the White House. The focus of this next hearing will be on the domestic violent extremists, as well as members of Congress, people that the president called in to assist him in this pressure campaign. And this pressure campaign is a follow-on to the previous hearings where we talked about how the president pressured the vice president, pressured the Department of Justice, pressured state election and electors to just call the race in his favor. And he, in the waning days leading up to January 6th, called in additional support.
Congressman Raskin has called it convergence. These groups like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and what they were doing here, they wouldn't be here without the president wanting them here. But are you going to be able to provide evidence that's more than just convergence, that there was an absolute understanding as to why the president invited them to Washington?
Without spoiling anything that comes this week and encouraging folks to tune in to the specifics, what I will say is that we will lay out the body of evidence that we have that talks about how the president's tweet on the wee hours of December 19th of Be There, Be Wild was a siren call to these folks. And we'll talk in detail about what that caused them to do, how that caused them to organize, as well as who else was amplifying that message.
And you have evidence of specific members of Congress were somehow involved in amplifying and encouraging these groups to come?
Yes, I think all of that is pretty public. They were quite public about their efforts to amplify the president's call to use January 6th as a last stand in this effort to remain as president.
Where I know we're coming to the end of these hearings, have you guys started writing your final report?
I think that's always a work in progress. We are going to, I imagine, take a breath after this final hearing and then really start to flesh out some areas that we haven't been able to cover within the hearings because we were trying to tell a cohesive narrative. And there are areas that I care an awful lot about, which is what kind of coordination needs to happen to protect the Capitol as a physical space.
Some of the security concerns outside the conspiracy.
Right. I mean, you know, we want to make sure that nobody, foreign or domestic, can ever put our democracy and our seat of government at risk as they did on January 6th.
And after these hearings, if we have these final two this week, and I know always things are fluid, the likelihood of another hearing, or this is probably it?
I'm going to leave that open for the committee because we are receiving so much more information on a continual basis. And so our goal at the end of the day is to provide the American people with the important and relevant information that we receive as a committee as it relates to January 6th.
I don't want to let you go. We're spending a lot of time talking about the president's current political situation. Do you have any advice for the president on how to sort of course correct right now? Because whatever you think of the president, a lot of people would like to see course correction.
I really think he needs to focus on the issues that are near and dear to our constituents, and that primarily is inflation. And there are so many things that this administration can do to address inflation, other than blaming other people or putting out efforts that don't actually address the situation. So I think they could look at taking down some of the Trump tariffs that aren't effective and lower the price of goods for Americans. They can look at legal immigration and other workforce efforts so that we can increase the labor supply and address the service issues. We can also have an all-of-the-above energy policy that lowers the cost of gas. And then immediately, my constituents will see relief in the grocery stores and at the gas pumps. And I think that's going to be so critically important.
Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy, appreciate you coming in.
So great to be with you.
All right, we'll be watching this week.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
I don't know. The background's what's tough here. There it is.
Breaking news tonight, the new surveillance video of the Uvalde school shooting just revealed. The horrifying new images, the gunman entering the school,
I have to
calmly
edit this
walking
part
down the hall,
out.
the student fleeing as shots are fired. Police responding minutes later, but retreating from the gunfire. Then officers amassing in the hallway for over an hour before finally entering the classrooms to take the shooter down. Tonight, how victims' families are reacting. Also tonight, the dramatic hearing, the January 6th committee making the case that Donald Trump summoned a violent mob to attack the Capitol with a now infamous tweet. New testimony and evidence linking Trump allies to extremist groups that led the attack. The former spokesman for the Oath Keepers testifying they are a violent militia who attacked the Capitol in military formation. The emotional moment, the convicted rioter hugging Capitol Police, telling them, "I'm sorry." And the explosive claim, Liz Cheney saying Trump recently called a witness. Could that be considered tampering? Our team at the Capitol. The boat capsizing off New York City, the rush to rescue more than a dozen from the water, a 7-year-old among the dead. Just in, Twitter suing Elon Musk for breaking his deal to buy the social media giant. And the new images from the most powerful telescope ever created, changing the way we see our universe.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. For almost 2 months, we have tried to understand why it took nearly 80 minutes for police to end the massacre that claimed 21 innocent lives at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. Tonight, some horrifying new insight. Let me warn you that what we're about to show you is disturbing on so many levels. Surveillance video from inside the school that has just been made public, revealing the decisions that cost time and lives. The video shows a police response that appears at moments uncoordinated, confused, with officers in apparent disagreement over how to proceed. It begins outside, capturing the shooter crashing his car, his sprint to the school, then entering a classroom where he fired volley after volley from his assault
Let me see
weapon.
if I can find
All as a crowd of responding officers, many of them heavily armed, waited down a hall for an order to breach the door. But does it show the whole picture? Tonight, parents of some of the deceased children are expressing their anger about the video. Sam Brock has details.
After weeks of agonizing waiting, the Austin American-Statesman, along with KVUE, releasing a highly edited 4-minute compilation of videos, including never-before-seen surveillance from inside the school, outside the building, and police body cam footage, shedding more light on how the law enforcement response unfolded. The gunman walks across the parking lot and into the school at 11:33. Casually carrying a rifle and turning a corner in the hallway, a young student comes around the corner as the shooter walks down the hall. Seconds later, gunfire erupts, lasting for more than 2 minutes. The young child runs away. 3 minutes later, the first officers enter the school. As the gunfire continues, some officers approach the classrooms, while others hold back. More shots, and they retreat. 19 minutes after the gunman entered, heavily armed reinforcements arrive with ballistic shields, holding up their weapons but standing at the end of the hallway, waiting for nearly half an hour. Eventually, a unit moves in a stack formation toward the classroom door, others again holding back. 48 minutes after the gunman entered, more rounds and an audible conversation. One officer seen getting hand sanitizer while the gunman is still a threat in the classroom. After 77 minutes, a volley of gunfire when Border Patrol officers finally breached the classroom.
Their sense of urgency did not seem to be really felt or seen in that video. Instead, we know that those 19 children and 2 teachers were inside that classroom, and it took more than an hour for them to finally breach the door.
The whole police system in Uvalde failed us.
Vincent Salazar's 4th grade granddaughter, Layla, was killed.
What aspect of the video do you think is going to be the most painful for you, but necessary to see?
When they sat back because they got gunfire, they retreated. The officers ain't trained to retreat when they're going to do They have to save these children, and they did not do that.
The video's release follows weeks of pain and outcry from some of Uvalde's youngest community members.
I usually run into my sister in the restroom.
Like Jasmine Cazares, who lost her sister, Jackie.
I forgot to say good morning. And I think that's going to haunt me for the rest of my life. I'm doing this for you, sister.
Families trying to reconcile systemic failures and an apparent lack of answers.
The answers we don't get is why they didn't act to protect these babies.
Sam, what more are we hearing from families of the victims and seeing this video?
Lester, these families waited almost 50 days to see video from inside of the school. A group of them are together and expected to react tonight, though I'm told many are infuriated at the time it took just to breach the classroom. It's one thing to hear about it, Lester. It's another to see it in video and process. Lester?
All right, Sam Bronk tonight, thank you. Let's turn to another major story we're watching. The January 6th committee holding an explosive new hearing, trying to make the case that former President Trump issued a call to arms to his supporters and violent extremists to attack the Capitol, and giving a behind-the-scenes look at White House chaos leading up to it. We get more now from Kristen Welker.
Tonight, the January 6th committee painting a portrait of a White House full of friction. Former President Trump ignoring his own advisors, pressing him to concede, instead barreling towards a possible constitutional crisis. And they argue pushing for a mob to come to the Capitol.
President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He is not an impressionable child. Just like everyone else in our country, he is responsible for his own actions and his own choices.
The committee, for the first time, playing video from former White House counsel Pat Cipolloni's testimony, who said he agreed with former Attorney General Bill Barr there was no widespread evidence of voter fraud, and said he believed the president, having lost virtually every legal challenge, should have conceded before January 6th.
Did I believe he should concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did. I believe Leader McConnell went onto the floor of the Senate, I believe, in mid-December, and basically said, the process is done. That would be in line with my thinking on these things.
He says former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows agreed with him. The committee arguing it all came to a head at a heated December 18th meeting in the White House. Cipollone and other White House staff walking in to confront outside supporters, including attorney Sidney Powell, who were still insisting to President Trump there was election fraud.
There were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other.
You're asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence? So,
what response did you get?
A disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually backing up what you say with facts.
I would have fired all of them that night and had them escorted out of the building.
The committee arguing this tweet sent that night after 1 a.m. where Mr. Trump called for a, quote, big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild, triggered prominent far-right activists to start planning.
He is now calling on we, the people, to take action and to show our numbers.
Including the extremist group, the Oath Keepers.
I can tell you that they may not like to call themselves a militia, but they are. They're a violent militia.
Jason Van Tatenhove is a former spokesperson. He had already left the group before January 6th.
I think
maybe I can go for a glass
thing
thing to practice
for what the Oath Keepers are happened January 6th, when we saw that stacked military formation going up the stairs of our Capitol.
The committee says prior to January 6th, Mr. Trump reviewed a draft of a tweet that was not sent, which said the crowd would march to the Capitol after his speech.
Basically put out, come to stop the steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
The committee also calling Stephen Ayers, a former Trump supporter who showed up to hear President Trump speak and was charged with disorderly conduct for entering the Capitol.
Were you planning on going to the Capitol?
No, we didn't actually plan to go down there.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
There was no cross-examination of witnesses today. Republicans have slammed the January 6th panel as partisan. Every member of the committee was appointed by Speaker Pelosi. Mr. Trump today blasting the committee as the, quote, same lunatics who drove the country crazy with their lies and made up stories like Russia, Russia, Russia. Though Ayers today saying he no longer believes Mr. Trump's claims of election fraud.
Do you still believe the election was stolen?
Not so much now, with all the all the lawsuits being shot down one after another. That was mainly what convinced me.
Afterwards, Ayers hugging a member of the Capitol Police, saying he was sorry.
Kristen joining me now. What's the impact of all this?
Well, that's the big question. Politically speaking, Lester, a number of Republicans believe that these hearings are increasingly politically problematic and damaging to former President Trump. But legally, former prosecutors tell me it's still an open question whether there's enough direct evidence for the Justice Department to bring charges against the former president.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. And now a lot of focus after that hearing could turn to a new allegation from Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney about Mr. Trump. Ali Vitale joins us now from the Capitol. What do we know about this?
Yeah, Lester, Cheney says former President Trump himself tried to call a witness who the public has not yet seen or heard from. The witness declined that call and alerted the committee. But nevertheless, Cheney and others now trying to paint that outreach as part of a pattern of potential witness tampering from those in the former president's orbit. A Trump spokesperson tonight accusing Cheney of trafficking in innuendos and lies that go unchallenged and unconfirmed. Meanwhile, we've learned the next and possibly final hearing for the committee is expected July 21st in prime time. Lester?
All right, Ali Vitale, thank you. Here in New York, a boat capsized off Midtown Manhattan, sending about a dozen people into the Hudson River as they cried out for help. Nearby ferries came to the rescue along with firefighters and police. But 2 people, including a 7-year-old child, died. 11 others were injured. Authorities are investigating what led to that tragedy.
Wow.
First Lady
What a
Jill
tool.
Biden
Dodge and
facing
burn,
backlash for remarks she made about Latinos at an event in Texas. Peter Alexander on the comments that many say were offensive and Mrs. Biden's apology.
Tonight, Dr. Jill Biden learning a painful political lesson. The First Lady to work outside the White House teaching at a Virginia community college, apologizing for a misstep Monday. During a speech to the nation's largest Latino civil rights group intended to celebrate the community's diversity.
Your fight is our fight, and we will stand with you.
Making headlines for a controversial comment after fumbling the pronunciation of New York's famed bodegas.
The diversity of this community, as distinct as the bodegas of the Bronx, as beautiful as the blossoms of Miami, and as unique as the breakfast tacos here in San Antonio.
The audience cheered, but the scripted comment generated backlash on social media. One prominent Hispanic group encouraging the First Lady and her team to take time to better understand the complexities of our people and communities, adding, "We are not tacos." Dr. Biden's spokesman today tweeting the First Lady apologizes that her words conveyed anything but pure admiration and love for the Latino community. Dr. Biden has been a relentless advocate for her husband's agenda, visiting 40 states in less than 18 months. But this appearance is bringing unwanted attention to the president's closest political partner. Peter Alexander, NBC News.
Now to the wildfire raging at Yosemite National Park, where more than 500 firefighters are reporting progress as they battle back the flames in an effort to save the park's ancient sequoias. Miguel Almaguer is there.
Still engaged in a fierce firefight, tonight crews on the front lines of Yosemite's Washburn Fire are winning the battle to protect one of the park's crown jewels. While flames have singed some of the 600 towering sequoia trees here, so far none have been destroyed.
We're feeling confident with the plan that we have in place to give the giant sequoias the best protection that we can give them.
As containment builds around the fire's edge, firefighters worry the blaze could easily blow out of control again. Scorching temperatures, thick brush, and millions of dead trees are a recipe for disaster.
That
One of the most challenging aspects of
great
this
tool.
fire
What is
is
that?
the
Dodge
terrain.
and burn.
Steep, rocky,
What
and
an
heavily
amazing
wooded.
tool. I
It
didn't
is the
even know about
perfect
that one.
area for a fire
I
to
like
explode.
that one. That one's good.
Drought conditions have turned much of the West into a tinderbox. This year's fire season already roughly twice as destructive as the 10-year average. And where there's no flames, thick choking smoke has billowed 200 miles away.
The crews here aren't quite yet out of the woods yet, is that right?
No, we have a long ways to go. We are only at 22% contained, and this could still go for weeks.
With Yosemite's ancient history at stake, the 200-foot, 3,000-year-old sequoias have drawn presidents like Taft and Roosevelt to stand in their shadows. But for now, the Mariposa Grove is closed, forcing thousands to change their summer plans. Tonight, even as the fire still burns in the park, these trees should stand tall for generations to come.
The cause of this fire is still under investigation, but authorities believe it was not sparked by lightning. That means the devastation here was likely set by humans. Lester?
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you. In 60 seconds, how Twitter is taking its feud with Elon Musk to a whole new level. And the news involving a former attorney more than a year after his wife and son were shot to death. Twitter is suing Elon Musk after the world's richest man backed out of his $44 billion bid to buy the social media giant. Twitter wants the court to enforce the deal, alleging Musk only dropped out after the market plunged. Musk said he was terminating the deal last week, accusing Twitter of failing to disclose information on fake accounts. And new developments in a murder mystery involving a former South Carolina attorney. More than a year after his wife and son were shot to death at their home, Alex Murdaugh is expected to be indicted on murder charges by a grand jury later this week, according to multiple sources. Murdaugh was previously indicted for fraud and financial crimes. We're back in a moment with Priced Out, why home buyers are backing out of deals, and what could it mean for the hot housing market. Now to our series, Priced Out. A new report shows home buyers are canceling deals at the highest rate since the start of the pandemic. Emily Ikeda now with what it means for the turbocharged housing market.
More home buyers are backing out of deals, and a potential sign the red-hot housing market is cooling.
Things are really shifting away from being a super strong seller's market to kind of starting this rebalance.
Nationwide, some 60,000 agreements fell through in June, according to real estate firm Redfin. That's nearly 15% of homes under contract that month, marking the highest percentage on record aside from the earliest days in the pandemic. Among the most affected areas, Las Vegas, New Orleans, and many hotspots in Florida.
Demand is definitely decreased.
Sean McLeod works in Orlando,
Maybe
where
like a
research
gray
shows roughly 1
brush.
in 4 buyers
Brush
are
would be a
calling
lot
it
better.
quits.
Not every buyer is able to purchase in this market under these
I like that
conditions.
blush
Industry
they got
experts
going
say
on
the
over there. I
canceled
want each other to
buyer
make that
largely
great.
falls into 2 categories: those who are using the slowing housing
Right.
market to get better deals, and people who are priced out by rising mortgage rates. The 30-year fixed rate nearly doubling since January, now just under 6%. That could mean an increase of hundreds of dollars in monthly payments, especially with listing prices at record highs.
What kind of tips do you have for people who are worried about the volatile mortgage rates? The first thing to do is really understand your finances and get those finances in order. Really shop around and find a lender that's able to lock in a rate for you.
Home hunters hoping for the balance of power to shift back to the buyer. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Up next, we'll show you the universe as you've never seen it before. Finally, we're about to transport you back in time, billions of years, with the help of NASA's Webb telescope, the most powerful ever sent into space. Jake Ward has the brand new photos of ancient galaxies.
You are looking deeper into space than any human ever has. New images from the $10 billion James Webb Space Telescope revealed today show stars being born, stars dying, and galaxies dancing so intimately they will soon merge. Last year, as NASA was packing it up for launch, project manager Bill Oakes was still sweating the telescope's details.
We have about 320, 340 single-point failure items. On this satellite.
A single thing that could go wrong and ruin it.
but it worked.
James Webb now has its array out.
And today, along with scientists from the 14 partner countries that contributed to the telescope, he is celebrating.
Now it's like...
The telescope is in position right now about 1 million miles away from us, and it's held there by the simultaneous gravity of both the sun and the Earth. Plus, it's capturing images many times larger and more detailed than its predecessor, Hubble. If Hubble established black holes, could Webb establish livable planets elsewhere in the universe?
Yes. I think that's what we will, what you just said, livable planets that potentially could have life as we know it.
And these images are just the first. Until its fuel runs out in about 20 years, Webb will show us incredible things. Starlight, billions of years old, the hidden surface of nearby worlds, distant planets where humans could conceivably walk and even breathe. NASA scientists reveling in this moment.
It isn't hard to explain what we're doing. You just show people. You say, oh yeah, that's what we're doing.
Unimaginable views of the universe delivered to human eyes for the first time. Jake Ward, NBC News, NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
And a shout out to my fellow space nerds. Pretty cool. That's Nightly News for this Tuesday. Thank you for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night.
I don't really know, honestly.
Thanks for watching our
there
YouTube
we
channel.
go.
Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
A really useful tool, eh? I think we're stuck with it. That's good for now. How long have we been streaming for? Jesus. I think we'll call it here for today. It's been a while. Another good frame. Kind of reminiscent of another one. That the background wasn't worked on too much. I might try to grab the outline, honestly. Grab the outline. Okay. Let's, background tests. Because I think I could get more out of a sketch, honestly, at this point. Okay. Well, it did remove a bit of that, but that's fine. Didn't remove anything else, did it? Alright. Oh, well then it's just scam me, forget it. Ugh. What are with these people? Ugh. Maybe I could just erase the background. Honestly. They already saved the image, so let's go ballistic here. Where is the erasing tool? There it is. Oh, that goes a little far. Okay. Oh well. I don't think there is an option for that.
Let's see. Can you name the first word in these anime shows? What does that mean? Oh, okay. I don't know some of these. What's this one? Am I just an idiot? Well, let's just try it. Detective Conan. Ghost in the Shell. Oh, it's Dragon Ball. Okay, I'm an idiot. Cowboy Bebop. Fruits Basket. Okay. Fist of the North Star. Digimon? I hate how it's called Digimon Digital Monsters. Lied? Oh. Elfin Lead. I was like, lie. I was like, you? It's like, you lied? Fate Stay Night. Full Metal Alchemist. Soul Eater, Samurai Champloo, Attack on Titan, Ouran High School Host Club, Speed Racer, Sailor Moon, Sword Art Online, Outlaw Star, not Outlaw Star? Oh, it must be Lucky Star then. Code Geass, Golden Boy. Nope, it's 1963. That's Astro Boy. One Piece, Prince of Tennis, Space Pirate, Basketball. Basketball? 2012? Ah, Kuroko? No, it's not Kuroko. Okay, hold on. Death Note, Mobile, Hunter x Hunter, Bobo, Neon Genesis Evangelion. What's Sakura? Sakura and Basketball. Oh, Card Captor. Basketball in 2012? What the fuck's the English title for Kuroko no Basket? Kuroko's? Fuck off. English title, whack. Copium. No, dude. Kuroko's Basketball is such a shit title. Yo, Joey here. Before we move on to the video, let me tell you about the sponsor.
Alright. Okay. It's definitely not watching this.
Hey guys.
Hi guys, welcome back to
Violating Community
Guidelines
with
Sarah and with Sarah and
Brittany.
There we go.
Guys, it's the long-awaited episode.
Today we're going to be talking about the rise and fall of Vine.
Vine, dude. Vine. Do we miss her?
Not really. I mean, I used to really miss her, but I think, like, you know, it's like when someone dies and they've been gone for, like, 5 years. You're like, let it go.
And you're like, they actually were kind of a bad person.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, like, Vine, no, I do miss Vine, but I'm just like, I don't know. TikTok and, like, other platforms are doing it better, I feel like.
Oh, 100%. I think Vine was the childlike predecessor to the beast that is TikTok.
Yeah.
People are I'm going to speak personally. I'm nostalgic for the era of Vine.
Yeah.
Of the music that was happening at the time, the fashion of the time. I was in high school. It was like peak angst. Vines were a way to like relate to people.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen this Vine? Because it was so much less content than TikTok.
Yeah.
Because I remember on Vine, like, you know, the endless scrolling with TikTok. It wasn't like that on Vine.
No,
you would eventually run out of videos to watch.
Yeah, like I don't really look at the like the different pages on like TikTok and like how it's divided.
I
just
do.
go to the For You page and I scroll it. But with Vine, there was like different categories like weird or comedy or science.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
Science. Who's making fucking 6-second science videos?
Hank Green.
Hank Green wasn't on Vine.
He wasn't on Vine?
No.
Wait, I'm gonna look up Vine categories. I should really know this.
Yeah, you can't recite them from memory.
No, I can't. No, wine categories. Vine platform categories. There was music, nature, comedy, and more. This is an article from 2013, so I don't even think that that's
Yeah, no, there were. And then what was the gold star one? Featured?
popular now.
Popular now.
And on the rise. Oh, dude, I whenever I got on the popular now or like on the rise page, dude, on Vine, when your Vine started to blow up, a little flame appeared right next to the numbers. And it meant like it was on the popular now page or on the rise page. It was really invigorating. I also was the featured Viner of the month, like 1 October. And it was just my content pushed to the top. But it was towards the end of Vine. I know. It was towards the end of Vine, so it didn't really like help my numbers. But I was like, finally.
For those who didn't know, Sarah used to be a Viner.
I used to be a Viner. I was nominated for Viner of the Year, last one ever at the Shorty Awards. And then I made the final round. Yeah, I used to be a comedy Viner. I did like zoom-ins on my face, which are very millennial, but I feel like I've stopped doing those. But
It wasn't
you know,
millennial at the time, because millennials were the youngest generation.
yeah, like I used to bitch about being a waitress. Some of you are gonna like put 2 and 2 together. I've literally gone on a date with someone where I told them I was a Viner, and I told them the Vine, and they were like, wait, and I'm like, yeah, I used to be blonde and have sperm eyebrows. But like I would bitch about like
And be straight.
Yeah. Yes, and be in a sorority. But I would like bitch about waitressing shit. Like people would ask stupid questions at restaurants, like, "Excuse me, what's in a vodka cranberry?" And I said Jaeger and fucking milk. Or like there's like, it's a dinner rush and the restaurant's full, but we want to be seated immediately. Done. Let me pull the table out of my ass.
That was a good one. I remember that one.
So that was my series, and that's how I blew up originally on the internet. It's from like 9 years ago, guys.
Can you believe that?
I know. I'm an old fuckwad at this point.
I mean, I whisper that, but I don't, you know, I hope you don't hear me when I say that.
I'm driving you to this podcast recording. What's that? I'm just singing along to the song.
Yeah, I just love the song.
It's quiet in here. What do you mean?
Yeah, that happens to me too, and people are like, wait, the meme?
Yeah.
That's you. I'm like, it's my face, man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why that doesn't connect for a lot of people.
What's crazy is that was also like just 3 years ago.
Oh, dude, when people come up and say, I grew up watching you. No, you didn't, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Someone at our live show said that too.
Yeah, we do. Or when I meet people in person and they're like, it's really, really sweet, like what they say to me, and it really sticks with me, and for multiple reasons. Because mainly it's like, you know, you got me through the pandemic. Like you were, I looked forward to coming home and watching you. You were like escapism, and that's such a full circle thing because I had creators that I turned to like that, you know, growing up, and even still now, like the concept of a comfort creator. And to be that for someone is insane, but they'll say it in a way that's like, I grew up watching you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I have been on the internet for maybe 2.5 years.
Yes.
Like, genuinely.
They're your neighbor.
Literally.
Yes.
Like, I went viral August of 2019. We're almost coming up on 3 years. That's insane.
That is insane.
But it's insane too because the passage of time, COVID time, fucked with people.
I know, yeah. I feel like it's only been like a year.
I know. When people, like, when you think about it, if at the beginning of, in 2019, when I started to go viral on TikTok, if they were 15, they're starting their freshman year of college now.
Yeah.
So I guess in a sense they did grow up with me, but it's like, don't say that to me.
I know. Grow up sounds like you went through puberty with them.
Yeah, that's something you say to like Jenna Marbles.
Yeah, exactly.
Because she's been on the internet for 15 years. But it's a weird thing, and it's even weirder, I guess, for people to not recognize you until you have to be like, yeah, this is what I used to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, whenever I show pictures of, like, how I used to look, like, think of the most basic blonde sorority person you've ever seen in your entire life. And then they look at me now, and they're like, what does it even look like you? And I'm like...
I just dyed my hair, man.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm just a brunette and about 30 pounds heavier. Would you believe that happens when, you know, over the course of like fucking 7 years? Yeah.
They don't tell you that about being gay. Gain 30 pounds.
You get 30 pounds heavier. Oh.
And have to dye your hair.
I know. Actually, I would say the dyeing the hair is pretty accurate for gay people.
Can you explain the phenomenon of bleaching your hair? It's a gay crisis.
I mean, I haven't dyed my hair in a year and a half, so this is my natural hair color. But I mean, I think like, you know, gay people like to dye their hair because they want to be different, because they are different, and I feel like they want their aesthetic to match like how they are.
Yeah.
On the inside.
I think maybe I'm with gay men. It's always like, oh, if it's bleach blonde, you know, it's a little grown out, it's a little yellow, they haven't really taken care of it. It's like, oh, they're going through something. I don't know what that. I guess women do it too, where it's like something's wrong in my life, I need to dye my hair.
Well, I think it's just like the most immediate change you can have happen to your body.
Yes.
Because I mean, you can go on a fitness journey, but that's not going to be overnight.
Yeah.
If you have a mental break, you can go to CVS and get like a box of hair dye.
You can get a plastic bowl and some fucking bleach.
Yes.
Guarantee.
Exactly. But let's talk a little bit about Vine. Vine is an American mobile-based short-form video hosting service app that allows its users to create, upload, and share looping video clips spanning up to 6 seconds in duration. Stanley wrote, which is insane to think about. Yeah, you had 6 seconds to deliver a fucking joke.
And you did it.
Yeah. It's actually kind of crazy. Like, people were like, is it weird moving from Vine to like TikTok or larger platforms? I wouldn't say it's crazy. At least you have more time to create. That was the most stressful, like, to get a fucking joke out in 6 seconds.
Well, and you were one of the people that delivered a joke.
Yeah.
A lot of it was, I mean, this was the era of, to bring up the Paul brothers again, just doing the most insane shit you've ever seen in 6 seconds. I light my pool on fire and jump over it in a motorcycle. What?
Yeah.
How did it get to that point?
I know. It's crazy that, like, I didn't do that, but I also still had a large success. Like, they would have to, like, set a car on fire, and I'd be like, every kiss begins with K. Actually, every kiss begins with consent.
It's a good one.
And then people would be like, oh my God, that is equally as entertaining as someone setting their car on fire.
Yeah.
That is crazy how that works.
Yeah. And it's also the different audiences on the app. Vine was, I feel like, the first time in YouTube history, okay.
You get it.
Vine was the first time in internet history, other than YouTube, where everyone was on it.
Yeah.
Every young person, like straight men, women, like everyone from every background was like, oh, I found a Vine that I like.
Yeah.
YouTube was still kind of, I mean, there was like the British invasion and all that. And I feel like YouTube was very selective with who they put on featured videos and all that. But, and now, I mean, that laid the groundwork for TikTok to be what it is now, where there's literally something for everyone. And that's their tagline, something like that. I think that that's cool. You know, everyone has a good memory of Vine, which is wild.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just like, it was the first of its kind, where like YouTube is video content, but you have to really like dedicate a portion of your life to like making that content.
Yeah.
To take out your phone and film something for 6 seconds is just like Instagram, but moving. And everyone is on Instagram. Yeah. So that's what Vine was.
Yeah. And I used to want to be a Vine star so bad.
Yeah.
In high school, I was like, I'm a bit famous. And I made some Vines that were just like me making noises.
Yeah.
Not far off from what I do today, to be completely honest. Like, just shorter version, and I was skinnier.
Yeah.
And it's weird to think, like, trying to fit your whole personality into 6 seconds.
It's crazy.
Or what you have to share with the world. It's wild. And people did it.
Yeah. I think it's why it worked for me is that I like setups and punchlines. I imagine if it's your personality, it would be hard to, like, really squeeze into 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Because people, your personality, they're getting a sense of you.
But people like Liza Koshy did it.
Yeah. Oh, she is funny.
She is funny, but it's cringe to look back at that time. What I was getting to earlier is that Vine was a type of humor.
Yeah.
That short, you
Free
know?
shavakadu. Yeah.
Just like that short, it just has to be something quotable and move on. And I think people like Nick Coletti did it in a way that's like, it introduced this surrealism aspect.
Yeah.
Of like, I don't know, a lot of the shit he did, if these walls could talk.
Yeah.
Carrots. It's just like, like there was something for everyone. And I think that that sort of humor has evolved and branched off.
Yeah.
So it's cool to be able to trace it back, but it's so cringe. It's so cringe. Just before we started filming, I was watching a cringy Vine compilation on YouTube, and Sarah won't let me play it.
But you were laughing so genuinely, like, hard.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, but
do you remember that guy that would come on and be like, I just stole a kiss. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
I love it. Oh my god. Look at that smile. Show me that smile. Oh, see, there it is. There it is. Oh my god. I have to laugh. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in the post irony stage you keep talking about.
Yeah.
Like, if you just went on TikTok right now and posted, I just stole a kiss, what's you going to do about it?
Yes. Because it'd be like, I remember that Vine. That's so referential.
Yes. But now it's funny because it's ironic. Yeah. But Vine was founded in June of 2012. American microblogging website Twitter acquired it in October of 2012 before its official release on January 24, 2013. Videos published on Vine's social network could also be shared on different social networking platforms such as Facebook and Twitter.
Let me share this Vine to Facebook so my grandma can look at it.
Dude, it's like how there's an option to share on Pornhub. Imagine like watching like a gangbang and you're like, I really want to post this on my public Twitter account.
You know who needs to see this? All my cousins.
Yes.
My Aunt Wendy.
My family needs to know what I'm about.
Yeah.
The Vine app was also used to try to browse videos along with a group of videos that were uploaded by theme and hoping that the users could trend videos.
Did you, looking back, do you think that that was successful as a platform?
Yeah.
To try to group content like that?
Honestly, yeah. And then like towards the end of Vine's days, they added comedy and then also comedy. And it was just like, because a bunch of like Vine comedians were like, hey, I feel like you only push the Lele Pond stuff to the top of the comedy page. And so like the also comedy page became like alt and like more inclusive sort of thing. So I think it
Instead of just people hurting themselves?
Yeah.
There was no content warning on those either.
Did you see someone actually get hurt?
I mean, yeah. It was people like cars hitting people and like Lele Pond smacking her head into shit, falling off of stuff and like getting hurt.
Yeah.
Jake Paul jumping over a pool on fire in a motorcycle, like that should have had a content warning.
Well, it was like the very early days of the internet.
It was the Wild West.
It was 5 years ago.
Early
days. Yes.
That's why did you say that?
Yes.
It wasn't.
It was 6 years ago.
2014?
Oh no, I'm thinking about when Vine ended. Vine ended in 2016. 2017.
6 years ago.
Or 5 or 6 years ago, yeah.
I was not on Vine in 2017. It was over by that point.
Yeah,
it
was.
ended right after I graduated high school, 2015, so it ended in 2016.
No, it ended in 2017 because I remember they announced it because I got a job fresh out of college, and then 1 month into that job, they announced that Vine was shutting down. Yeah, and so then that Halloween I showed up as Vine is dead. So yeah, it ended in January 20. It was personal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ended in January of 2017 or like February.
Zang. Hey guys, it's Brittany. Thanks for just people feeding catfish.
Yes.
You like put a quarter in one of those fish feeding machines and you just
Yes. Different feeding videos.
Yeah.
By December of 2015, Vine had over 200 million active users.
That's wild.
I know. On October 27th, 2016, Twitter announced that it would disable all
Panel by
uploads, but
panel,
this
I
viewing and download
suppose.
will continue to work. Yeah, that's
Panel
when
by
Vine
panel.
died. Everyone freaked the fuck out.
Yeah, it felt like the world was ending.
It's like how people know where they were when Michael Jackson died. Everyone knows where they were when like Vine.
Everyone knows where you were when Michael Jackson died because you've said it a few times.
Losing my virginity. So for any new listeners, the reason why the day I lost my virginity is so special is because the day Michael Jackson died. I wouldn't say that I didn't like that he died, but like now everyone remembers where they were when Michael Jackson died, so it makes it like everyone also knows where they were when I was getting fucked for the first time. So circling back to Vine,
Never gets old.
It does. I feel like it does, but everyone's just on January 20th, 2017. Twitter launched an internet archive of all Vine videos that had ever been published. The archive was officially discontinued in April 2019.
I didn't know that happened.
Oh, you know it's so crazy? Like charging your old phones, and you can see like Vine is still on there,
You can
and
still
like
scroll through it.
the For You page is like not For You. Oh wow, the popular page is like frozen in time.
That's like a what's it called? Time capsule.
Yeah. But like video.
Do you remember this guy?
Yes, I do. You mean Nathan?
Nathan.
Do you know what Nathan is? ASP Nao?
69 cents. You know what that means? I don't have enough money for chicken nugget.
So his name is Nathan. We actually went to the Shorty Awards together, and I think he's doing AIDS research now.
You're kidding.
No.
I love him.
But yeah.
He was my favorite Viner.
I hit on him in college, and he was like, I don't think you understand. I'm gay. And then I realized later in my life, I'm gay. So I caught it from him. Happy Pride Month, by the way.
Happy Pride Month, Nathan.
Yeah. But no, me and Nathan still follow each other on Instagram.
Does he? So he doesn't do anything social media?
No, he's just like a fun, nice guy now.
I loved him.
I know.
So much.
He is.
I loved Marcus Johns too before he was a freak out Christian.
Yeah. There's something weird about, like, I kind of want to do a podcast episode on, like, when a creator pivots.
Christian influencers, dude.
Or not even them, just like when a creator pivots to Christianity. Because we could talk about, like, a bunch of people.
There's so many people.
Because it's like a day and night shift with their shit. It's so crazy.
You lose a lot of the audience.
Yeah.
That way, when you become a religious zealot, when people followed you because you're funny.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I know. That is really crazy.
And then he, like, got married and was, like, kind of misogynistic and, like, really limiting over his wife.
That doesn't sound like Christian men.
A Christian man?
Being misogynistic?
Oh.
Putting genitals on his wife? I don't know about that.
Him, like, tying an apron around her, like, you're gonna cook for me.
Yeah, let me tell you about the,
Anyway.
Wait, no, in December of 2017, I was about to take my shirt off. I don't know, it got hot.
Why?
It got hot. I was literally, it was just like a, oh my God. I don't know.
Are you wearing a bra?
No, of course not. Of course not. Oh, wow. Sorry, I just went to go like this, and I was like, why is that not a good thing?
Oh, shit, can't do that.
So in December of 2017, co-founder Dom Hoffman announced that he was beginning to work on Vine's successor, Byte, which he said was not affiliated with Twitter, and it flopped.
Just, like, stumbling through a paragraph, just nipples out.
it was like Hannah has to put like bars over my chest. And you're just like not saying anything
until I look up. And holy fuck.
It's like my skin quarters.
Oh.
So the history of Vine. Stop looking at your phone.
Sorry,
we're recording. So the history of Vine was founded by Dom Hoffman, Russ, and I can't say his last name, and Colin Kroll in June of 2012. The company was acquired by Twitter in October 2012 for a reported $30 million, but this number has not been confirmed. Dude, they bought Vine for $30 million. That is crazy. It's so cheap.
That seems like not a lot. Maybe that's not accurate.
I think
$3 million in 2017 is $1 billion in 2022.
Inflation. You ever tried to buy a house?
Yeah, Google it. Okay.
Vine launched on January 24, 2013 as a free app for iOS devices. On April 9, 2013, Vine became the most downloaded free app.
I didn't even think about that. I couldn't watch Vine. I had an Android in high school.
Why?
Because my family's an Android family, and my dad was like, if you're going to be on our phone plan and you want a phone, it's going to be a Galaxy. And I was like, please, just please, anything, anything.
Yeah.
And then I got an iPod Touch for Christmas. That's how I used to watch Vines. Oh my God, dude. I'm going to go home and, actually, I don't know where my iPod Touch is.
You're going to fly home to Texas.
I'm going to fly home, say,
Florida.
give me my iPod Touch, charge it. You know that noise it used to make?
Yeah. Oh, wait, I'm thinking of an iPod.
So I wasn't watching Vine on that.
Never mind.
No, but that's a satisfying noise.
Yes.
No, my iPod Touch, it had a camera. It was luxury, bitch. It had
Yeah.
a front camera. I used to take selfies. They're so grainy and bad.
Yeah.
Greasy. I'm going to go home and do that, and I'm going to live my fantasy.
Then do it. Post on Vine. On May 1st, 2014, Vine launched the web version of the service to explore videos, and then in July of 2014, Vine updated its app with a new loop count, meaning every time someone watches a Vine, a number on top of the video will appear showing how many times it was viewed.
Ultimately useless.
I
think we've gotten somewhere.
That
with
is
the
true, but I
background.
had a couple Vine. Well, I had like billions of views at a certain point.
Wild.
Yeah, that was.
And it meant nothing.
Wait,
you
no.
weren't making money.
That might be a straight up lie. I have like hundreds of millions of views. I don't know if I ever got to $1 billion. You don't put your mouth on the mic. We just got a new studio.
Intrusive thought I had to do it. Sorry.
Other people use this.
Yeah, that's why there's a cover.
That's why my pants are off.
That's why I've been farting for the last 45 minutes.
Marking my territory. So the loop count also includes views from Vines that are embedded onto other websites. Fun! On October 14, 2014, an Xbox One version was released, allowing Xbox Live members to watch the looping videos. God, that's so fun.
Scrolling through my Xbox, watching Vines.
So Racy released. Within the first week of this launch, pornographic
Okay,
video clips
I suppose we'll have to decide on the back.
began appearing on the service.
Vine porn.
6 seconds of penetration.
Yeah. No, it's just simply not enough.
Yeah, it's just the dick entering the hole, and then you're like, and then it's just a looping, so it looks like it's going in and out. Well, actually, I feel like that could really help. You know what? That's not that bad.
It's just a GIF.
A porn GIF?
Yeah, just with audio.
It prompted Gawker to label the app America's hottest new porn search engine in the article on January 27th. What was the previous America's hottest porn search engine? Google?
Bing.
Yes. Wait, no, if Bing just pivoted to porn.
Could have been great.
Yeah, I know. It'd be Bong or Bang. No, it'd be Bang.
Bang.
Yeah, Bang.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Bang.gov. Bang.edu.
On the following day, a sexually explicit video clip titled Dildo Play was accidentally featured as an editor's pick.
It's just someone Googling or drawing googly eyes on dildos.
Yeah.
Just like literally playing with them.
But the editor picked him on every Vine user's newsfeed page, further drawing criticism and mockeries from the tech news blogosphere. If anything, it's just a mistake because the app is so new.
I don't remember this.
You don't remember Dildo Play?
Nope.
Wow. Okay, I guess you are young.
I said, why are they playing with those purple hot dogs?
Do you remember Ass Rug?
No.
It doesn't exist yet.
I knew it!
Later the same day, a Twitter spokesperson issued an apology explaining that a human error resulted in a video with adult content making one of the videos in editor's picks. Maybe the editor just also liked it. And upon realizing this mistake, we removed the video immediately.
Boo.
You don't remember this at all?
I don't remember this at all.
You don't remember
I was 14.
Yeah.
I'm not like, did you hear what happened with the porn on the Twitter new thing Vine?
You were literally reading fan fiction on Tumblr.
Yeah, I was reading about wee-wees entering woo-woos.
You weren't looking... I mean, I guess that maybe that is different.
Yeah, I didn't start...
Okay, well, it came up with a really good image.
It freaked me out.
There.
Being in a Christian
really good
household,
background
someone
slide.
Put that on my dad's Wi-Fi network.
It did kind of make
my
that
brother got in trouble one time
also
'cause
that.
my dad programs big machines.
Interesting.
And so my brother stupidly watched porn in our house, and my dad immediately knew. And he watched 24 hours of porn in the period of 2 weeks. And my dad's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Are you studying with it on in the background?
Yes.
There's no way.
It's your white noise is just moaning. The grapefruit technique is your ASMR. Oh, ew.
That's a lot to think of.
Mm-hmm. So while uploading pornography is not prohibited by Twitter's guidelines, several tags containing sexually explicit terms were blocked as a result, and the minimum age limit for the iPhone app was raised from 12 to 17 to comply with Apple's iTunes terms of service. Yeah, Twitter is the place to go for porn, I feel like.
Which is insane because I feel like Twitter has such strict community guidelines.
Yeah, you can't tell a politician to kill themselves.
But you can upload whole.
You can reply to a politician's tweet with
a gaping hole gif.
Yes.
With someone getting just their shit rocked.
Yeah.
That is dystopian.
Just right beneath Biden's tweet is someone cum farting.
All right, I think we're.
But you can't
I think
say,
we're
kill
finally
yourself
getting somewhere here.
Redacted.
Got that.
That's my right.
Yeah.
Maybe a computer will
Closure. So on October 27, 2016, Twitter announced via a post on Medium that they would be shutting down Vine. In the statement, Twitter and Vine assured content creators that the shutdown would come in the coming months so that creators would be able to access and download their Vines. That was a huge thing. Every Viner I knew just freaked out and downloaded their Vines and then started uploading them to YouTube. But trying to get a following, move a following is very hard, even when the app is shutting down. I know, people on TikTok probably panicked a couple times, a couple years ago, where they're like, hey, follow me on Instagram.
Yeah, the, Trump ban. People were literally like, guys, please follow me on Instagram and YouTube, and, please stick with me, and I love you so much, and thank you for everything. It literally was, so scary.
Yeah.
Because you spent so much time accumulating and curating all of your work and organizing it into playlists and da-da-da, and you have 10 million followers and all that could just go away.
I know, it's crazy. I I have this thing, whenever someone comments on my TikTok or YouTube, I'm unfollowing you, it literally means nothing because I've literally lost 875,000 followers in one day. So if I lose you because you don't like something I said, I've had worse,
Period. Your philosophy on life
Alright. That's enough of that now.
We all know the saying, all roads lead to Mr. Wonderful. While this isn't always true, Kevin is oftentimes the only shark to make an offer.
Thank you, that's a very generous offer.
It is,
yes.
because nobody would loan you money except Mr. Wonderful.
Now, his offers aren't the cheapest given that they're riddled with royalties and debt, but he usually asks for less equity than all the other sharks. In many cases, he even offers lower equity deals just to squeeze the other sharks and force them to make better offers themselves.
Give me the $200,000 as a loan. Okay, I'll only take 8% equity just to mess with Barbara because she said bad things to me.
Oh.
Kevin also never puts time limits on his deals like some other sharks. So, though Kevin is often portrayed as the evil bald dude in the middle, I think Kevin is actually the fair shark of them all. In most cases, he just wants a fair valuation and a clear path to profitability for himself and the entrepreneur. Despite this, Kevin is often the last choice for entrepreneurs, which is a shame, given that Kevin is usually the second wealthiest shark in the tank and the most straightforward. So here's the story of Kevin O'Leary and how he became Mr. Wonderful. Taking a look back, Kevin's story dates back to July 9th, 1954 in Montreal, Canada.
Well, we could try it.
His official name is actually Terrence Thomas Kevin O'Leary, so Kevin is not actually his first name. Anyway, Kevin's father was a salesman while his mother ran a small local business. This provided the family a decent life for a couple of years, but this didn't last long. You see, Kevin's father slowly became more and more of an alcoholic, which caused several fights between Kevin's parents, eventually resulting in a divorce. To make things worse, Kevin's father died soon after the divorce when Kevin was just 7 years old. This forced Kevin's mother, Georgette, to really grind on the business and look for other streams of income. Most people in this situation would generally pick up a second job and/or downscale their lives, but interestingly enough, Georgette decided to make up the discrepancy through investing. Every week, Georgette invested 1/3 of her paycheck in large-cap dividend-paying stocks, and
it's
this
good,
is what
but it's
really
not good
sparked
enough,
Kevin's
so I'm
interest
gonna
in
have to
business
send
and
this over
investing.
to Discord.
Fortunately, things got better financially after Georgette married an economist named George Kanawati. Given that he worked for the UN, though, the family had to constantly move around the world. Usually, this would be a disadvantage because moving is often just a nuisance. But in Kevin's case, I think it was actually a massive advantage because he wasn't moving from Minnesota to Michigan or something. He was moving from Tunisia to Cyprus to Cambodia to Ethiopia. Each of these places had radically different cultures, languages, and traditions, which really opened Kevin's eyes to the other side of the world. This actually inspired Kevin to capture his experiences by becoming a photographer. But due to his stepfather insisting on him attending college, Kevin would end up at the University of Waterloo, where he majored in environmental studies and psychology. He would quickly turn around and complete an MBA at the University of Western Ontario in 1980. But this was basically the end of Kevin's journey.
I guess this is a good test to see how it'll handle dark settings. If at all. Maybe
Kevin
I'll have
was
to
pretty
use
set
it.
on avoiding a regular 9-to-5 ever
I'm
since
not
his
sure
first
yet.
job at an ice cream
I
shop.
do have several.
Kevin was hired as an ice cream scooper,
Or I have
and
a
while this
few
seemed like a
versions,
pretty chill
so.
high school job to earn some extra money, the money isn't what drew Kevin to the shop. The main reason Kevin applied for the job is because the shop was located in a mall, and his crush, Elizabeth, had a job at the store right across the ice cream shop. Kevin was hoping that by working at the ice cream shop, Elizabeth would notice him, and that they could potentially grab lunch one day. But Kevin's dreams were shattered on the second day. You see, right as his second shift came to an end, Elizabeth would notice him. This made Kevin ecstatic as he could talk to her right after the job ended. But then, the owner of the shop asked Kevin to scrape the gum off the floor before leaving for the day. Given that Elizabeth had noticed him, Kevin didn't want to be seen doing such a job. So he came up with a witty response saying that he was hired to be a scooper, not a scraper. And as you would guess, this got Kevin fired. As soon as Kevin got home, he complained to his stepfather about his experience and told him that he never wanted to work another job. To this, his stepfather replied, "Well, even if you're self-employed, you'll be responsible to customers and shareholders who are often just as demanding, if not more demanding." Kevin says that he refused to believe his stepfather at the time, but now he realizes that he was completely right. Nonetheless, Kevin was determined to avoid a traditional job, and this is what drove him towards photography. But it didn't take him long to channel his energy into a business. After college, he would end up starting special event television or set with 2 of his MBA classmates. They put out some semi-successful sports programming including The Original Six, Don Cherry's Grapevine, and Bobby Orr and the Hockey League. They also produced soccer films, sports documentaries, and sports commercials. While this was somewhat successful, Kevin knew that this was not the path that he wanted to go down. So, when one of his partners offered to buy his stake for $25,000, Kevin would take the deal. He instantly turned around and used this money to start a new company, and that brings us to SoftKey. Kevin founded SoftKey in 1986 with the two business partners named John Freeman and Gary Babcock. Middle-class families were just starting to get their first computers around this time, so Kevin knew that there would be a lot of derived demand in the coming years. Looking back, I think Kevin would have far preferred to start a software company like Adobe or Autodesk, but at the time, he ended up choosing educational software. The reasoning for this was that the education niche was under-targeted by competitors, but this wasn't a mistake. You see, the education niche is extremely difficult because either you're dealing with schools with extremely restricted budgets and drawn-out approval processes, or you're dealing with parents who don't really see the value of their product. The pitch to sell the product isn't particularly easy either because the benefit isn't monetary. With something like Photoshop, the value is obvious. You get Photoshop to produce better pictures and drive in more revenue for your business. With educational software though, parents have to hope that the software helps their kids get a better education, and hope that it makes a meaningful difference in their lives, and hope that it pays off when they grow up and start making money. As you can see, there are a lot of ifs and hopes, and the ROI timeline is extremely long, which makes the business extremely difficult. It didn't take long for Kevin to realize this, and this forced him to place a heavy emphasis on marketing. Kevin says, quote, "What's inside the box is important, but it's not as important as how it's marketed." SoftKey was one of the first companies to embrace the revolving CD rack, which allowed them to display their CDs more efficiently than any of their competitors. Kevin also chose to display the product in more general stores like Office Depot, Radio Shack, and Smith Books as opposed to just traditional software stores. This showcased the product to a much broader audience, leading to substantially more revenue. Aside from smart marketing, Kevin also chose to keep the price of the software as low as possible at $40 to $100. This left the company with razor-thin profit margins, but allowed them to move much more volume and made it difficult for new competitors to enter the scene. SoftKey would become the dominant education software company by the early 1990s, and with that, Kevin would start to buy out his competitors. In 1993, SoftKey would merge with WorldStar International and Spinnaker Software to create SoftKey International. Just 1 year later, they would purchase Software Marketing Corp using 600,000 shares of common stock. But their most influential acquisition didn't come until 1995 when they got into a bidding war to purchase the Learning Company. SoftKey did end up winning the war, but it would cost them $606 million. Around the same time, SoftKey would also purchase Minnesota Educational Computing Corporation for $370 million. All of this made SoftKey bigger than ever before, but they were also more fragile than ever before. All these acquisitions had taken a toll on SoftKey's balance sheet, and their razor-thin margins didn't help much either. Luckily though, Mattel would offer to buy the company for $4.2 billion in 1999. Kevin of course took the deal, and this allowed him to sell his company at the peak of the dot-com bubble. While this was a smart move for Kevin, this was disastrous for Mattel. In the year following the acquisition, Mattel's goal for SoftKey was a $50 million profit. But the company ended up losing over double that at $105 million. Investors were not happy at all by these results, and they would start to dump Mattel.
Well then I guess I suppose it's a bit more of a dilemma than I thought. Maybe I could do the classic coloring. 55, 60. Okay. 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 Yeah, well, we're gonna put this on the manga panel and then we're gonna call it there. Ooh. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna be wrapping this stream up here in a minute. Obviously, it's been a lot of recording, but yeah. We've got a good product now. Good looking image, very professionally done looking. Right? I'd say so. Needed something to fit the setting, fit quickly. There's not going to be a lot of characterization there, so be it. The reason it's colored like that is because it is colored. I don't know if that's going to be a mistake or not, but it's got to be colored. You can really see the pop on those eyes. Coloring's already done. Give her those little tip things. Kind of made her hair a bit more flagrant. Gave it some toning. Gave it some highlights. Gave it some nice definition and shading. I mean, overall, I think I did an okay job. Granted, I have been doing it out of position for the most part. Apparently, the screen does not like it too much. And I am counter-adjusted. But, yeah. I have essentially finished this. I've given it the green hue so that it kind of matches up with the room. I'm pretending they're like in the green central data bank. I figured that was fine to kind of give it more of a realistic take because of what it is and what it's like. Okay. We can ever say something like connection link established or whatever, but we're not doing it today. We're not dialoguing it today. It's another thing, right? If you want to really rush out panels, like, that's going to require a lot more improvement. Granted, all my panels are colored and adjustable, very adjustable, so there is that. There is that big advantage there. You could see I was able to match the lighting. There was like some cool tools I'm learning about. We've got a lot of really unique tools on here that are very helpful. So I'm going to click save. And we're going to save over that. And then we'll also have to switch up Manga panel. I think that's in the other one, don't you? Give me 1 second. Desktop. Main storage, explanation of the art. Part 1. There it is. Sweet, sweet manga panel. And in that. And a boom shakalaka. Alright. That, my friends, is a manga panel. So I suppose I'd have to wash over to white and all that. But I'll continue working on this. Maybe tomorrow I'll do a stream, hopefully with some better promotion material that'll get people interested. Yes, one panel does take a while, I suppose. Once you are doing things that you don't really understand yet. Because now you have incentive to try to minimize it as much as possible because it's colored. And coloring takes time to get right. But yeah, alright, we're gonna call the stream here, folks. Yeah, we got a lot done today. Alright, let me just quickly check the time that we're on. We're on 7 hours, baby. Alright. Gonna call it here, folks. Y'all have a nice night.